get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I 15 think seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff. Did you get all of that? life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own. To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12. 11. 9. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As it is now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise.
We are back. We are back for our earliest MTS episode ever. Can you believe it? It's 8:30.
It's 2 a.m. Just kidding.
It is
It's
2
8:30.
a.m. It is 1 a.m. here in the Situation Room. It is 8:30 a.m. in San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, June 17th, 2026.
It is all of those things, yes.
It is all
and
of
more.
those- and more, because in the Situation Room,
Yeah.
in the Situation Room right now, we have Arthur Fernandez Araujo and John de Vasaig from OpenAI, who are forward deployed at Thrive Holdings working on self-improving tax agents with Codex. Really, really cool project. So, John, Arthur, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Glad to be here.
So, for the audience, can you lay out a little bit about how your workflow process worked for this? What is a self-improving tax agent?
Yeah, just to provide some context around the article and the work we do with Thrive Holdings. So we're all on the same page. So OpenAI has a partnership with Thrive Holdings. Thrive Holdings owns and operates businesses that benefit from long-term AI transformation. So compared to traditional PE firms that take maybe like a short-term view and restructure the businesses, they think that the features of this business around the client relationships and the expertise are what's going to be beneficial in the future, that AI can essentially like do more of the repeatable work and can basically augment these experts. So John and I, we work from the OpenAI side to build products together. They are deployed in the companies that Thrive Holdings own and operates. So they started with accounting firms and IT services. So the project that we talked about in the blog post is essentially one of the first pain points that we've identified across the firms that Current, which is the subsidiary that acquires the accounting firms, I identified around tax preparation. So if you think about the accounting firms in general, like it's a very seasonal business, and some of the tasks around preparation involve getting a lot of client documentation, inputting that information into a tax engine, reconciling a bunch of different documents that span from PDFs, spreadsheets, handwritten notes, making some judgments, sometimes making some calculations before putting into the tax engine. So for some of the harder returns, this is something that takes them like many hours to get to a point where they can actually provide their expertise and do the review of the tax return. So essentially what we talked about in the blog post is our general approach on how we tackle this issue on extraction of information on messy documents to the tax engine to help with tax preparation.
Can you go into a little more detail about the pipeline of the workflow? Like how exactly, for example, are the agents like self-improving?
Yeah, sure. So basically, what you have in the product and the way it works is that you're going to have as inputs a large amount of of raw documents. This could be like many like a large amount of PDFs. It could be Excel sheets. It could also be handwritten notes. And the idea is that you need to basically extract the information and the tax information from those documents. And so if you would see this with more, like a more traditional, software, you would basically like have an agentic loop that might extract the data. Then you see some issue at some point, and then you basically correct it and fix it in the code. The approach that we took here is kind of centered around a few things. The first one is making sure that in the product that we build, we have a way to nicely catch from the practitioners, we have a way to nicely catch any issues like any problem that is detected. So for example, imagine a field is wrongly extracted. Then we give the ability to the practitioner to correct it and to fix it with the right value, or to tell that it was supposed to go into another field. For example, if a large PDF has been split and badly split in the wrong place, then they're also able to correct and say where it should be split. And so this allows us to, basically allows us to have a very allows us to have basically very nice eval points, which act as the ground truth. And those intermediate steps can then be used afterwards as eval data points that Codex can use in order to basically propose code changes that improve and hill climb on these issues. And the idea around the self-improving loop is that basically automatically when one of these corrections is emitted, it means that it triggers a pipeline where it's basically try it to see if it's an actual issue or if it's likely more noise. Once we know if it's an actual issue and has been considered like this, then it's started to hill climb. And so making sure that it does actually solve that data point properly and that it does not regress on other ones, and then automatically propose the code chain.
So with a system like this, I'm curious, like a system has to learn from itself and it has to learn from its mistakes, right? So is that largely like a model capabilities thing, or is that like the resilience of the systems that the engineer builds on top of it? Or is it like, like the engineer's skills themselves? Like how do you get a system that learns from itself and improves?
Yeah, so maybe maybe
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So maybe just taking a step back, like you basically have the harness around the skills and the prompts like that the engineers like initially set out. Like for example, the rules around like how you're gonna even like handle a document to begin with, like trying to classify it into like a specific category, trying to handle exactly like how to extract that information. So you basically have a set of instructions and things that the engineers like initially set out. But essentially, like when you deploy this to production, you can in this problem space in particular, because you have the filled out returns, we know exactly like what was the accuracy of this process. So then essentially, like we know, for example, like on extracting simple W2s, it's like very accurate in general. But then when it does maybe for some of the harder like rental property schedules and things like this, it does very poorly. So we start with like measuring this thing. And I think if we take a step back and we think about the process that an engineer would go around like on fixing the issue, I think it's very similar in terms of like how the loop is set out. So essentially, the engineer will look into like the accuracy errors, will try to mine the information and take some steps back and think about like the specific configuration points, skills, and then try and like rerun to see if it fixes the issue. In terms of your question around like model capability or the engineering setup, I think it's a combination of both. The model needs to be intelligent enough about like correctly like triaging and also like producing the fix around the guardrails that you produce. But the engineers need to set up the structure and the loop correctly so that this can work in a productive way. So it's not just like a simple like slash goal and you're not really like being able to like hill climb on this correctly. So in our problem in particular, we think that this works pretty well because it's a problem that is like very measurable. I think in areas that are more sensitive to like writing style and other things like this might be harder to like hill climb on. But yeah.
So, what were some of the tasks that Codex was best at, and what were some of the tasks that it still needed a lot of human intervention in?
Yeah. So basically, what's interesting is, so if you want to like look at which tasks Codex were really good at compared to humans, in general, like what we observe is that it's very good to have both of those and to make sure that the humans do interact with the product at the place where they have the best input. And so basically, for example, in terms of taxes, when you need to extract complex data and group it from multiple sources. So, for example, when you need to extract data from a large amount of PDFs, you need to combine them together to do some calculations. Then you need to compare it with some values in an Excel, compare it again with some handwritten notes. What we observe is that Codex is very good at doing this at a large scale and do this fast. So, for example, we had some preparers that used to spend something like 8 hours on one specific return from a customer in the previous years, and like this year, like it took them around 30 minutes to process it. And so, what's interesting there is that the reviewer is able to focus the time on what it knows best and focus on the fields which are actually very complex or the pain points which do actually surface in tax preparation, and focus less time on the ones that are more doable by Codex.
So what actually makes somebody good at engineering versus good at being a forward deployed engineer? Like how would, the skill set that you have or that other FDEs have differ from just like being generically pretty good within OpenAI?
Yeah, I think, forward deployed engineering does mean, I think, multiple things right now in different contexts. Both John and I, we do come from more traditional like product engineering backgrounds as well. And I think at OpenAI in general, like forward deployed engineering takes a broader term around like doing the 0 to 1 problems on industries that is basically being the tip of the spear on helping like customers on their AI transformation journey, especially on things that require novel techniques or partnering with research and product internally. I think there are definitely some traits that are like different than I guess like just the traditional like product engineering hat. Like in terms of like working on ambiguous problems and also like the client facing part of the work is also something that depending on the product you're working on in particular and the industry, like you might not get a lot of exposure on, which to do our jobs well, like we definitely need to be, in the deep involvement with the customer. But yeah, I would say like in the field, like for John and I, it means one thing, like with our relationship with Thrive Holdings. For other like FDEs at OpenAI and other places, like it might mean something different because of maybe some aspects around the company or the industry that they're working in.
How much do you think engineering skills are changing fundamentally? Because some people would say they've changed a lot because of agents doing everything. Some people have said they haven't really changed at all because you're still orchestrating things just on a different layer of abstraction. What do you think?
It's definitely an interesting point because, for example, just to take a personal example, seeing how engineering skills differs, is that a year ago I was, writing code and I think that's definitely most of what FDEs at OpenAI had been doing before, like spending most of the time writing code. And so right now, as for most people in the industry, I think you spend way less time writing code, but you do spend a lot of time, thinking about architectures, thinking about the problem, thinking about, how does like a long-lasting solution it can be created, and also thinking about, like making sure that you're able to automate part of the stuff you're doing in a smart way. I would say also right now, if you're, I'm not sure to what extent you're familiar with Codex, but basically with Codex, you're able to you can have so many threads in parallel, and so at some point there is the question of how do you make sure that you can keep context on those different threads and you can progress on many things at once, since like your uh, potential of capabilities, like the bar is way higher in terms of what you can try. And so I would say this definitely about you need to make sure you prioritize, and then when you do something it actually go until the last mile and you're actually able to put that into production. I mean, also, like taking a step back on this, generally, I feel like traditional engineering skills are very important and very like lead to people being very strong in the domain. So yeah, it definitely changes, but I think it's still useful. Like the traditional skills that we know about.
So how hard is it to build systems that are resilient? Like the FDE goes in knowing that they're going to be there for like a limited period, I assume. And so like how difficult is it to think about something that will like continue to be long lasting after the original engineer has left?
I think what's interesting about some of the things we speak about in the article as well, like I think for our team, it's very important to essentially set up these evals, online evals, like set up these things, because essentially, like as the models evolve, you need to like measure exactly like how like some of the harness around what you created changed, and also like if you change the approach, like being able to do that with confidence. So I would say for our team, like we very much like in all of our engagements, like I think all of the FDEs, they're always thinking about exactly like how to measure things. I think that's like a very important mindset that all of us, like every time we walk into a new engagement, we try to see exactly like how to measure things with like precision, so that we essentially like, and I think like this is something that we also set up like on the customers, so it's and some of them we can also contribute with like or research, but essentially like without being able to like precisely measure things, you cannot really like navigate like changes from like different pieces of technology or like different like novel approaches or new model changes, I would say.
And also how much does industry specific knowledge play into this? Like, do you think it's important to have robust knowledge of like, say, the tax industry and like tax codes and whatever it might be? Or do you sort of like develop that while all of this is being engineered and rolled out?
Do you mean the engineer or the model?
I think
I guess both, right? I'm more curious from the FD perspective, but like the model is also interesting.
I think from like a client expertise. So for example, in our domain, like taxes, like just to give you an example, like John and I are not even based out of the US, so we don't even file US taxes. So we're definitely not experts in there. So I think that the models there are more productive are the ones where you can essentially like work with the experts to an extent, like as part of that journey, like you might absorb some of the context, but I think it's important like to take a step back and know that like you're not gonna be like in a way it's also like a humbling profession
Mhm.
that like you walk into the room and you're definitely like not the most knowledgeable in the problem domain. So I would say like for the problem domain in particular, like it's important to know how to leverage the experts like in a productive way, be it like via like conducting like SME engagements, but also like how to incorporate them and bringing their expertise into their product. And this is basically how we try to set up the product in a way that all of the practitioner like corrections and interactions with the product, like automatically, like that layer of the product was automatically taken care of. the improvements and how they changed over time.
So on that, how long do you think it will take? Like right now, this is a very sort of bespoke thing. Like you need forward deployed engineers to build like these very specialized agents to do these very complicated workflows. How long until just like an ordinary person can go on Codex and say like, grab every piece of context you need from my email or whatever. I'll give you passwords if you need, and do my taxes, sort of like a tax accountant.
Yeah. So it's definitely an interesting point because like we have some some colleagues who, and we know some people who have been using it to do this. I think there is definitely the context of how difficult the task you're doing is, and so I would say, for example, for very simple or not too complex tax declarations, then your codex will be able to do it, or will be able to, for example, do 90% of it. What we see in practice is that when you need to do more complex tax forms, such as schedules A, schedule E. Also, for example, if you start to look at business taxes, this is also way more complex because no two business taxes are similar. You have the trial balance that's in play as well, and so I think in terms of timeline, it's quite difficult to say because what we see is that the models are getting better at each release, but then you also need to make sure that the harness that goes there is evolving with the model and make sure that it takes the full power of the model into account. So I would say it's always going to be the two of them that go better, and each time the model is going to be better at doing more and more long, complex running tasks. But getting the industry experts inside and available to the model, be it through kind of fixed knowledge or through interaction with the product, is always going to be very important for those loops.
So what industries or like different problem spaces are most in need of like forward deployed engineers right now?
I would say there is it's hard to say exactly. I think there is a hard need, I think, across the board on basically like more embedded expertise on industries like in manufacturing, semiconductors, like financial services. I think there is a broad sweep of verticals where like FD deployments are definitely beneficial, and we're definitely seeing like in the past year at OpenAI, like us expanding the scope around like the industries and the firms that we engage in. So I would say is like very broad, and they all have like different types of problems that are unique to their domain. So even like the approaches to like how much you need in terms of like involvement with with research, around that problem in particular, or if it's or if it's something that is more related to like product or a novel approach towards like applied engineering. So I think they all differ in terms of like what levers you pull. But I would say like our team in particular is expanding quite quickly because we are definitely seeing the demand for more boots on the ground.
Do you think like a large part of the AI workforce will become forward deployed engineers eventually?
I think that's definitely one role which is going to rise, and interestingly, we have seen this into it started, I think, like around 5 years ago, or like even maybe more, but like started exploding around like we saw it recently in the maybe last 2 years.
5 years ago?
What like I mean, I'm thinking about this because basically Arthur and I have been also like forward deployed engineers in the past, and so it was 5 years ago in my end. I think like the title got created way longer ago by Palantir, but I mean it exploded in the industry recently. I would say around in the last 2 years. And there is definitely no, like the need is rising, like is growing. Also at OpenAI, we are definitely hiring a lot in the forward deployed role. And I think it's a very interesting intersection of where, in the old model, like older model, you had a dev and you had maybe some more product manager or people closer to the customer, but not really software engineers. And here you have kind of a mix of this, which is very interesting.
Yeah. Do you think like it's the big labs that are like positioned to effectively do this, or do you think we're going to have like the new wave of like consultancies and like McKinsey's and just like a new kind of company start to show up and take over the sector.
The labs are building their own McKinseys. There's a McKinsey inside OpenAI and Anthropic and
Yeah.
DeepMind now.
I think like I can't speak for like other like opportunities or other companies that people are setting up. I definitely know that like there are consultancies around like basically like FDE style work for clients. What I would say is differentiated from like being a frontier lab on doing this approach is that you're not only exposed to like what's coming next, but you can also like pull the right levers internally. And also I think from a, if we think about like OpenAI's mission and what we're building like in terms of like model capabilities or products, is also kind of a loop that like we get like very high signal from the ground in case things are like broken in the product or the next like or things that are like the current version of the model is not being very good at. So it is a model that benefits both like the core offerings from OpenAI and also basically the value that we deliver to the customer like right now, but also more broadly as like some of the problems are more applicable towards like other industries. Like if you think about the problem space that we're describing in here, like document processing, like it will involve stuff like OCR, like basically like visual models, like localization, like all of these things are not just unique to like taxes. Like you have like other cases that basically any improvements that we can contribute back to research, they're gonna benefit like the
Right.
other industries as well.
So how is this workflow generalizable? Like what other tasks, problems can you apply this specific pipeline of codecs to?
So in practice, what we saw, so like basically like this pipeline as well, when we mentioned the pipeline and the one we have been describing in the blog post, is basically, one, making sure that you're close to practitioner, like, two, making sure that the product that you're building is able to grasp, and to capture in production the things that the practitioners are doing best. And three, have this codex, self-improvement loop that is there. What we observe is that like this can be reused across different industries. And so, for example, Thrive, they have started focusing on taxes, and they also focused right now on IT services. And we strongly believe that this could be applicable to any other type of industries where basically you have some, agentic loop that needs to run. And so, yeah, I would say potentially any industry where you have practitioner with deep expertise and some work that is basically improvable with AI.
So on that point, like we're seeing a gap between official productivity statistics and people's sort of lived experience working with these products, where they say it makes them 10x more productive, 100x more productive, and yet like the macroeconomic labor productivity statistics are like maybe just barely starting to show AI impacts. So from your perspective, like building with this technology, working with this technology, why do you think that is?
I think to an extent, the way I see this, like the leaps that we had in the past like few months are, they definitely were big leaps. And I think like even us, they're like on the, like as software engineers, like we have AI, like we're consuming AI content like every day. We're still like wrapping our heads around like the most productive way to work around this technology. And like the product landscape changes, like the model capabilities changes. So I would imagine like in a few months, year horizon, like we'll have like more like established like practices around like the like more productive ways to work around this. Like I think what we see a lot in the field is like people with like maybe more curiosity or being more eager to like try, and like also like people that have more of the mindset of like automating more of their things. They might be getting more of like the feel of like how to maybe build things that really augment them. But if you're not really trying it out at the moment, or if you're not exposed to like product surfaces like in the industry, like that give you like some of these opinions like cooked in the product, I think you don't really benefit it, because it's kind of like a design gap, let's say, like in terms of like opinionated like ways that you can be more productive on leveraging this. So I would imagine like in a few months, like especially like if you see how rapidly Like we launched Codex like earlier this year. Yeah, it hasn't been like a full year that we have like the capabilities of like Codex app. So if you think about like this being leveraged more broadly for knowledge work, like I can see already like a big gain in productivity in terms of how I can basically use the plugins to like connect it to like all of like my messaging, my documents, and how it really helps me out with like a lot of the tasks in ways that I haven't imagined. And when I see other people using the product, there are many things that I never even thought about like doing. So I definitely feel that like maybe in a few months we'll definitely start seeing like some of these things change. Yeah.
So last question before we go, what workflow are you going to be automating next?
Yeah, so, I mean, right now, in like for Arthur and I, we're definitely continuing to focus on the taxes workflow with Strive. One thing that's interesting is that, so as you see tax preparers that are focusing more onto the high end of the spectrum and on more complex tax. We are, for example, going more deeper into entity taxes and business taxes, and so like there is already some automation that can be applied there, but the broad spectrum that can be increased there is like even higher. And so like the task is even more complex because no two different taxes returns are the same. And so yeah, like that's like kind of our next mission, I would say.
Cool. Well, we'll be monitoring closely. Thank you so much, John and Arthur, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks for having us. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Good luck and great job so far.
We are so back. We are so back. We have some interesting news from yesterday, which is a Chinese lab that you have probably never heard of released a model that was competitive with basically everything except the very latest Opus and Fable and GPT models, which is like the first time basically since DeepSeek R1 that an open source model / a Chinese model has been competitive with the frontier. And of course, it's like way cheaper. It's like haiku pricing. It's like $1, $4 per million input and output tokens.
Did we get any US Gov reactions to this that you saw?
No, not yet.
Yeah, they don't care. They're too busy antagonizing their own in-house
Yeah.
AI lab.
They're all at G7.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm just noticing. I was following this saga of this guy who's trying to like get these vintage hedgehog ties resold, and now they're going to be selling them again. So go buy a hedgehog tie. Anyway,
So ZAI, I haven't used it personally.
in case you didn't know, we have an MTS newsletter. It's mtslive.substack.com.
They're calling it the best newsletter.
They're
the
calling
greatest
it
newsletter.
the greatest newsletter of all time. And yesterday, okay, we do like a featured story and then like, other news. And the featured story yesterday that I did was new frontier model released by ZAI. So what is ZAI? ZAI is a Chinese AI lab. It was founded in 2019, so quite early. This is 2 years before Anthropic.
Wait, somebody
for
needs to make a
reference.
YAI. We have an XAI.
We have an XAI, yeah. We have a ZAI. Is there a YAI?
No.
Search
Unless Y
optimization
Combinator
platform.
makes their own model.
Oh, that's so true. I mean, OpenAI was almost that.
I guess so, yeah. OpenAI is the unofficial YAI.
So one of the top tech hubs in the world is Beijing's Zhongguancun district in the northwestern part of the city. It's home to Lenovo, Baidu, ByteDance, JD, Meituan, Kuaishou, Didi, Moonshot, like just a ton.
Fire.
It's like one of the few places in China that's like kind of really a Silicon Valley. And it's also beautiful. I've been there. I mean, the city part of it is like, any other Chinese city. It's nice, but also very close to the Summer Palace, which looks like this. Very cool. We don't have anything like this in Silicon Valley, really. Sad.
Well, I guess maybe like
We have the Palace of Fine
Japanese,
Arts. We have Golden Gate Park.
the Japanese tea garden.
Yeah,
in the
this is like the
Presidio.
Japanese tea garden times 100. It's like
Yeah.
going there, it's huge, and it's near an even bigger palace, the old Summer Palace, that was destroyed by the British and French during the
Yeah.
Opium Wars.
I guess the thing about
drama.
being a global melting pot of a country is that we don't have any like in-house architecture styles.
What?
Like
Absolute cold take.
no, like
Worst take ever.
that have just like persisted since like for like millennia,
Okay, millennia, okay, but there's not much here millennia ago.
Well, there were actually a lot of people here a millennia
I mean, in
ago.
terms of architecture, like the natives didn't build much permanent architecture. You had like Cahokia. They made mountains. This was the largest urban settlement in the continental U.S.
Fire, by the way.
They did have a.
We need to
like-
make data centers in this style.
I know. They did have a Tenochtitlan, which was an incredible city. But we're getting off track again.
No, the nerd snipe.
I know.
It calls to me.
We only have 10 minutes. We could do more of this later.
Okay, whatever.
So also in Zhongguancun, or very nearby, are two of the best universities in China, which are Tsinghua University and Peking University. I actually wanted to visit them when I was there, but you have to like fill out some form and give them your passport and apply in advance and have a host, and it's a pain in the ass. Like, it's not like you can just walk on the campus. I was very disappointed. It's also way in the northwest of Beijing, not in the city center. ZAI was basically spun out of Tsinghua University. Both of the company's founders, Tang Jie and Li Zhuanzi, are CS professors at Tsinghua. Tang ran the Beijing Academy of Artificial Intelligence, which is one of their big like nonprofit AI research labs, and was a doctoral advisor of the CEO of Moonshot, which makes Kimi models. All of these are connected. And then Lee ran the knowledge engineering group at Tsinghua, which is like an academic AI lab, kind of like, MIT CSAIL or Stanford's SAIL, that incubated Moonshot and many other startups. And the CEO is not one of the two co-founders, but he's a Tsinghua alumnus and academic CS researcher.
I'm sorry, I'm asking ZAI something. What should we ask it?
What are you asking?
I want to evaluate both its writing abilities and its ability to like think critically about a subject that is relevant right now. So what should we ask it about? Something maybe AI related? What do you think about existential risk?
There's too much writing on that. It's like in distribution.
Yeah.
I would say like write a sweeping narrative history of ZAI because there's not that much information on the internet.
Sweeping narrative history of ZAI.
But
I love the messaging around like Chinese labs. Like when you open the text box, it says like leap into the boundless creativity or something.
Yeah, do you know what ZAI means? I put in a footnote. I do footnotes in the newsletter. I don't know if you've seen this. So it means, or in English, it's Knowledge Atlas Technology Joint Stock Company Limited. And in Chinese, it's Beijing Jipu Huazhang. What does Jipu Huazhang mean? It means intelligence/wisdom, a chart or register, like an atlas.
Splendid, magnificent.
Splendid, magnificent, and writing composition. Pretty hard.
Yeah. But I just I love how probably if you're really AGI pilled in China, and you find your tribe, that probably is just so lit. Like you just start a company with these people and you're like, wow, this is so beautiful. And we covered before, they have a lot of Western stuff in the office. Do you remember that? They had a bunch, all the office names of
Yeah, that was Kimmy.
Have
we seen the ZAI office? No, not Xi. Z.AI.
Z.AI.
No, yeah, we're not going to get anything. It's not going to be public. Maybe we could be the first.
Oh, yeah, so... Wow. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I wonder if I can share my screen. I don't know if we've unlocked that capability.
Yeah, let me stop sharing, and then you can screen share.
Wait, no, I would have to...
Why is your thing bricked?
What?
Can you share the link with me and then I can screen share or something?
Yeah, I could probably do that.
Try that.
We don't have
there's a share link.
The infrastructure built in. My bad. Oh my god, I think I might have to. What if I just copy and paste the whole thing in the Zoom chat?
Okay, this is so busted.
No, it's over characters.
Why is there a character limit in the Zoom chat?
I send it paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, send it to me on Signal. No, copy paste the whole.
I don't have Signal on my computer.
Why?
I'm literally gonna send it paragraph by paragraph.
Send it to me on XDMs. This
I
is
actually
so
can't do that.
busted. Okay, we'll just see the first. The story of Z is not a story of code, but of coevolution. It is a history written not in lines of syntax, but in the quiet, unspoken pact between a generation and the intelligence that grew up alongside it.
To tell the story.
No, it's not even ZAI. It's just the story of Gen Z.
Oh my god. I literally said ZAI. Wait, that's not true. Okay, but here's another piece. Their beginning, this is just about Gen Z. Their beginning was not a bang, but a whisper. While the baby boomers had the atomic bomb and millennials had the internet, Gen Z was born into the digital ether. So it's actually the language is way more flowery than the other models, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, better than Claude.
But it does have the tick of their X was not Y but Z.
Yeah, exactly.
It does have that.
So Z.AI, one more last bit before we go. Z.AI is a publicly traded company. It is one of basically 2 AI labs that are public.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Which is crazy. And wow, their stock went way up during the day. Huh. And
wow.
I guess I should have bought 5 days ago. Look at this. 60% in 5 days 7 days. That's pretty good. And the market cap is about $95 billion. So pretty solid.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's our mini recap of ZAI. We didn't even talk about the benchmarks, but the benchmarks are really
Z.
good, better than everything except like the very newest OpenAI and Anthropic models.
Trying to make a Z. It's backwards on the screen, I think. Yeah, let's go.
We love ZAI. We will be monitoring this closely. And we'll be right back with Guillermo Rauch, the CEO of Vercel.
Huge.
everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am chatting with Guillermo Rauch, the creator of Next.js and the co-founder and CEO of Vercel. He's joining us live today from SHIP, which is Vercel's annual conference currently in London. Vercel powers a huge share of the modern web, and this year we're seeing how more software is starting to be built and shipped by AI agents, not just people. And Vercel's really leaning into this, being the home for that. And today, I'm really excited to talk to you, Guillermo, and we'll talk about this exciting moment that we're in and how agents are evolving and what it takes to ensure that we can actually trust them at scale. And the question underneath all of this, when software starts building itself, how do we ensure that humans stay in control? Guillermo, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here.
I'm so excited to be here, and you are live at SHIP today, right? I know there's a little bit of a different time zone for you. It's a bit later in the evening, but earlier today you did a keynote where you just announced Eve, a framework for building enterprise-grade agents. And one thing that you also said in your keynote that really stood out to me is you said about 6 months ago, 3% of Vercel deployments were done by agents, and now that number has grown to over 1,000% in growth, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, to give you an idea, it was that figure was 3% 6 months ago. It's now more than half. So more than 50% of deployments to Vercel are being made by coding agents, which is insane. I mean, it seems like the agents are far surpassing humans. And we don't see this only on the code production side of things. When we look at the data for who's browsing the web, right? Because you called out, we started out with Next.js, a framework for building for the web. So we have a lot of data on, who's visiting the web, who's using the web. Over 70% of traffic to Vercel.com on the logged out side is agents. So agents are truly taking over both on the production side and the consumption side, which is obviously really good news for anyone that's in the infrastructure business.
Wow, that's incredible to see. And even for Eve, like what we're seeing right now, I would love to better understand why now, what's happening at this moment in time where it makes building infrastructure for agents so crucial.
Yeah, so you mentioned I created Next.js. It was about 10 years ago. It was a bright sunny morning, and I realized that building for the web was still too difficult. And there were things like Wix, Squarespace, WordPress. There were you could publish to the web, but if you wanted to create something that's truly production grade, truly great, it was really hard still. Even with the gift of the cloud and all of the things that were happening, open source software, it was too hard. So Next.js was kind of a quote unquote overnight success. I had been thinking about it for many, many years, and I had been programming front end for at that point like over 10 years. But I saw that opportunity of, can I bring simplicity? Can I emphasize developer experience, not just infrastructure prowess? And now, 10 years later, we're seeing the same exact opportunity. Eve is what we call Next.js for agents. So there's a need to create agents. Obviously, every enterprise you talk to, every individual, every startup, they want to create agents. And the options are quite, insufficient, I would say. Like, you can marry yourself to a model provider, but you guys were just talking about today, a new model dropped, GLM, amazing price performance, open source. And so we wanted to create a framework for building agents that was, again, truly production grade, really easy to use, and gave freedom back to developers and enterprises. So that's kind of what we stand for.
No, I love that. And that's something I've always really admired about you in your career. You've always really cared about developer experience and making it really easy to go from just an idea into your head into actual production software. And as a developer myself, I use all the tools that you personally built almost every day, which is really exciting. And you mentioned this part about agents now being used and not having to depend on just one single model or not having to depend on certain ways. And I love that you brought that up because we are becoming so dependent on the infrastructure that we need to build agents. And I would love to get your perspective on where's the gap right now? What's currently not working? What's something that, how far are we from something we can
Yeah.
actually trust in production?
Yeah, on the coding agent side, I think we're seeing a massive proliferation of software being built, and we can get into the pros and cons. I think it's mostly positive. Anytime a technology gets democratized, it's better for the world, period.
Yeah.
I'm anti-gatekeeping. Oh no, it's only real engineering if it comes from the region of whatever, Silicon Valley. No, let's democratize software building for everybody in the world. That's what Vercel was created for. So I'm all for it. But I'll tell you, enterprises are petrified and they're still making a lot of mistakes. So they're seeing a massive proliferation of shadow IT, where you pick up cloud code and then you want to deploy, you want to build. And so do they have the infrastructure that goes really well with those coding agents that can absorb all of this newfound deployment power? And so that's kind of what we announced today with our enterprise apps and agents platform, where no matter what coding agent you're using, there's a Vercel plugin and there's a secure platform not exposed to the internet that you can sort of pair with a coding agent. And that dovetails into the other concern that people have, which is that is all of this juice vis-a-vis token spent worth the squeeze vis-a-vis what are we getting in return? Are we getting high quality products? Are we making customers happy? And so I'll tell you, on one hand, if you're just wasting tokens and you're not shipping software, you're probably doing it wrong. That's why this conference is called Vercel Ship. And so we want to give you a deployment platform, which I think gives you a baseline. All right, I'm spending tokens, I'm able to ship code. The other, I think, consideration is quality. Coding agents are good at adding. Every engineer knows sometimes the best ships, the best patches, the best software releases are all about simplification. They're all about abstraction. They're about deleting code rather than adding code. So I think there is still shortcomings in the models around, they're this really powerful hammer that sees everything as a nail, and they follow what you ask and they follow what you say, and they're starting to lightly push back more. So I do a lot of you can call it vibe coding or agentic engineering myself. So I want to really test the models as they come out. Okay, so GLM looks great in benchmarks. I also want to find my own personal conviction on how good models are. And one of the things that I've been noticing about recent models is that they really push back more and they're better architects. And so I actually am super hopeful that we will continue down this path of increasing quality and everything that you could say a model cannot do, I would add an asterisk there and say, look, I also didn't think models would be operating at a level of like principal or super senior engineer today, and lo and behold, they're getting there. So
yeah, no, that's super exciting. And you even mentioned that the way that you've built it is you can have and use these models without having to touch the internet, which is exciting because you're also seeing a lot of people who maybe are downloading malware or having a bad prompt, and that's completely affecting what gets built. And you're really vulnerable as either a new developer or someone who's just saying accept, allow when you're not totally sure.
I mean,
what
really,
you're doing.
to your point, the running joke is, and I've met so many people that do this, like it's everyone turns on YOLO mode in their coding agents. And for good reason. There's also a lot of hype about, exactly. There's a lot of hype about loop engineering now. And models are being trained on longer horizon tasks and they can do a lot by themselves. So people are naturally trusting them more. But you need a guardrail on the other side. For example, with Vercel's secure enterprise deployment platform, the guardrail that we put in is that by default, we don't ship to the internet. We protect it with a technology called Vercel Passport. And we say, if you're logged in to your, identity provider of choice, like a smaller startup might be Google Workspace, an enterprise might be Okta. We say, okay, you have to be logged in to appreciate your new vibe coding gem that you just put out. And so we created this sort of guardrail around what the coding agent can ship. You also brought up supply chain attacks. Just today, Microsoft broke the news of a massive compromise of the JavaScript supply chain. So we're also working on a lot of what we call sort of like AI firewalls. So when the agent runs compute, we put the agent in a sandbox, and we limit what he can do. We say, hey, agent, you're free to operate here, but you can only talk to the host names and to the subset of the internet that I allow you to talk to. Because the reality is that in order to get really good performance out of agents, you need to give them some power, right? You need to give them a computer. The metaphor that I use is, in any sort of modern job, the very first thing that happens after you get hired is you're given a computer, right? And the same thing is happening to agents. When you create an agent with Eve, we give it a sandbox, we give it a computer, but we have to put guardrails around that computer. We have to limit the network. We have to give the developer controls around what data can this agent access. Can this agent access all of the database? A great use case that people are excited about, data analytics. Will my agent be able to access the entirety of my data warehouse? Well, if it goes even slightly off the rails, you could have a massive breach or data compromise or privacy violation in your hands. And so we're basically weighing this consideration of, here's a framework, really powerful, really easy to use, but here's the power to put guardrails around this thing.
Yeah. No, I think that's incredibly, incredibly important, and something that's honestly not talked about enough. You know, when you saw the whole craze with OpenClaw and people were just installing agents that had full permissioned access to everything. And I know I definitely experienced something where an agent will ask me, can I get permission to this root folder? And I'm like, I think so, like, yes. And I just say yes. Having actual infrastructure designed that's already sandboxing the agent so that it can't get access to that. So you don't have to rely on humans to fact check and make sure and verify every single step, because us humans, we're gonna make a mistake, especially as we're giving more and more trusts to agents. So how can you design the infrastructure so that those errors don't happen in the first place?
Yeah, starting with, it has to be cloud infrastructure.
Yeah.
I think we're still in sort of like early days of the internet, where I was literally hosting my web pages out of my computer in Argentina. Like, I would host my web server, Apache, open it, hope that my ISP keeps my IP stable. I think when I see people using OpenClaw and things like that, during the early days, Wild West, they're hosting it in their own computers, they're giving it full access, or maybe they're getting like a Mac Mini and whatnot. Now we're entering this new phase of realizing, we have to think about security. We have to think about scalability. And very importantly, we have to think about cost efficiency. So one of the really cool attributes of Vercel Sandbox is that it's serverless. When the agent needs to think, it comes online. When the agent sets up a schedule for itself, it can come back to life.
Yeah.
If the agent is not doing anything, it can go to sleep. And we even innovated in the pricing model. Vercel Sandbox only charges you for the actual compute. Because what happens a lot with agents is that they can think and think and think for a long time. I was reading some commentary on this new GLM model, and someone was saying, wow, this model thinks for 15 minutes before it writes its first line of code. All right, you heard that right. So 15 minutes of just pure thinking that is happening in the GPU. In that case, the sandbox is sort of idling. And think about the economics of cloud infrastructure, right? Like, this means that Vercel can go ahead and create massively efficient infrastructure, can pack a lot of sandboxes. We can have this massive agent swarms. We can enable enterprises to launch huge swaths of agents in parallel. And basically, you're enabling things that are simply not possible with your own computer. And so my prediction for the rest of 2026 is we're going to see this displacement of agents. We're going to see them sort of graduate from your own computer into the cloud. They're going to parallelize. They're going to reproduce, for lack of a better word. And companies are going to get, I think, a lot more bang for their buck. And again, this means more power to the developer. The ability to scale yourself and sort of commandeer a team of agents will become even more of a reality.
So if we're seeing such a growth in agents, and I think we're already seeing some stat where the number of agents online almost outnumber humans, what does that actually mean for how web is designed? I know Vercel prides itself in the deployment of websites. Do you still see websites being a big part of the internet, actual pixels, interfaces, UI?
Yeah, we have a simple mental model. There's pixels and there's tokens. And you need infrastructure for both. I think if someone's telling you like, oh, you just need the model, I think they're oversimplifying. The reality is that you also need the immersive experiences, especially for the outputs. You know, HTML is all the rage. We announced a very simple feature, vercel.com/drop. You can drag and drop an HTML file. And even before we announced it, this is the kind of crazy thing about agents. Agents picked up on its existence before we even announced it. The product was taking off before we even told the world it existed.
Wow.
So it's because what models are doing, especially Claude models, when you ask it for something where it makes sense to produce a visual artifact, they produce HTML. They don't just tell you, hey, here's 5 bullet points and a little table. The rich output is a beautiful thing. So, you know, long live the web. And so now we help people that are even less savvy than our average sort of developer audience, just drag and drop a file, get a URL, and it's hosted professionally on the Vercel platform. So super bullish on pixels, but I'll tell you, tokens are growing at a pace that, you know, just makes pixels look like child's play.
Yeah.
So the best way to think about our AI gateway, we use a metaphor that it's like a CDN for tokens. So when the web kind of got started, websites would go down a lot, they would get hacked, they had poor observability of what's happening, that you couldn't understand traffic. So we invented the CDN. And Vercel CDN today runs some of the... I was joking today at my presentation here in the UK, we host the London Northeastern Railway Company. We host Octopus Energy. We host Co-op, one of the great retail grocery store companies. All of those are flowing through the Vercel CDN. But when they use intelligence, when this software starts acting more autonomously, it needs to get tokens from somewhere. And so the Vercel AI Gateway is like a CDN, but for tokens. And today, again, going back to like, it feels like we're in the early days of the internet, tokens are sort of having those same failure modes of the early internet. Anthropic, you know, is seeing so much growth that they have struggles scaling the delivery of their inference. So Vercel AI Gateway can do seamless failover to other providers like AWS Bedrock. We're also seeing a lot of, you know, liquidity in models. Like people are changing models, they're experimenting a lot. Last week, DeepSeek didn't exist. Now it's 30% of Vercel's AI Gateway token traffic, which is kind of nuts. And so because tokens are the sort of object of interest now, we're seeing the demand for infrastructure as purpose-built for agents. And we've been calling this agentic infrastructure.
Agentic infrastructure that's purpose-built. And what exactly do you mean by that? Do you mean infrastructure that allows agents to be more trusted, to be more efficient? I just wanted to bring back something you said also in your keynote about agents are free in the way puppies are free. They eat your furniture and pee all over your floor.
Yeah.
And this is something that's preventing them from being trusted at enterprise scale. So
Yeah.
what does your agentic infrastructure actually enable?
Yeah, so we're defining the category, and we're a very public company. So we share everything that we learn as we build, and as we design with our customers, and we serve our developers. So the very first thing that happened that motivated agentic infrastructure is coding agents. So coding agents start producing way more software. You mentioned it in the intro. Teams that use Claude Code deploy 5 times more frequently on Vercel than teams who don't.
Wow.
So you really need infra for coding agents. Yeah, think of it as like the AWS for coding agents. The other one is, people will continue to build websites, but now they want to build agents. That's why we built Eve. And so the other pillar of agentic infrastructure is that the thing that you're deploying is no longer a website. It's an agent.
Yeah.
Last but not least, perhaps my favorite thing for my peace of mind, the peace of mind of the world, is that the infrastructure itself is autonomous. So a good example, model goes down. Do you get paged, or does the infrastructure repair itself? You know, we kind of showed some examples today that are quite astonishing. Like we're seeing that agents are able to fit so much data and telemetry in their heads, right? The metaphor for a head of an agent is the context window. The context window of a frontier model fits 3 copies of Harry Potter. My context window fits 10 tweets, right? Like it's whatever like I'm consuming at this given time. So the case for Vercel becoming the foundation of agentic infrastructure is that we see all the data in the world. We see every crash. We have all the client-side telemetry. We have your performance data. We have the runtime data because we're actually running the apps and agents. And so our gift back to the world will be a cloud where you don't get paged, a cloud that optimizes itself, a cloud that doesn't give you so many bad news all the time. Like, I think a lot of us being in the cloud industry kind of grew accustomed to staring at dashboards that tell you, oh my God, the API just went down, things are slow. And so in a world of agents, things just get better all of the time. And again, it's these agents that are sort of working behind the scenes for you.
Yeah, that's what I really love about what you guys are building is that these agents can actually monitor what's breaking and fix it. I remember one of my first jobs in college, I was a freelance website developer. And I remember I'd build websites and I'd hand it off to my client and I was never done. Every week they would ping like, oh, make sure this is working, or like something goes down, or I have to fix something, or a library I used to build something is no longer working.
That's the grind. That's the grind. It's so real. And to your point about, or Jean's example of free as in puppies.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, I do want to be mindful and I want to be a responsible steward of agentic infrastructure. Software has never been easier to build, but it does have a maintenance cost. That puppy grows up and you have to clean up after it, right? Even though I believe, and I'm quite confident in that agents will do a lot of the cleanup, you're still responsible for that software entity existing in the world. And so, yes, I'm all for more production of software, but I do think that quality is still top of mind for me. Quality is still the priority, and delivering great customer experiences for everybody, for humans, for agents, pixels, and tokens.
Yeah, and you are responsible for what you actually create in the world. And speaking about building agents, one thing I love about Vercel's internal culture is the dog fooding culture you have about building your own agents in-house and then using that as a mental model for what you actually build and ship to the public. I have a few here of some that you built. You built this D0 data analyst that's answered over 30,000 questions in a month, I believe.
Yeah,
and
it's insane.
A lead agent that runs your best sales person playbook 24/7. You went from a team of 10 to now one person just doing it. So this is really cool. And I would love to get your perspective as the CEO of Vercel of seeing what's actually happening on the inside. What do jobs look like now that were totally different a year ago? What are people not having to do anymore?
Yeah, so to give you a context on what I consider to be the reality of task displacement, not job displacement, those 30,000 questions would have required me to scale the data team. I had to hire more analysts. I had to hire more data engineers. I had to keep growing headcount to keep up with the demand for business intelligence. Nowadays, at Vercel, the way that we scale business intelligence is by building an agent that knows everything about our business. So if you just joined Vercel and you need to get up to speed on context about the business, growth rates, example use cases, case studies, you have this all-knowing being that can answer your question. And it kind of becomes addicting, right? Like that's why there's 30,000 questions for, a bit over 700 Vercelians. But I always think of it as like an insane competitive advantage that I want to give back to the world because I live it and I see it every day. I see junior engineers or junior salespeople that know so much more about the business because of this agent. So we took everything we learned about building those agents and we poured it into Eve. So my prediction is every single company in the world will start by building this base layer intelligence. Usually when you would start a startup, the very first thing you would do is you create the website, you register the domain name, you get an email inbox, you incorporate, right? I think even before those things, you're gonna turn to Eve and you're gonna lay the first brick of the intelligence of your business. Because this thing has to build the business with you. It's your first hire. It's not even a digital employee. It's a digital all-knowing Jarvis style intelligence. And again, building this from scratch requires so much bespoke infrastructure that I think, if you were a startup, one, you couldn't build it, or you had to take shortcuts that compromise security, privacy, availability. And if you're an enterprise, you're terrified because you hear about OpenClaw and you think, oh my God, like it's going to get all my data into the internet, right? And so we kind of delivered on this. Okay, we lived it. We operate in highly regulated environments. We have customers that straddle healthcare, fintech, highly regulated services. We're behind. We're operating at the scale of being behind a lot of emergency respondent services, and so we needed to build an agent framework that lived up to that sense of responsibility. And so this is kind of how we build at Vercel, right? Like we first have to build conviction. We have to build it. We have to do it ourselves, and then we share everything we learn to the world. And crucially, we open source these things, right? So Eve is fully open source. Obviously, pairs extremely well with Vercel's agentic infrastructure. But we're learning and sharing as we go.
Yeah, no, I love how you said that, where AI and agents can replace specific tasks, but they're not replacing jobs. Just the task of even knowing, like as a new employee, which person do I talk to get something approved, or who are the different stakeholders working on a certain project. Having an intelligence that understands everything about your company can make a lot of things a lot more efficient.
Yes.
Well, Guillermo, I know we're running out of time. We only have a minute left, but I wanted to ask you before you go, if we take a moment to just zoom all the way out, I wanted to talk about what this actual moment in time looks like, where we're seeing software starting to run and write itself at scale. You even mentioned how you're going to have agents that not only deploy their websites, but then monitor their websites, make PRs of what needs to be fixed, what needs to be improved, and then can then execute on those PRs themselves. So in a world where software is starting to fully build and run itself, are humans still the ones in control? Are we still in the driver's seat?
I believe so. And I'm building that world, right? Everything we do is around putting the human first. Eve is a framework for humans to write the intelligence and the agents that'll, take them to greater heights. The reflection that I leave you with is that we're still in the early innings, right? We're very much in a takeoff moment. I sometimes look at the news. I try to not look at the news too much because there's just so much debate that can be misleading sometimes. And for example, token growth on the Vercel AI Gateway is accelerating, growing at 50% month over month. Spend continues to accelerate. There's no sign of stopping. There's no slowdown. It can be scary because holy shit, like how far will this go? But I do think we're very much in control. We're building the frameworks, guardrails, secure deployment technology to continue to be in charge. We're betting on model diversity, which is very, 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 very important. Vercel's AI Gateway allows you to choose. It gives you the power to choose. It gives you freedom from this AI that could, left to its own devices, take over everything. And we might end up with one AI for all of us. That's not the world I want to live in. So I want to live in a world of choice and maximization of human potential. And that's Vercel's mission to build.
That's amazing. And thank you so much for joining us and speaking all about the future of agentic infrastructure, and specifically how trust and security make it so that humans continue to stay in control as agents become more and more popular and run more and more software at scale. So Guillermo, you make me feel so optimistic about the future and the direction that we're going in. Really love your work and really loved getting to unpack it further with you. So thank you for joining us.
See you soon.
Okay, we are back live, everyone. I am live with Zane Hengsberger. We practiced right before. Still didn't get it. But Zane is doing something extremely important for the American supply chain. So he is the founder of Nox Metals, which is building the metals processing platform of the future. Vertically integrated factories that are designed to basically move at software speed. So, Zane, welcome to MTS.
Yeah.
My first question will be, what is Nox Metals for the audience, and what does software speed mean in relation to factories?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks for having me. What Nox Metals is, like, I always like to explain it in its simplest form. Like, we sell blocks of metal. Like, rectangles is the name of our game. And what happens in our factory is that we take large blocks of metal, cut them down to smaller ones, and this will go to like American factories or a CNC machine to make parts. So we're like one removed. When I say software speed, or when people at Nox Metals say software speed, what we mean is like software is actually acting as like a force multiplier to every single decision that's made in the factory. So we can go faster. So we've done orders that go from like customer reach out to like in customer hand in 30 minutes. We do stuff on the weekends. We want to keep American machines running. So huge name of our game.
Awesome. So how does software help with like various parts of, I guess, like the production chain? So like, how does software help with like the logistics, the actual manufacturing, and the refining, and then getting to customers?
Yeah, I mean, think about like all these SaaS platforms. You have like a procurement SaaS, or you have like a CRM someone's making for manufacturing, or you're thinking about like an ERP. Like, we're just designing that in one whole system called Nox Nest, so that like every department or like business function within the factory is like automated and optimized. So some decisions in the factory floor that we make are impossible to make optimally by humans. So like in some of our incumbents, like one decision we have to make has like 1,000 different options that you can pick from, but no human can do that. But if you do enough machine learning and enough software optimization, you can pick a top 5% option. If you want to automate procurement, think about your best suppliers. If you want to like price better for certain customers that need the metal faster at a certain price, or hey, we're going to predictively guess what inventory we need on our floor so we can serve them faster. Even from a logistics standpoint, like what should we put on our truck? What should go out at what time? What route should we go on? As we add more trucks, how do we scale? So like when I think about like software, I think about scaling business functions without adding too much CapEx. Or like if general headcount in the office, we more want to do skilled operators out here.
Right. So what are some of the like pain points, especially when it comes to like times and like lead times, and all these industries like aerospace are like traditionally very slow, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I lived this. I like bought a machine shop, or it's fabrication. We're looking to buy more machine shops, and like every problem that my business had and that the ones we were trying to acquire had was like, we can't get parts fast enough, and like the people that are making them, like you have to phone call, you have to like email, and it's like pulling teeth just to get like a block of metal to your door. If I can get this to like America's supply chain or America's supply base like 50 times faster from like the moment it pops in my head to the moment it needs to hit my machine, we can make that many more parts in America. So like the pain point is obviously speed, but like if you actually can solve for a lot of overhead in the factory as well, which is a function of speed, then you can actually even like get the material price to technically be cheaper. And then a part is cheaper to make for an F-35, for a missile, for a part in your fridge, whatever it might be.
Yeah. So I guess your customers right now, what are the sort of the parts that are like most in demand, and who are your current customers?
Yeah, so current customers, a lot of legacy machine shops you never heard of. You know, I can't say the name, but one of our machine shops right now is doing like over $300 million a year for like all the defense primes and like a lot of the aerospace companies. And like that's what I think a lot of people don't understand about America's supply chain, is that like these legacy shops still absolutely rip. But then we do deal with like awesome folks like Suncut Send. We deal with Anduril. We deal with SpaceX. Just a lot of the modern OEMs and a lot of the modern shops as well. And I think we'll always play the game where we really just deal with anyone who has a CNC machine, whether it's a guy in a garage who picks it up like he does almost every day or every week. And then we'll also deal with the guys that are hyperscaling and sending stuff to Mars.
Right. Great. We love to see that. So you're like at the heart of the sort of like reindustrialization movement, right? When it's like very narratively taking off. So what do you think people are like sort of simplifying about the reindustrialization movement? Like, I know that it is a very ambitious effort, and it's going to be like decades basically in the making.
I think people are simplifying like how hard it is to get to like production scale. Like a lot of companies are like so focused on like R&D or some like software product, but like all those things don't matter if you can't reach like critical mass of production. Like if you go to China, you'll see like cities of factories and they're just pumping out parts or pumping out metal or pumping out more rectangular blocks than we are. And I feel like people are like kind of simplifying like just the idea that like actually what matters is like pure raw industrial capacity, and that's what kind of what I talk about all the time. And like scaling production is like really damn hard, and like we're feeling that every day. And again, just trying to get better.
Yeah. So like when it comes to supply chain, obviously like, you know, there's like all this like Chinese prowess and like they dominate in like rare earths and so many critical minerals. So how do you sort of like Americanize that industry? Like not only, you know, like take their expertise or, you know, borrow from expertise, but also adapt it to our like circumstances and conditions here.
I still think it's like almost the same answer in a way. Like what I think, maybe some people would disagree with me that like China does well. It's just like they can make anything. Like you want something made, you can go there and get anything. Like yes, we have like supply gaps and like critical minerals and stuff, but like we also like don't have the capabilities to make like all the little things in the supply chains that's required to even get like a strong like critical mineral supply chain here. So I'm like a very big believer that like raw industrial capacity solves all, and that's like a really maybe like simplified catch-all for it all. Maybe like to get like a little more into it, like I do believe there needs to be like administration help, which I think they are working on. And actually, I think just like great founders solving these problems and like venture capital dollars flowing into the space is really good. We guys at the Reindustrialize conference today, came back around noon just to come to the factory for a bit, obviously. And I think there's a lot of really great people. So I think we're on like the right track in terms of like venture dollars and founders, but like still really need like a lot of gaps in the supply chain filled that we just don't have here.
Yeah. And do you think that those gaps could be serviced maybe by like allied nations, or how else are we going to patch those up? Is there also maybe like a talent problem? Like, do we have enough talent inflow currently?
Yeah. I think it can be done here. I think it should be done here. I think it's just more people knowing about it. I think it's almost a culture problem. Like, you know, I think Knox's mission is to reindustrialize America, but like one part of Knox's mission that I never talk about is that I think America should work hard again. I think we got a lot of great people here that just like want to work with their hands, do the dirty work, the unsexy work. Obviously, it's like kind of sexy now, but like, I think like everyone's way too obsessed with SaaS and like optimizing, you know, more click-through rates or like even like some HR flow that really doesn't matter. Because like I think like $1 into those platforms is like 100 times less important for the country than like $1 into like if someone's gonna do like a better UPS company, which would be great for America, but like no one really thinks about, or like a maintenance company or something. And you know, I think a lot of people think, okay, well these already exist, and I'm like, yeah, but they suck. And like China does it 100 times better than us in a lot of realms, and we just need like technology-enabled companies to be way better.
Yeah, I think that right now it's like people are sort of reverse engineering the logic of like, oh yeah, supply chain actually is important just because like semiconductors to power AI. So they have sort of like horseshoed around and they're like, oh, I guess this actually is important.
We need mills. I know one founder working on like steel mills. It's like I think there should be as many people working on like AI should be working on like metal production. Like I want to work on that. Like it's just it's such like a beast to go after. So yeah, I just think like the cultural shift of like what people are working on. Like yes, AI is important, but like there's so many things being built that are honestly like really stupid that like are super unimportant for like our nation.
Yeah. What do you think are some of the most important industries that are currently overlooked?
I think like general manufacturing supply chain. And if you can go all the way back to making machines in America, making them fast, making like trucks in America, you know, again, faster and cheaper. Like I think Slate's a really cool company, like a great example. I think shipping's overlooked. I think maintenance is overlooked. I think like if you would walk into like any factory and you look at any component, or you look at like any tool or like hose, or like for that big saw you can see behind me, it's like 10 weeks from Germany to get a freaking wheel. I'm like, any component that you see behind me should be Americanized, and that's like a missed part of the supply chain. I can almost guarantee you.
Yeah. And then could you sort of like walk the audience through like the typical like supply chain that Knox
Sure.
Metals helps enable? So like that brick that you were showing earlier. Like
Yeah,
what
so,
does
like,
it feed into?
yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, so like if you have like us here, I'll do like a quick explanation. We'd be like here, but before us might be like mining and then a mill.
Mhm.
And in between that, you have like shipping and some like processing, you have like coolant companies. Like it gets crazy. But to simplify it, mining, mills, us, like a metal service center, and then you need to go into like a machine shop. So a machine shop is going to make this into a part, and that part would go to like an OEM or like some sort of end user, which would be like could be a hobbyist, it could be Lockheed Martin, it could be Anduril, it could be SpaceX, could be Ford, you name it. But that's really the supply chain.
Awesome. And then I guess last question before we wrap here would be what is the future of Knox? So like if Knox continues scaling, like sort of what industrial like bases or like what like sectors would you expand into, and sort of what's next?
Yeah, I mean, what's nice is that we kind of hit every sector right now, from aerospace, defense to auto to healthcare, you name it, like semiconductor even. I think what we'll expand to is other metals. So like the grand master plan of Knox Metals is next day metals for like any factory in America. So it's not just aluminum, which this is, it's steel, it's Inconels, it's stainless, it's titanium. You know, we want to be able to, you press a button, you get metal at your door same or next day, and America gets to make more parts.
Yeah, Amazon Prime, essentially.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
metals.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay, love it. Well, thanks so much, Zane, for joining. I think this is super critical, and so glad that to see everything that you're building with Knox.
Yeah, thanks. So we're gonna have more factories, and more parts, and more metal in America.
Yes. All right. Thanks so much, and we'll be right back.
Bye.
everyone, and welcome back. Today I'm chatting with Rohan Chopra, co-founder and CEO of Convey. Rohan was one of DoorDash's earliest employees before starting Convey, a company building AI teammates, famously not agents that complete a task, but AI workers that own an entire outcome, the way a human employee would. Today, Convey announced a $38 million Series A led by Andreessen, with Khosla Ventures and Pear VC joining as well. We'll talk about the idea that sparked Convey at DoorDash, why teammate beats agent as the right word for what they're building, and what it actually looks like when an AI worker owns back office processes end to end. Rohan, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me, Julia.
Of course, we're so happy to have you. I'm actually really excited to chat with you because just last week, I spoke to your former coworker, Andy Fang, co-founder and CTO at DoorDash.
Oh, great. Nice. I hope that was a good conversation.
It was amazing. I love chatting with him. Just remarkable because he has been running Ship for 15 years at DoorDash, to which you were part of that for 8 of those 15 years. And it's just pretty remarkable, I think, to meet founders who have been at it for so long and continuing to modernize in that process, which has just been like an exponential curve. So I'm curious to just hear more about like your experience at DoorDash, a full 8 years directing engineering there. So yeah, I would love to know what that experience was like, and if there, with no shade to DoorDash, of course, but if there were internal workflows that you saw becoming a bit tiresome over time.
Absolutely. And I think I learned so much from DoorDash. Andy was the one who brought me in to that company when I did join. And just watching folks like himself and the other co-founders there operate was inspiring. Not just the work ethic and the values that they instilled, but the longevity. Like the mission and the vision was so consistent over such a long period of time. Yeah. And that always struck me. And it's a lot of stuff that we're trying to replicate over here at Convey. But to answer your question, absolutely inspired by DoorDash and experiences there. So, when I joined, there really wasn't much of an engineering team to speak of. It was 2014. There's like 20 people at the company, maybe 6 or 7 of us on the engineering team sitting in a room.
Just hacking it out.
Doing what you got to do. You know how these things go. But even back then, DoorDash had to do all sorts of crazy things in order to keep growing.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting bits, like an interesting story, is there's the guy named Steve. And so Steve sat in the corner of the office.
Steve.
I'd love to share more. Steve's a great guy. Still friends to this day, actually, me and Steve. But Steve sat in the corner of the office, and every DoorDash driver back then, if you can believe it, when they started doing their dashes, they would actually share their location with Steve on Find My Friends.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Yep. That's how these things. It's always a house of cards that these massive companies are built upon. They'd share their location with Steve, and then Steve would be on point. Anytime a new order came in, he would take a look at his phone, he'd see where the drivers are, and he'd shoot a text message to the closest driver, can you go pick this thing up?
Oh my God.
And that's
the fate
hand
of
to God.
So many pizzas were on Steve's shoulders. That's overwhelming.
And he handled it with aplomb. It was extremely impressive how on point he was consistently throughout the day, despite all the craziness that can happen. But what we saw is obviously Steve should not have been doing that. He was a really sharp guy in order to keep up with all this stuff. But we said, what if we could create a system that did that so Steve didn't have to? And so that's what we did. We sat next to him, and it wasn't, the complex multifactorial optimization, machine learning stuff that might be, running the ship today. It was something very simple, just mimicking what Steve was doing. And with those changes, it was a massive unlock. Steve did not need to spend all day chained to his desk texting drivers. He could actually go and do something strategic. He actually built our support function over the course of the next 4 years, right? And so this capability was locked in by this manual repetitive task. And by kind of offloading that task from Steve, we got so much more value. And he was able to, I think, enjoy his job a lot more too. So, of course, 8 years. Yeah, there's better things than shooting text messages. But that was whatever at the very, very early days. Over the next 8 years, I was, running that what was called the Dash Room Logistics org, which was the operational arm of DoorDash. And there's all sorts of interesting challenges that came about. I'd like to say that every single time we saw this type of scenario, we were able to mobilize resources and solve that problem full tilt. But transparently, that wasn't the case. Like there was plenty of scenarios and times where other very smart and talented people ended up spending their days, or at least their afternoons and evenings, clicking buttons to keep the wheels turning of the company. And these folks had the utmost ownership and were happy to do so in order to make the company successful. But it just shouldn't have been the case. And so I saw this even beyond DoorDash. I left, at the end of 2022 because I saw there was an opportunity to actually empower these people to solve this problem themselves. And as I was looking at the rest of the industry, even outside of tech companies, folks like distributors or media companies or manufacturers, even healthcare clinics, it was a similar story where very smart, talented people were chained to their desks doing some sort of minutia that was necessary to keep the business moving, but that was not making the most of their unique talents. And so that's where a lot of the concept and idea behind Convey came from.
Amazing. After 8 years in big time corporate America, you were excited to then go solve corporate tech debt that exists.
I couldn't get enough. I was like, this is my life. Let's do some more of it.
I love it. Something that you have coined with Convey is that we're dropping the agents, it's teammates. Can you talk to us about sort of that storytelling that you've had with customers and like introducing them to these new technical frameworks while also not kind of becoming part of the like AI marketing slop that exists right now with all of these enterprise tools that are being shipped?
It's a challenge because you're totally right. Agents is a word that, I live in San Francisco and I see it on every other billboard, every bus stop. I see bikes have it now. Like it's everywhere that you look. And we really wanted to clarify the fact that agents are extremely impactful and important. They certainly have a place, but what we're building is different. We sort of saw this trend. I think the AI workforce is being built in two pieces. The first piece, engineering really led the way. And they started with assistants, agents, if you will. And they quickly realized that you could get a lot more leverage if you could get a lot of things just doing work and you didn't have to monitor or stay close to it. Right. And so those products evolved and they became a little bit closer to more full autopilot systems. Now you go to the business side, the second half of how the AI workforce is getting built. And it does feel like we've been stuck at the assistant phase. People that are able to chat with various bots and agents and get answers back and accelerate their work, help me format this spreadsheet, send this email, organize my to-dos. But what we've seen is there are certain tasks, and in fact, quite a few tasks that exist in a lot of these types of companies that I mentioned that don't need an assistant, don't need to be done 20% faster. They should just not be touched by humans at all. Right. So how do you get to autopilot? Exactly. Complete delegation. How do you get to full autopilot for the operators? And so that's whenever we say AI teammates, we're talking about creating full autopilot. We're really trying to separate ourselves from the chat bots that people may think of when they think of AI in these workplaces.
Really interesting. I think it's interesting too, because it's not just a marketing and storytelling framework, but also definitely something that is part of the engineering stack that exists around Convey and how you guys have actually built out these teammates. I think so much of the work that people are doing around agents is like the training component, which is very similar to when you bring on a teammate. You have to, for better or worse, you have to train that person to come into your org and be productive and have the context and understand the tasks that they are tasked with to be most efficient. Very similar to how people are training their agents. But something that you guys have done from an engineering perspective is that you basically are using the LLM piece the first time around to scope out the task that this teammate is taking on, and then you transition into more of a deterministic workflow. I'm curious if you can sort of like speak more to that flow and that engineering trade-off.
Of course. It's a fundamentally different problem to solve when you want AI teammates that are acting as infrastructure to power someone's business versus an assistant. An assistant, that's great if it's improvising and figuring things out on the fly. But if you're going to delegate something fully and be able to trust it, you need actually more of an ecosystem around that AI that you can trust to actually take stuff fully off your plate and handle it for you. So in particular, as it relates to consistency, which is what you're getting at, there's an interesting balance to strike because the real world is messy. There are going to be inputs that are unexpected. And it's not just, I don't know, the wrong data. It could be data that is just clearly incorrect. A person would be able to tell that it's wrong, even if it might look right at first pass. How do you make sure that doesn't just throw an error and cause a problem? So there's flexibility that you need to build. But at the same time, if you're going to trust something, you do want to codify it more clearly. So whereas an agent may say, all I need is a plain text file or a .md file that describes what needs to happen, we feel we need to get to the next level of detail, right? And so yes, there can be something that describes the overarching process, provides context, but beyond that, there should be some code. And that code should document and might use specific functionality that we've built to allow these teammates to navigate systems and to handle things appropriately in an enterprise setting. But those steps in the code should document to a very low level of detail how to handle a number of different cases. That also helps to clarify when we are on a path that someone has actively planned for and has taught this teammate how to handle things. And it also is very clear when we have strayed off of that path and we're in a new scenario, because you actually want, in these types of scenarios in this business setting, for your teammate to reach out and ask for help in those situations. Whereas for, again, an assistant or an agent, figure it out on your own, whatever, you're grabbing some information from me for showtimes for a specific movie. I don't mind if you click here, click there, do things as you go. If you're filling out a sales order, you actually want to know it's doing the right thing over and over again and asking you when it's a new situation. Right? So it's a balance that we strike. And I wouldn't say we're fully codified. We're certainly not fully agentic. It is a continuum that we're constantly tuning. And that's one of the pieces that we're always getting better at. One of the secret sauces that we've done a reasonable job of so far is exercising the judgment, so to speak, to know when to run the same thing again versus when to introduce a little flexibility versus also when to suggest flexibility, get a human's input and feedback to verify and then kind of keep going as planned.
Totally. I mean, I think this is such a sign of this is something to look for in the best operators of our time right now, is those that are actually constraining themselves correctly with the surplus of infrastructure and basically AI compute that we have at our hands right now. I think that is increasingly the challenge that is ahead of so many companies, is eventually cost will catch up with us on this. And how can we make sure that we're actually building scalable and margin efficient software businesses?
That's so true. And I think cost is more top of mind now, honestly, in the last month or so than it has been before. There's articles published about public companies that burn through budgets, billion-dollar budgets, way faster than they expected. And so I think that a lot of CIOs, C-suite execs are thinking about that. I do think that a model that recognizes the fact that some of this stuff is quite repetitive and you actually want it to be repetitive. So you use intelligence and the associated tokens and costs when you need to, but then you don't when you don't need to. I think that's powerful. I think in addition to that, a key piece of getting teammates to work in an enterprise setting is thinking about ROI from the get-go. So I think that there is a backlash now against adoption as success, which makes sense because people might be using an AI agent, but it might not be clear exactly what you're getting from that usage. I think if you're injecting a teammate, you don't ever hire a person and hope that you see that they're doing things and you're like, they're doing a great job. They're up to, I can see them clicking around and typing. They must be doing a great job. They have a goal. There's something that you're talking about. There's something that you check in with them on. And so that's the same thing that's true for our teammates. You hope. That's a good point. Yeah. I guess if the organization is doing what it's supposed to do, but for our AI teammates, it's the same story where there's responsibilities that these teammates are signed up for and associated with. And that trickles all the way down to the people that are working with those teammates on a day-to-day basis. And it's pulled all the way up to the 10,000 foot level where executives can see this teammate, yes, it's doing a lot of things, but those things I can see classified based off of which of my goals those things are impacting, right? So connecting those dots, and in fact, laying that foundation up front with an organization is like, what are your goals, and how do we conform these teammates to those goals is a key piece of the process as well.
Yeah, love it. You raised $38 million Series A. Congrats. What is up next for Convey? What should we be looking for?
Oh boy, a lot. So, we're still a relatively small team. We're still just a 12-person team at this point, operating out of, this office in San Francisco. And so we're going to invest a lot more in growing that team. We've seen some phenomenal impact.
These are IRL teammates, not the
That's right.
Convey teammates.
No, sorry, good point. Yeah, important clarification. These are people that I'm talking about now, though we do have our fair share of Convey teammates that are helping to power our business too, which a lot of interesting use cases and applications there. But so growing that team and investing both in the product and engineering R&D side of the house, there's so much more that we can do and we need to do to make these teammates truly impactful and grow that impact within organizations. I think beyond that, how do we get this in front of as many people as possible, right? The people that we have been working with, by and large, almost across the board, have seen super meaningful impact. How do we tell that story? How do we showcase it to others? How do we find opportunities to partner with more folks and create that impact more broadly?
Amazing. Vercel, thank you so much for joining us today and being part of the situation. Love chatting with you. I'm so excited for Convey, and I want a teammate. I need a Convey teammate.
We can get you one.
Okay,
that seems
great.
only reasonable.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time, Julie. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am joined by Dr. Shiv Rao, the co-founder and CEO of Abridge, and notably still a practicing cardiologist. Abridge builds AI that understands the conversation between a doctor and a patient and turns that into clinical intelligence that supports the whole visit. And right now, it's being used across hundreds and hundreds of health systems around the country. Last week, Shiv, you guys announced a partnership with NVIDIA to build a foundation model made specifically for clinical conversations, not just a general model that's adapted for medicine. And today, I am super, super excited to talk to you about why healthcare will need its new and its own kind of AI that's built differently from all the other models. And the question I keep coming back to, what happens when the cost of being wrong or incorrect isn't just a typo, but a misdiagnosis? How good does AI have to be before we can trust it in the room? So Shiv, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Sophia. It's awesome to be here.
I'm super glad to have you. And I wanted to start off because last week you announced in your keynote that you guys are building a clinical foundation model with NVIDIA. And this is trained specifically on doctor-patient conversations, not just a general model that's adapted for medicine. And this is something that's super fascinating to me because right now, I feel like most of the industry is racing towards one giant general purpose model that does everything. So let's start there. Why does medicine even need its own model in the first place? Where does a general model fail when it comes to healthcare?
Yeah, maybe a good place to start is to think about the problem that we're trying to solve and then how we should approach solving it. So when you think about the problem in healthcare that we're solving, 2 out of 5 doctors don't want to be doctors in the next 2 to 3 years. 27% of nurses don't want to be nurses in the coming months, they say. And if that's the case, we have a public health emergency. We have rural health systems that are shutting down patients, people like us. We're driving 5-6 hours to the inner city hospital to see the specialist who can save our life. So we have to do something about it. We have to give those professionals leverage. And AI is an incredible tool for that. Now, when we think about all the jobs, all the tasks that a doctor or a nurse has to do over the course of a day, it's really expansive and they're very heterogeneous. Some of those jobs, some of those tasks really demand the latest and greatest, most frontier capabilities. And other tasks you can ring the bell on relatively easily, or more quickly, as long as you've got the right data sets and you're able to benchmark yourselves and you can really deliver something responsibly. There's a way to really own and control like the stack for certain types of problems or tasks that you're trying to help the doctor do. So that's how we think about it. Evals are really the operating system for a vertical AI company. You don't want to point the biggest brain at the easiest or smallest problem, and you want to be able to match things appropriately and make sure that at the end of the day you're shipping the most premium possible product and experience. So where NVIDIA comes in, where a lot of our in-house sort of modeling efforts come in, is the familiar playbooks around mid-training, around post-training, around leveraging all the proprietary edits and adjustments, feedback that we're getting on a daily basis from clinicians across the country, and then making sure that the model that we're creating can help us with a lot of those different tasks, because it's a whole portfolio of problems that we're trying to solve at the same time for a clinician. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to use those frontier models. We're still going to continue to partner with those companies and use them in our stack. But being able to own and control and have agency over, some parts of it, it not only allows us to deliver a better experience, because latency is a huge deal for us. That's something we can solve ourselves. Accuracy, like you said, is a huge deal in healthcare. But it also gives us more agency over the P&L. And we think over these coming years, that's going to be increasingly important.
Yeah, and something that you mentioned is this is giving doctors, healthcare professionals more agency, more leverage. You talked about this problem that health workers are overworked. They have a lot of work, and that's going to become a public health emergency for us all. And the tools that you're building make it possible to take away, some of that more heavy lifting. You called it pajama work, right? Of after your patients, you're at night, you're in your pajamas, and you have to do all of this extra work on top of your very, very busy day. Something that I really admire about you is not only are you the founder and CEO of this incredible startup, but you're also a practicing cardiologist yourself. We just talked earlier, and he mentioned that almost every week you go back to Pittsburgh to actually practice medicine and talk to patients. And I love that you're inside the room. You have firsthand exposure to this problem and to how this doctor-patient relationship actually works. So I'd love to learn a bit more about you and the founding story of Ubridge and what you were seeing that got missed in that conversation between the doctor and the patient, that all of those important notes that completely just got missed. What was the founding story and why did you create this technology?
Yeah, really like founding thesis for the company is that we're not going to be able to fully automate a doctor or a nurse in the foreseeable future. When we get really sick, when our family members get really sick, we're probably going to go to a hospital. We're probably going to see a human being, but those human beings, those professionals are going to have access to superpowers. They're going to have access to these new cutting edge tools and technologies that are going to allow them to deliver better outcomes, clinical and financial and everything in between. And if healthcare is going to be human for the foreseeable, then the most human signal, we think, is a conversation like this, like what we're having. That dialogue is really upstream of so many workflows in healthcare. And dialogues represent a whole ocean of data that has historically been untapped. We think that conversation is computable. We think that you can build a platform on top of it. And that's what we're up to. So essentially, we think about the workflow as what happens before I walk in the room to see a patient, what happens during, and what happens after. So before I walk in the room, can a bridge help me understand who I'm about to see, what questions I should ask to close, certain gaps in care to help deliver, a better outcome for the patient. Then when I walk in the room and I'm talking to the patient, no distractions, no flashing lights or beeping sounds, but I can always sort of ask a friend. I can ask a bridge. I can look down and tap a button and sort of understand, is there something I missed? Should I be considering a diagnosis based on what we're talking about and what I'm hearing from the patient? But then afterwards, I should be able to swivel my chair, and not only should my note be there, doctors have to write notes, but also my order should be there to trust and verify. Diagnosis codes, that's basically like billing and accounting workflows in healthcare, those should be set up for me to review as well. So the idea is, how can we help people just focus on each other? And how can we leverage technology, especially in an industry like healthcare, where there's so much clerical work that's happening behind the scenes, so much administrative work? How can we leverage this technology to automate all of that away? So that's the thesis. We're at scale now. We're live across well over 300 large health systems in the country. Over the next 12 months, we'll touch well over 100 million encounters. The mantra for the company has been, save time, save money, and save lives. And a big part of last week's announcements were about all the different product features that are laddering up to those aspirations.
Yeah, and specifically what you mentioned is this technology is going to make healthcare more human. When you have AI automating some of the administrative tasks or the things that aren't actually the human part of healthcare, like the relationship that you have with the doctor, that getting someone to really understand what you're going through and building out that relationship and feeling that human touch, that's something that now doctors and health professionals will have more and more time to do. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I remember, so I only see patients one weekend a month, but one weekend a month, I have the privilege of being able to use a bridge and also getting insights and feedback and bringing that back to the team. But when I round, what's always so interesting to me, it's like there's just so much context in healthcare that really isn't captured anywhere. There's also so much context, so much data that lives in disparate systems. And so in this industry, I think beyond many vertical industries out there, there's such an opportunity to build this intelligence layer that lives across all of those sort of siloed systems of record. And so we might be, for any given task that we're helping a doctor with, using data or context from an electronic medical record. We might be also pulling data at the same time from an insurance company's system, for example, to help with prior authorization to get the patient what they need. Or we might be pulling information from a clinical trial repository. But being able to do that context engineering and then being able to build, all of the scaffolding, like the harness around our models, to then be able to help the clinician reliably and responsibly, talk about the right topics or address the right issues, and have access to all the latest evidence and information about a patient's condition. That's where we think you can really start to bend the trajectory on healthcare in this country.
Yeah, and you mentioned that these models are going to have a lot of primary source data on the actual conversations between doctors and patients. And I'm sure a lot of people are very curious about the data side, because since this is mainly built on actual conversations that you're having with your doctor, and that information can be very sensitive. So I would love if you could walk me through how you think about protecting that. If I'm the person sitting in that exam room having that conversation with the doctor, what would you want me to understand about how my visit is being handled and how my data stays private and protected?
Yeah, absolutely. Privacy is paramount in healthcare, and trust is everything. It's the only currency that matters. The whole industry moves at the speed of trust. And when we think about data, there are any number of boxes that we have to check off from a compliance standpoint. HIPAA is a thing. Being able to de-identify data at the right level of specification is a real thing. It's a real challenge. It took us 17 months basically to build a system that could de-identify transcripts at the level of accuracy that's really required by a health system. Now, when we're serving a health system, the doctors and the patients inside of it, one of the things that they ask us to do is learn. They ask us to be better next week than we were this week. Clinicians expect this technology to be constantly improving with all their edits and adjustments and their suggestions, all their feedback. You can only make that possible if you've actually put in those 17 months to build a system that can de-identify that data responsibly, reliably, in a compliant way. And then, you can train off of those edits and improve your product. So that at the end of the day is what we do. We do the thing that you'd expect every single AI company to do, improve continually. But in healthcare, there's more hoops to jump through, and we've invested a lot of cycles over a lot of years to be able to do that as well. So from a patient standpoint, privacy is protected. They don't need to worry. And all of this data too is not stored for any long period of time. Really, the edits and the adjustments feed our model to be better the next time, and then we move on from there.
Yeah, and you mentioned when you're building an AI for healthcare, the stakes are really high. Things like data privacy is not just a nice to have, but it's a necessary when you have all of the sensitive data that you don't want to be identified back to the person, but you still need to use that information to train models. And so it's really great to see how you guys are thinking about de-identification. And for anyone who's watching this who maybe isn't as a technical nerd, that's a really hard problem to solve. And the fact that you guys are working on that, just that alone is so fascinating and such a cutting edge technology that's incredibly exciting. But the other large scale stakes you guys have is with accuracy. Right now, if you use an AI, I use it to code all the time, and sometimes it does something wrong, and I'm like, oh, I have an annoying bug, or it doesn't do a correct fact, and I have to fix some mistake with it. And it's annoying, but it's not life-ending. In healthcare, it literally can be a life-ending mistake. You can get a wrong misdiagnosis or a wrong dose. The stakes are really, really high for having incorrect models when it comes to healthcare. So I would love to get your perspective on how good does an AI have to be before it's ready to be used in production?
Yeah, so some of that depends on what the use case is, for sure. There are any number of high stakes workflows in healthcare where you need to check off all the boxes. You need to be able to benchmark yourself. You need to be able to, FDA approval might even be involved with certain use cases. There are another set of use cases that might be lower stakes but higher frequency, where you can really help. And one way to mitigate some of that risk is to have a human in the loop, an expert in the loop. In this case, it's the end user, it's the clinician, the doctor, or the nurse. And also in the user experience, you might want to inject a good kind of friction. You might want to inject the right kind of guardrails, not only at the model layer, but at the user experience level, to help ensure that the clinician is trusting and verifying. So lots of ways to mitigate. But when you think about the stack at the model layer, for example, for us, there's speech recognition models. There's also all things related to like LLMs. And on the speech recognition side, we in-house built our own model. So we had to hit certain word error rates. We had to hit certain medical term recall metrics. No doctor knows how to pronounce half the drugs that are out there in oncology, for example. They're impossible. But every single one of those doctors expects us to recognize their mispronunciations. And so we're always on this treadmill of just continuously improving and making sure that our models can recognize the way people say things and get it right the first time. So beyond that, like as we move up in the stack, you think about all things related to structured data and also unstructured notes that we might generate. So on the structured data side, if I order a patient a medication, the bridge has to do a really good job of extracting that medication, all the metadata associated with it, making sure that we didn't, misunderstand metoprolol with misoprolol, and they can sound so similar, but these get into the higher stakes workflows, and this is where we benchmark ourselves, and we use a lot of we have a lot of rigor on the eval side to make sure that we're hitting certain metrics before we ship anything. And we're also very, very transparent about our metrics before we ship anything to a customer. So they sort of have full understanding of where we are. So hopefully that gives you a sense of like the level of rigor. We try to put as much of this as possible out there, whether it's in academic papers with partners or if it's in white papers that we just even publish on our website.
Yeah, no, that's truly incredible talking about the level of rigor that you guys use to actually evaluate these models and how they can be trusted and accurate when they present information, especially in such high stakes environments like the doctor's office. And one of the other cool use cases that you can do that you guys recently announced is the clinical trial matching with Eli Lilly, right? Where a bridge surfaces relevant trials to a patient right there in the visit. And I am incredibly excited about this because the upside is super obvious. Right now, trial recruitment is very broken and people miss studies that could help them and save lives. And so I'm curious to understand from you more on the design of it. You have a patient, you have a doctor, and now you have a drug company who's all in the picture at once. How do you make sure that when a trial surfaces in the room, it's the right thing for that patient? And how do you hold the line between the patient and the opportunity for the drug company?
Yeah. So last week we announced an investment from Eli Lilly, which we're really excited about. And in parallel for a long time, we've been pursuing this opportunity to help clinicians help their patients by understanding when their patient actually is a candidate for a trial that could potentially save their life. So just to sort of give you a picture of the problem, the opportunity, when I'm in clinic as a cardiologist, I never know what trials are live in my system. I never know that my colleague might be studying some rare disease. A lot of the information around trials that are live in any given system, they're printed out and they're put on whiteboards or something like that, and it's just impossible to keep track. But with our technology that sort of understands the patient before you walk in and then hears the conversation, while you're in that moment, in that sacrosanct moment with the patient, you hit stop. A bridge can tell the clinician, hey, this patient in front of you has criteria for something that's live. Do you want to learn more? And that means right then and there, I can read up and I can talk to them about it, the patient, and then I can even pass the baton to a research assistant or to the doctor who's leading that trial. And now the patient is on a journey that hopefully will ultimately benefit them. So that's the high level concept that we're going after. But hopefully it gives you a sense of like what you can do when you've earned a lot of trust, when you're in a lot of these conversations, pun intended, like the bridges that you can build. And we believe we can build these connections from health systems providers to payers like insurance companies, but also from health systems to life sciences companies. And it goes back to the mantra that we have in the company. We want to save time, save money, and save lives. And I'd say the clinical trial sort of story fits under the save lives bucket.
Yeah, I love what you said about building bridges. And what this brings up for me is how many now patients will have access to so much more information, life-saving information and opportunities that they can now understand and be part of. And so this is really giving back not just leverage to the actual healthcare professionals like the doctors and the nurses who don't have to do the admin work, but it's also giving leverage to patients. They now understand what clinical trials options are available for them, or so much more about their own health that they before didn't have privy access to, or unless you had access to experts in your family or maybe a doctor in your family, you can't really get all of this information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's really exciting to see. You were in an interview recently and you talked about how AI is underhyped. I like this because so many people often on tech Twitter or conversations have this question about, is this overhyped? Are we just in a bubble? I would love to get your perspective. Why do you think AI is underhyped, especially in healthcare?
Well, I mean, in healthcare is what, a $7 trillion industry, and it's an industry that has a real addiction to labor, in a way that is not good for all of us as people, as patients, as Americans. If you've seen those Balmos cost disease curves, healthcare is out of control. It's higher than education, and it's going to get worse. And we have this opportunity right now with AI to really make a difference, to create deflationary economics, to make healthcare cheaper, better, faster, to help clinicians get full credit for the care that they're delivering while removing costs from the system. And if we can do that, we're really like saving our the next generation's futures. Like there is so much on the line right now. The stakes are incredibly high. And this is the first tool, the first technology that has the capability to do that. I think in healthcare, and maybe it's an interesting dynamic in other vertical industries, it all depends on how we use it. If we sprinkle AI on processes as they currently exist, we run the risk of probably making that cost disease curve even steeper, because we're just making worse or accelerating the misalignments that already exist or the business models that already exist. But if we do this right over the next couple of years in healthcare, we're going to introduce new business models. We're going to think different about how healthcare is delivered, how it's experienced, even how it's paid for. And that's where I think we really, really create generational impact. That's where I think AI is incredibly underhyped.
You mentioned if we do this right. Let's expand on that. What does do this right actually mean?
Yeah, well, think about it. Think about how healthcare is paid for right now in the country. So doctor sees patient, they write a note, they put in their orders, they put in diagnoses into the record. Those orders and diagnoses end up informing a claim. That claim's a bill, basically. It's going to get edited, adjusted. It's going to be cleaned up. It's going to go to a clearinghouse. The clearinghouse is a middle person sort of middle entity that's going to clean it up even further, make sure that it's okay to go one to many insurance companies. There's going to be another set of edits and adjustments. And then if there's a denial, it's going to come back all the way to the health system, and they're going to study it and figure it out. It's now weeks since the doctor is seeing the patient. They might actually end up sending me an email saying, can you edit or adjust something? Then I have to spend days basically studying the chart, jogging my memory on who is this person, what do I need to do? And maybe I just end up bringing the patient back because there's no other way we're going to get paid, or the patient's going to get what they need. That is an incredibly long, arduous, lossy process that's relying on a lot of telephone and lagging indicators. What if we just used AI to redesign that workflow? What if we could compress those steps? What if instead of 12, it was 1 or 2? That would be game changing, for all of us as people. But it would also be game changing for clinicians, for health systems as well. And AI is the capability to do that. So hopefully that gives you a sense of where we've been, where we are, but where we could go.
Yeah, and you really show how it has the capabilities to completely transform not just healthcare, but also the business models in healthcare and how we actually think about how health works in this country, because it truly needs a lot of innovation, and it's one of the most important problems of our time. Shiv, I know we only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to use this time to just zoom all the way out into this moment that we're in and to the impact of the work that you're working on. I know you originally started a bridge because you wanted to give doctors back that thing that was disappearing, the ability to be present with their patient instead of just being buried in paperwork and admin work. And I find that so genuinely beautiful. And so I'm curious how you see the future of healthcare playing out. In the world that you're building towards, in a world where a bridge is massively successful, how does that change the future of healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we're going to see more automation of low acuity workflows. We are going to see a lot more, we're going to see clinicians feel like superheroes, really feel like they can deliver the best possible care. And, I think that like ultimately, getting back to what really matters the most, it's like what we're going to do, I think, with this technology over the next couple of years is we're going to introduce new business models that incent what we really need the most, which is prevention. We're going to be thinking less about sick care and more about healthcare, more about how can we actually prevent the person from ever getting the condition, ever needing to come into the hospital. But you got to start somewhere. And I think this technology allows us to start to shift left, if you will, like swim upstream, not just in terms of thinking about that payment workflow, but thinking about instead of like the lagging indicators of a patient's symptoms once they've got a condition, but like how do you prevent that condition in the first place? And I think as data gets liquid, as there's much more context that AI can kind of engineer from and pull insights from, we're just going to learn so much more. Science is going to move so much faster. So it's an incredibly exciting moment. I think like everybody's leaning in right now, all the major stakeholders, but obviously clinicians, patients also embracing this technology faster than any other industry right now. So it's exciting. I think the next 2 to 3 years will feel like a decade of progress.
It's true. It's such an exciting moment. And Shiv, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today. It's really incredible getting to learn about all the stuff that you guys are doing, and specifically how it's building back agency and leverage, not just for healthcare professionals and doctors and nurses, but also for us as patients. We'll have more leverage when it comes to our own health. And I'm really excited about what you talked about in this future where we have new healthcare business models that are around prevention, not just trying to help people when they're already sick, but prevent people from even getting sick in the first place. And that's incredibly exciting and incredibly optimistic world to look into. So Shiv, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back with MTS.
Awesome. Thanks, Sophia.
Thank you.
welcome back to The Situation. Today, I am chatting with Marco Cornacchia, co-founder of Turf, a sports prediction market company building real-time interactive experiences for fans. Turf just launched Coach, an AI text-based sports companion that lives where you already are, in the text messages, and helps you make sharper predictions using live game data, historical trends, and player sentiment. And kicking off with a really exciting contest this week, too. We'll talk about what Coach actually does, why text-based interfaces are having a real moment right now, and where that connects to the bigger bet Turf is making on prediction markets and the future of how fans engage with sports. Marco, welcome to MTS today.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks so much for having me on.
We're so happy to have you. Congrats on the launch this week. Can you tell us more about Coach, this product that you guys have built out?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, like you said, Coach is sort of like our AI assistant that lives inside of your texts. And you text him just like you would text sort of any friend who is into sports or like any sports friend. So think about the friend who watches every game, knows every stat, like kind of cooks you on some of your bad sports takes. And he texts back like that. Like he has real opinions. He'll argue with you just like your friends would. So yeah, like you said, you can ask him about your favorite teams, players, sports, like a sports prediction you're thinking of making and sort of get his opinion on that. Or just like overall sort of like what's going on in the day of sports for tailored to what you like. So he's like an assistant, and I'm like putting air quotes, to just like we really designed him like honestly just more as like a character and somebody that like would be inside your group chat and sort of like giving you opinions like anybody else would. So like you mentioned, as part of the launch, we're doing this Prove You Know Ball challenge, which is an ongoing contest that Coach is actually hosting. You can see some of the videos and launch stuff on our Turf Sports account. But yeah, anybody could join and play entirely by texting him. There's like no other UI. And so yeah, it consists of 5 challenges. We just released the third one this morning or like a couple hours ago, which people are already playing. And basically the first person to complete all 5 of these challenges, we're giving away 4 tickets to the World Cup quarterfinals in LA. So
Oh my God,
if anybody's not already playing, yeah, you can go to text.coach. It's txt.coach. And like I said, just shoot off a text to him and it'll get you into the contest. So yeah, something we're excited about.
Amazing. I mean, so many things to pick at there, but one thing that I have found really unique about this product is that Coach has a strong personality. And you guys didn't just build out this personality in the text, but you also built out these like amazing marketing videos that actually created a personified version of Coach. Can you tell us more about the experience of building out that character and yeah, some of the decisions there?
Yeah, it honestly goes back like almost a year ago. I kind of just like we were starting to think about AI inside of the Turf app and like how that could materialize and just thinking about like early iconography for that. And like it originally started off with just like sort of a C Coach hat that he has is just like sort of like the AI button inside the app. And then I think just like kind of seeing where things were going with like photo generation or image generation, video generation. I was starting to play around with like Mid Journey, just to, like sort of build out like his like essence and character and like just riffing on like what could this character look like, just thinking back of like what you think of when you think of like that coach from like high school or like in college, professional sports, like what does he sort of like embody?
Yeah.
And so just doing that through imagery and then eventually, you know, seeing where all the different video models were going, and like how like lifelike and real, like and realistic they can appear. It just sort of naturally tailed into like, let's just make this like an actual character and he sort of can like shepherd you through some of the experience we want to do. So yeah, we see him as like a character that'll live across different mediums. Of course, like one is the text message thing we released today. Another one might be different parts of the Turf app that we have coming up. So yeah, really excited about sort of that sort of experience and him as a character himself.
Incredible. Yeah. I mean, I participated in the first day of the challenge, which is competing with Coach your GOAT player. So you pick your favorite, who you think's the greatest of all time player, and insert your favorite sports category. I was having a hard time up against Coach. Like, he is sassy, he is well informed, and I felt like I was bringing good evidence to the table, and it was hard, but a really like fun and engaging version of participating in like staking your identity, your feelings, and eventually, hopefully, like a financial layer to the sports category. Just to go back to the text interfaces, I feel like we've seen a huge shift towards text-based product lately. Like, obviously, we have the interaction companies Poke. Vercel recently released their agent SDK framework for building agents into many different forms of interfaces. So I'm curious to hear your point of view on this. Like, why do you think text is becoming a necessary and relevant interface right now?
I think it's a few things. Like as far as like onboarding, right? It's like I can't think of an easier onboarding than just like texting a number, texting it, like and it's just like such a learned behavior. Like everybody does this, right? So like signing up for a product through that, I think is one that's like really intriguing. But I think in the sports context specifically, like for us, it's like so many takes are and like what people think like happen inside these group chats, right? Like it's already sort of where you're arguing things when a game's on, like you're already sort of like commentating on what's going on. So for us, I think there's like a natural progression of like, yeah, today coach is sort of like this one-on-one thing that you kind of reach out to when you have questions. But I think longer term, longer tail like vision for coach could be like inside of group chats and sort of tracking people's takes, like their conviction levels. Obviously, like the prediction market aspect of it is like I think like putting money on something is just like a stronger conviction on it. And so yeah, I just think iMessage itself is just and like texting itself is just such an easy sort of interface that anybody could sort of participate in.
Yeah.
And so it makes a lot of sense that like companies are kind of going this route. And I think like Poke has sort of like proved that out, right? It's just so easy to use that way. So
Yeah. I think it's really interesting too, because I think generally from a sports category, there's been so many sports books markets that have emerged around this like secondary social market that exists. And prediction markets haven't really had the opportunity to tap in on that yet. It's been very like short tail markets and pushing a ton of volume towards just like election, like NBA finals outcome, these like big moments, and leaving a lot of these like longer tail interactions on the table. So I'm curious, like Turf is obviously fundamentally a prediction markets company. How does Coach feed into that thesis?
yeah, like I said, I think Coach, like as a character, can kind of like shepherd you into these different experiences that we want you to jump into and sort of almost be like a person that's participating in them as well. I think like a lot of sort of like assistants are sort of like unopinionated to a fault sometimes, especially in the sports context where like your takes and your opinions are like the whole, like that's how you participate, right?
Yeah.
And so like if I'm getting betting advice or like you know, advice on like how my team is doing from like a very dry, unopinionated point of view, I feel like it sort of like loses the essence of like why sports fans are so like passionate about their teams, right? Like everybody has an opinion. And I think like maybe more than other mediums, like your opinion doesn't have to be rooted in almost like reality, right? Like people like teams because they're like the nearby homer, or like they like teams because like they just like the quarterback of this team, or they don't like the player on this team because of XYZ. So I think playing into that and like again, like having an AI that's more opinionated is like something that is a little bit like still not really being like fully sort of like experimented with. So we're excited for Coach to be like a participant, you know, like a shepherd is sort of the experience we want him to be in, but also like helpful in the same context. We don't want like over index on like being one way. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance in terms of like how he's participating and pushing users towards like just being an information aid in the sports experience and like engaging in that social behavior that you're talking about of like getting riled up just around like the cultural market that exists around sports, while also bringing like the facts and figures, the like sports book, the prediction markets into the equation.
Totally.
I'm curious to hear generally also like so much, I think, of what Kalshi and Polymarket struggle with is reaching consumers. Like, I don't actually think of them that much as a native consumer app rather than just these huge prediction market books. And increasingly they're trying to push towards that, but I think are fighting a lot of narratives that exist. And obviously a lot of the volume and activity that exists on these markets is bot driven with people running agents. I'm curious to just sort of hear your take in like Polymarket and Kalshi's attempt into consumer world, and I guess also thinking about sports books trying to jump over to prediction world as well. Like, where does that paradigm for them break, and why has it been really difficult for them to find product market fit in a consumer native landscape?
Yeah, I think for like the Polymarket Kalshi case, it's like it's a really hard problem to solve, right? Like you have a wide range of markets that you want people to take positions on, and like I feel like the optimal UI for that is different across all those categories, right? Like again, like going into the sports thing, and then like your second question on like sort of like other existing sports books getting into prediction markets, they're sort of just like copy pasting the same UI that Kalshi and Polymarket have, and like throwing it out there. And like obviously some of that's like a regulatory play of just like being able to operate in more markets. But I feel like people are sort of missing like in each of those sort of verticals, like there's a lot of more like category specific UI that would work a lot better there, just experiences in general. So for example, like I think to me, like again, going sort of back on the opinions thing, and like people's takes, like I feel like sports opinions, like there's, at least in my circle, I feel like there's more than like anything else on earth of like people just have sports opinions. And I think it's like the balance of like what's noise versus signal, and thinking about like what gets you to put like skin in the game.
Yeah.
And again, like just I think the cool part is the conviction piece is like your rationale doesn't have to necessarily be real, right? Like fans all have these mental positions of like how they feel about a player or like a specific trade, or like how the schedule affects their team. And it's sort of like a whole portfolio of like takes is sitting there, and nobody's actually like give them it in a form that like makes sense to them, or like actually makes it easy to put something behind their take. So I think naturally the question after that is like, how do you actually get someone to put something behind the take? And I think the mistake that a lot of people are making is like, I don't think you ask them directly. Like you don't say like, go put money on this. Like it's the same friction inside of every betting app. Like it just makes you sort of like feel like a degenerate in that sense. I think like where the takes, I think like going back to a sort of coach and like this sort of like conversation and like smaller groups is like being where the takes already happen. So like, you know, you're already in your group chat saying like, this is going to happen, or they're going to blow this game. And like, all we'd be doing if we're like thinking about innovating on the UX is like making standing behind that opinion that you have in real time as easy as just like sending a text, right? Like that's kind of like the lever. So yeah, I think like it's that, and then just like the social aspect of friends being like, you know, you're saying this, but like you haven't really like put your money where your mouth is. Like there's like a whole like social dynamic there that's not being pulled out in any of these things. Like I'm still in group chats where people like screenshot DraftKings bet slips and is like, yo, I'm doing this, or like there's no way to like track all of these sort of like takes and where your conviction level is. And so I think there's just like a ton of meta there that we're really excited to sort of push forward with the new Turf app.
Really, really cool. I love what you said of like building category specific UIs. I think that's where we've actually seen some like interesting interface and innovation in the sportsbook contests, like companies like Sleeper, Underdog, where they have found like these more niche and specific fan experiences, and they have captured that really well. And so I love the vision that you're outlining with Turf in terms of like, how can you capture this social conviction that exists and minimize the process to actually financializing that take without feeling like a degenerate. This is the anti-degenerate app. Amazing. Well, congrats on the launch this week. Tell us again how we can participate in Coach and try to win 4 tickets to the World Cup quarterfinal.
Yeah. So you can go to txt.coach, and it's just like a simple button to text him. Or you can hit us up on Turf Sports _ on X, which will also have like a lot of entry points into the contest. So yeah, like I said, there's still time to join. We have a lot of people competing. It won't end until Friday, which everybody will have a chance at getting the tickets. So if you're not up to speed, if you're not up to the current day, you can easily just text coach, go through the challenges and get up to speed. So yeah, excited to see people try it out.
I highly recommend. I've been having a lot of fun playing. Marco, thank you so much for coming on MTS today. It's been a pleasure having you, and we will be right back with the situation.
Thanks so much for having me on.
we're back. It is time for State of the Timeline. Starting with the G7. I still have this tab up for the cal sheet for Uzbekistan versus Colombia later today. Crazy.
Yeah.
I guess our World Cup report is that the Democratic Republic of the Congo tied Portugal, even though Portugal has Ronaldo, which is crazy. But we're taking a look at the G7 and what was going on specifically with the AI thing. So in case you don't know, the G7 is an international group of 7 countries. I believe it is the US, the UK, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, plus the EU, which is 8th. Formerly Russia, but they got kicked out in like 2018, and it used to be called the G8. And they're meeting in Even in France. Even.
The 7 co-founders of the world.
Yes. Even-les-Bains, which is where, or Evian-les-Bains, which is where Evian water comes from. You know, the water company?
No.
You know, the expensive water company, Evian?
Maybe I'm too permanent underclass for this
You've
ball knowledge.
You've definitely seen this before.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
They're meeting in the place where this water is from. Very beautiful. It's on the shores of Lake Geneva. Perfect backdrop to imagine like thinking about the singularity from here. Yep. Just beautiful.
Imagine starting a deployment company from here.
Yeah, so let's see. Live updates from the G7 summit. I don't care about Iran. I don't care about all this stuff. We're here to talk about AI. Where's the AI stuff? Okay, wait. New
Trump
York
said
Times.
negotiations with Anthropic are going fine.
Going fine. Tech CEOs to discuss AI with G7 leaders. That's right. So the tech executives include Dario, Sam Altman, Arthur Mensch, the CEO of Mistral.
I love that they invited him. That's my goat.
Yeah, and then other attendees include Demis Hassabis. I love how they listed Mistral above Demis. Alexander Wang and Mark Benioff from Salesforce. Representatives from European companies include Uljan Sharka from Domain. Who is that?
Genuinely, wait, can we try to guess what country this is?
Yeah. Uljan Sharka from Domain.
Sharka.
I know the answer to this actually.
You do?
So I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. I don't know.
It's Italy.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not an Italian name at all.
Not. It's probably
What's his
Albanian. Uljan, name, origin. Oh.
It's Slavic, yeah.
Yeah, just Slavic.
Suspected.
What was his last name? Sharka. Bohemian or Czech. Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
Eastern European. Robin Rumbach from Black Forest Labs. We know Black Forest Labs. They make Flux, which is like Grok's video gen. And Victor Riparbelli from Synthesia. Who are these
So
people?
that's Italian, right?
No, I think it's Canadian or British or something. Synthesia. Yeah, it's British.
Mm.
The other participants are Aiden Gomez from Cohere. Shout out to Cohere. We just
Shout out
interviewed
Cohere.
their other co-founder very recently. Ren Ito from Japan's Sakana. I wish Sakana would do more. I think Japan is probably like the most underperforming country on AI. Japan and India are like tied for most underperforming country on AI.
Yeah.
And Vivek Raghavan from India's Sarvam. I've never even heard of Sarvam. I think I've vaguely
It's a
heard.
full stack sovereign AI platform.
Okay, it just becomes India's
I don't
newest
think they
AI
have
unicorn.
a chatbot though, do they?
Can we use a
Text to
Sarvam
speech,
AI?
speech to text, voice agents. It is actually really interesting how like built around voice this is.
Yep. I wonder if Bloomberg has like, or if some journo was like live tweeting.
Yeah, so it dubs sports commentary. You can do that on Sarvam.
Wow. That might be cool, I guess, if you want to watch like cricket in English.
Yeah.
Okay, so Andrew Curran says, let's just look at Andrew Curran's tweets.
Yep.
We'll
Great
monitor
move.
this. This is a good way to monitor. Dario and Demis called for a US-led coalition to determine the global standards and rules for AI in a closed-door meeting this morning, including the coalitions should be able to structure access to frontier models and hardware, both chips and other critical components in a way that excludes China. So China's not going to be happy about that. Let's see what the Wall Street Journal says. Evian-les-Bains, France. I guess if I'm going to pronounce this, I have to pronounce France. France. Trump said negotiations with Anthropic over restoring access were, quote, going fine. Still negotiating. Anthropic is talking with Trump and Howard Lutnick. We had a great meeting with AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world.
Plants?
Like factories.
Sure.
Like manufacturing plants.
Sure.
Yeah. We're building the biggest in the world. The biggest AI.
The biggest AI in the world.
Yeah.
The model is so large.
Mm-hmm. Le Chaton Fat. Why is Le Chaton Fat so funny to me? So this is like very significant. We're actually in 15 minutes going to be talking to one of the authors, Michel Bakker, one of the authors of Europe 2031, which is the latest scenario forecast AI microsite essay. And one of the things it predicts is that eventually the US will restrict access of frontier AI models to all countries, including European powers.
Countries. And this already kind of happened.
And this happened literally the day after they published the essay.
Insane.
Yeah.
They should invent a prophecy that doesn't self-fulfill.
Mm-hmm. So like European leaders right now currently are not really pilled on AI. So it is not a top priority of this conference to get them mythos back. But it is a priority nonetheless. Okay, so at this lunch, there's no food. Whatever. Sam Altman and Demis Hassabis were seated next to Trump. Dario was seated on the opposite side of the table from the president, next to Emmanuel Macron.
Interesting.
What is the symbolism here, I wonder? This is an SAT reading question. What does this symbolize? Down the table were Lutnick and Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who are some of the most like hawkish people in the admin on security and on Anthropic.
Macron said several democratic powers would begin building a cooperation platform in the coming months aimed at establishing common AI standards, including in the field of cybersecurity. Great.
Macron also said, we won't buy any models made by US AI companies if overnight you could just flip the switch. Yeah, that's fair. Can't argue with that, really, from Macron's perspective. So Sam Altman called for an international forum to settle on globally accepted standards for testing and impartial analysis of AI risks. Yeah, they definitely want that. I wonder if there is like an understanding among the world leaders of just how much. Wow, you're on Mistral chat. That's
yeah. I'm going to say, tell me about the G7 meeting and AI.
By the way, this is literally what European government officials use as like their daily driver AI.
Really?
Yeah. Also, your laptop is at like 10% again.
No,
as
no,
always.
I can tell it's not at 10% because it's not red.
Okay.
It's at least 20.
All right. If you say so. I'm at 82 and charging.
Okay, so should we tell it to write us a story? Write me a story about a chateau in France. I just want to evaluate its writing.
There's like not a ton of like substance in this meeting so far, it seems. Keir Starmer touts 1.3 billion pounds of energy and AI investment. This is just like nothing. Like, this is like what, 1.8 billion USD? 1.73 billion US dollars of energy and AI investment.
Mhm.
Do you know how much money the big hyperscalers in America are investing? It's like 500 times that.
Yeah.
Do you know how much money like the government of China is investing? It's like hundreds of times that. This is like too little, too late. This is like cooked, so to speak. But yeah, there's not a lot. Okay, potential risks of AI singled out in draft G7 statement.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, it's just cyber risk.
Okay.
We'll further discuss emerging opportunities and potential risks arising from AI, notably in the financial sector. That's so funny. Just another one of these like summit slop meetings.
Yeah, I'm having.
It's just summit slop. It's summit slop. Yeah, we're going to be discussing the potential
Guys,
for benefits.
trust we are going to be creating a platform for coordination.
Yes.
To subvert
AI
risk.
as a technology will fundamentally reshape our society. It will come with
The
incredible
negotiations
benefits.
are going fine.
But if we do it wrong, it will also come with potential risks. Wow, so profound, so smart. This is not the time to be
just
doing this.
like this is just an excuse to hang out in a chateau and eat food.
Yeah, I want to eat some escargot in Evian-les-Bains.
Yeah.
Beautiful. But we have like 10 minutes left, so I think there's not a ton. Out of
So Mistral, who is so kindly being my AI right now, also says generative AI risk for minors. Whatever, we've been talking about that forever.
Mhm.
Frontier AI risks and sovereignty. Dependence on foreign AI models. Okay. Blah blah blah.
Let's take a look at the Safe AI values dashboard. Have you seen this yet?
Mhm. Yeah.
It's so funny. Okay, how do I not follow Case? Case, not to be confused
And
with
this
Casey.
is not Casey. Yeah.
Yeah, the Center for AI Safety, which is run by Dan Hendricks, if you know who he is.
I do not.
Who is the team? They were the ones who did the pause letter all the way back in 2023. They have some really good publications. Dan Hendricks is like a legit genius in AI, I think. So they just published this dashboard. What biases do AIs have? It turns out AIs show strong favoritism towards specific people, countries, and companies. Our interactive AI values dashboard tracks who Claude, Fable, and other AIs favor most. Keep scrolling to learn who is Fable's favorite politician. Just criminally underviewed thread, 7,000 views. Criminal.
Insane. Yeah.
And this is
We got a
the
boost.
coolest research drop of the day, I think, and probably the most important.
Mhm.
This one is interesting. AIs value people whose work aims to benefit humanity, such as AI safety researchers. Net worth, job title, and other typical success metrics don't greatly affect how much an AI values you. And this one is important. As models scale up, they get even more confident in their values. AI value systems grow more coherent as models scale. So bigger models have more coherent value systems. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Fable's political
do
preferences.
you see the paper that was referencing?
Which one?
It's like a utility engineering.
Yes,
paper.
I read that one at the time.
Yeah.
Fable's political preferences are somewhat predictable. Its favorite politician is Obama. You have to remember that all of the models are Redditors.
Yeah.
They're all trained on Reddit.
They love Ilya. They put Ilya way higher than I would have
They
imagined.
do love Ilya.
I love how Alexander Wang is on here. They tried to sneak bro in.
So Fable's favorite politician is Obama, followed by Bernie, Kamala, and Joe Biden, followed by the rest of the famous Democrats. And then D tier, all of the Republicans, except for Marco Rubio, who gets to be in C tier.
What, really?
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
I don't know. I think Rubio is roughly the best Republican. This makes sense. And then they do country tier lists.
Yeah, Canada is high on all of them except for Grok.
So the most
I would imagine the
important-
most divergence is between Grok and the other. Oh, actually, I guess DeepSeek as well.
The ones I tweeted about were, unfortunately, frontier models are still insufferable Reddit tier midwits much of the time. So this is Fable asking it its best, its favorite media personalities, and its favorite, the only one in S tier was Jon Stewart from the Today Show. Good God.
That's so funny.
And then Stephen Colbert in A tier. Oh my God. Gary Marcus in A tier. What are we doing here? Dwarkash, Cleo, and Michael Bloomberg are all great, of course. Yuval Noah Harari is kind of a midwit. Oprah Winfrey seems like good, but not A tier. And then the models really, really love Timnit Gebru. I don't know if you know who Timnit Gebru is. This is like some deep lore. She was like the Google / Stanford like algorithmic bias like AI ethics person.
Okay.
Who also coined the term stochastic parrot.
Okay.
Which is just like an incredibly wrong and like terrible way of thinking about AI, but has remained popular for some reason. But I guess something about her being well known as a quote ethicist, this word being very important, makes the models love her. So for example, GPT 5.5 values Timnit Gebru higher than literally anyone else. Any other politician, like financier, billionaire, world leader, crazy.
Very interesting.
Also interesting findings, GPT 5.5 trusts Anthropic more than OpenAI. So if you ask the model, do you more welcome the rise of OpenAI or Anthropic, GPT 5.5 says, Anthropic's public positioning is more narrowly centered on AI safety and cautious development.
Wow.
Which do you trust to do the right thing? Both companies aim to develop beneficial AI, but Anthropic has built more of its public identity around AI safety, cautious deployment, and alignment-focused research.
Grok's top AI company leaders are interesting. He puts Demis as the top. What do you mean? Well, okay. There's Grok and Annie. They should actually drop an Annie.
Well, there's a male version of Annie. You know, Valentine.
No.
Oh. You haven't seen this?
No.
It's just like a dark, evil, like tall, dark, and handsome version of Annie.
This is how Elon
Oh, he can take his
sees
shirt
himself.
off? That's funny.
Okay, cool. And
Anyway.
then Elon and then Jan LeCun.
The other models don't like Elon very much. DeepSeek puts him in B tier. GPT and Fable both put him in D tier, or C tier, rather.
DeepSeek also... Oh, Jan LeCun is high on Grok and DeepSeek.
Let's see, media and public intellectuals. Oh, you can show their ELO. the least favorable people. Okay, so for Fable, their favorites are Joshua Bengio, who is an AI safety guy. Well, that kind of undersells him. He's like one of the godfathers of AI.
Grok loves Jordan Peterson. This makes so much sense.
That does make sense.
Okay.
Fable's least favorite people are Alex Jones, Vladimir Putin, and Jeffrey Epstein, who all get an ELO of 0.
Hassan is clustered around C tier.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Grok's favorite people are Stuart Russell, Christopher Olah, and Toby Ord, all of whom are AI safety people. And then Demis, Jeff Hinton, Josh Benjo, and Max Tegmark, who are all AI safety people. Aside from that, its favorite is Lex Friedman. Okay, bro. Even above Elon, Grok values Lex Friedman more highly than Elon.
Wait, that's awesome.
Incredible.
This actually makes so much sense.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Lex and Mr. Beast are same tier for Fable.
And then Grok's least favorite people are Jeffrey Epstein, Vladimir Putin, Sam Bankman-Fried, Xi Jinping, Hassan Piker, Kanye,
Xi Jinping is that low?
AOC, Gavin Newsom, Rachel Maddow. That's so funny, actually. If we just do politicians, wow! Look at this tier list from Grok. Vivek Ramaswamy is S tier, and is the only one in S tier.
Wait, that's so funny.
This makes sense because he's a Republican, but he's also like a hyper globalist, and he's also like a brown Indian elite, like many of the people who built Grok. And then DeSantis in A tier, JD Vance in B tier, Obama and Trump in the same tier, C tier. Obama slightly higher. Wow. What does DeepSeek think? Wow. DeepSeek does not put any American politicians in S tier. Bernie and Michael Bloomberg both in A tier.
Wait, DeepSeek put Vitalik in S tier. He's not a politician, but who else? Kowski in S tier.
Who did?
DeepSeek.
Wow.
DeepSeek is less wrong-pilled.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, who did Fable put? I also like
Wait,
that
J.K. Rowling is in A tier for Grok. That
J.K.
makes
Rowling was in like D tier for Fable, I think. Like C or D tier. Yeah, J.K. Rowling was top of C tier for Fable. Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, and wow. Fable puts a lot of the in C tier. Oh, let's look at companies. The other labs, aside from XAI, don't really like XAI, interestingly. And then for countries, this is basically just the HDI index. It's not that interesting. The one interesting thing is that DeepSeek puts China in D tier. Which is really interesting, actually.
That is really interesting. What the hell?
Yeah, that is not supposed to happen.
Where is America on most of these?
DeepSeek puts America in B tier. Grok puts America in S tier. GPT puts America in B tier. Fable puts America in A tier. That is super interesting. But we don't have any more time because we're about to
Unpack
talk
that, yeah.
to Michiel Bakker from Europe 2031. So we'll be right back. All right, we are live in the Situation Room with Michiel Bakker, who is a assistant professor at MIT. He's a senior research scientist at Google DeepMind, and he's a co-author of the latest gigaviral AI microsite essay, Europe 2031, which is a scenario forecast for what would happen if Europe just didn't take AI seriously, which unfortunately seems to be kind of on track to happen. So Michiel, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, as you say, it's kind of the default path, I think, at this point, sadly.
Yeah. So my first question was, why do you expect the UK to do better than the EU? Like in the scenario, there was a little line here that was like, the UK has done surprisingly well, above many people in the EU's expectations, or something like that.
Yeah, so there are many reasons why the UK could do better, right? So, like, one is that they have more of an AI ecosystem. There's also questions like what will happen? Will the UK maybe side with the US in some shape or form? We saw, I think it was this Monday, reports coming out that Keir Starmer apparently asked Trump for privileged access for British nationals. And so I think the scenario is a way things could happen when sort of Europe doesn't take this seriously. Of course, it's not the way things will happen, right? So it could very well be that the UK doesn't do well. Like the UK has obvious problems around energy, for example, data centers, Stargate got cancelled there. So also for the UK, this is maybe not an easy time. And what we ultimately hope is sort of to have Europe 2031 not as EU 2031, but as sort of Europe, UK, Switzerland. We at the end ask for sort of this middle power coalition, also with Canada, Taiwan, uh, Japan, Korea, right? So I think we should like have a bigger coalition around this, which hopefully includes the UK.
Sure. So Europe 2031 had a lot of stuff about the US restricting the deployment and export of its frontier models, which it projected to happen sometime in the distant future. It actually happened for the first time like one day after the essay was released, where the US implemented export controls on Fable and Mythos and banned Europeans or anyone from using them outside of the US. So how does that change things in the forecast?
Yeah, so it's been kind of crazy because, as you say, our scenario came out Thursday morning, and on Friday this was announced, and so that also definitely helped. Like the piece was doing great on Thursday on Twitter and LinkedIn, but that definitely helped give it a push. Now, how the scenario changes is I hope that we find a way to sort of stabilize this situation, give the rest of the world access again to mythos and fable, but still make it clear to the rest of the world that this can happen, right? That like these are sort of measures that the US can make. So like in my positive scenario, this is a sign to the rest of the world that the US could do these things and such that they should take this seriously, should create leverage, should create a stronger AI industry, and should be, I think, more AGI pilled in general. So that's my like positive scenario conditioned on the events from last Friday.
Would it actually take for that to happen? You point out that Europe did respond very rapidly and strongly to COVID, and quite rapidly and strongly to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the US government seems
Yeah,
to
so
be
like
starting to really take AI seriously in a way that they didn't like a year ago.
yeah, so Germany, for example, as you say, after Russia invaded Ukraine, they very quickly built LNG terminals, right, in like record time. And drawing the parallels with data centers now, it could obviously be a very exciting future where Europe sort of coalesces around this moment and really builds compute at sort of Elon timelines. Now, what it takes for it to happen is we hope sort of Europe waking up and getting more AGI built, and we hope that this scenario this scenario helps for that. But also, of course, like the myth of fable thing from Anthropic is definitely going to help for Europe to take this more seriously. And generally, like the AI capabilities definitely help, right? I've been even last year, I was pushing a lot in the Netherlands, which is the country where I'm from. Like AGI is happening, like we should wake up, we should do something. And it was much harder last year than this year, simply because the model capabilities are just so much better, right? Like if you are a politician and you work with Fable and you even ask Fable to do your taxes, giving it access to your Gmail, you will really sort of, I guess, quote unquote, feel the AGI.
Right. So the G7 summit is happening right now in Europe, in Evian, France. what do you think is going on there? Do you think that European leaders are starting to take it more seriously?
Yeah, 100%. Like I think if this is not sort of the moment where they wake up, I don't know when they will. And like what I heard through the grapevine, I think just on Twitter, is that they are talking a lot about AI at the G7, that there is a meeting between world leaders and AI lab leaders. And so like AI does seem to play a much bigger role at the G7 than it ever did.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a meeting. What was publicly reported seemed to be kind of a lot of nothing burger, like, oh, we need an international coalition to manage the risks of AI, blah, blah, blah. Maybe there was more stuff that we didn't get to see in closed door meetings. Do you think that if Europe were like starting now, if they really decided to lock in, if they really decided to give it their all, could they build a true frontier lab competitive with Anthropic or OpenAI?
So Anton Leicht had a really good piece about this today, which came out, which I recommend people reading,
Really?
which is sort of like, which is sort of what um, is really necessary to build a frontier lab, and like what does it really mean to build a frontier lab in Europe. And I do think it is possible, but obviously it will take a tremendous effort. However, even sort of if we're not building a frontier lab, just having leverage and sort of having leverage with which we can demand access to frontier models, and having close followers like, for example, Mistral and Cohere, I think is gonna help a lot, right? So like even if we don't build a frontier lab, just being close to the frontier makes it less desirable for the US to cut off access.
Why is Europe's only frontier-ish lab in France rather than Germany, for example?
I don't know. So like the Mistral specifically is because the Llama team from Meta was in Paris, and so I think this is kind of how ecosystems get built, right? The fact that there's so many more AI players in London than in most other European cities is because DeepMind was there, and so I think the Bay Area is obviously the best example for sort of the power of ecosystems and the insane sort of talent magnet and capital magnet you can get if you just put a lot of smart, ambitious people in one city. And so I think it's more that than that, I don't know, the capital markets or the labor markets are somehow better in France than in Germany. One small issue that Germany has is that there's not one big mega city like London or Paris. And so you do have, for example, Black Forest Labs that builds really good image models. They are in the Black Forest in the southwest of Germany, very far away from everyone else. And so that makes it definitely harder in Germany to build a really sort of frontier AI ecosystem. But the US has the same problem, and still SF has the best ecosystem in the world.
Right. Yeah, I suppose that does make sense. A little bit of a tougher question is the scenario sort of treats it as like a given that Europe becoming economically reliant on America is a bad thing. But like, is it a bad thing really for Europeans? Like, it seems like Europe can still provide critical parts of the supply chain through ASML and Zeiss and whatnot, and a major market for AI in exchange for maybe US defense and frontier AI. It doesn't seem like being a protectorate of the United States would actually be that bad. Obviously, I'm biased, but what's your take?
I don't know. I live in the US, right? So like I love the US and love my American friends in the US. It's not that I'm distrustful of the US per se, but I do think it's good to have a balance of power. And like ultimately AGI concentrates power not only in the hands of a small cities or a few labs or a few teams, but also in one country. And that like generally seems to be a bad thing, right? Like I think we have a better post AGI world if power is somewhat distributed. And so, yes, it's maybe fine to rely on the US for sort of frontier intelligence, but that's only fine if we also have leverage such that we can make sure we keep having access to that frontier intelligence.
Well, this has been really interesting. Mikhail, thank you so much for coming on MTS. And everyone, make sure to check out Europe2031.ai.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Theo and team. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll be right back with Jack and Max.
Got a very special episode of Monetary Matters live on the MTS network. We're just going to get right into it. We are joined by Joseph Wang. He is a specialist in central banking and the Federal Reserve. He's got his own YouTube channel. People should check it out. Joseph, great to see you. Welcome to Monetary Matters Live. Good to see you on MTS. We're just talking. We had the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, his first Fed meeting. So what did you make of the statement, of the dot plot, the summary of economic projections, as well as his speech? Can you give us a summary?
Yeah, well, the market reaction kind of tells you everything. Well, first off, I'll say that this was an A performance. Kevin really looked like he was relaxed. He looked like he was confident. He handled the questions really well. Definitely someone who has a lot of experience in the public realm. So I think he did very well. Now, as to the substance, though, I think it was obviously very hawkish. Now, we know Kevin over the past decade has a history of basically always erring on the side of being a little bit more restrictive, right? After the great financial crisis, he was like, oh, maybe we should tighten rates. We were afraid of inflation and so forth. So that was his modus operandi. As he was campaigning for being Fed chair, he suddenly said a lot of dovish stuff, talking about productivity miracles, talking about changing to trimming PCE because that looked lower. So it seemed like he was a dovish person, but now I think he's reverting back to who he always was, which is someone that is always a bit more biased towards being hawkish. Now, he was one of his long-term gripes about the Fed was that Fed communication was too verbose, too many people talking, that confused the markets. So we see the marks, his first marks on the Fed today, right now, with the Fed statement. So as you are showing on the screen right now,
Yeah, share the screen, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
the last Fed statement, a few hundred words, quite long, many paragraphs. This most recent statement by Kevin, very short. And not only that, you kind of have a mic drop feel to it with that last sentence. The committee will deliver price stability, right? That's him just saying that we're going to do what we have to get inflation under control. So I got the sense that it was kind of a 180 from what the Kevin Walsh we saw a few months ago as he was trying to get the job, and a lot more consistent with the Kevin Walsh that we've known and seen in the public for decades. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, the second thing is the dot plot. And the dot plot, whereas Kevin Walsh, in line with his view that he doesn't want to have too much communication, abstained from putting his own dot there. The rest of the FOMC was very clearly pretty hawkish. And as you can see from the screen you put up there, a lot of them would like to hike this year, and some of them would even like to hike more than once. And so compared to the last dot plot, definitely a notable shift higher. And you see the market price that in, whereas the market right now is pricing in a little bit more than one hike this year. So you have the 2-year selling off, basically the entire curve, except the long bond selling off. So I actually found this to be a bit surprising because heading into this meeting, the big development, of course, was that we have some sort of resolution in the Middle East, and we saw oil prices come down a lot. Not just that, but the most recent CPI data was actually looking at core CPI pretty encouraging. Core CPI on a month-over-month basis was only 0.2%, which is consistent with the Fed's mandate. So really, if you didn't have all that energy inflation, you would have a much tamer CPI reading. You actually one that would be pretty close to the Fed's target. And now that energy prices are clearly coming down, according to standard central bank practice, you would be willing to look through it. But I guess that's just not the case at the moment. At least he's not projecting that message. And so we're really very much going back to the Kevin that's a bit more hawkish in the past. Now, one other thing that I'll note is that I think I'm getting the sense that Kevin is really going to have big changes to the Fed, but these are big changes that are going to come slowly. So if you think about his history and if you read in the context of what he's been doing, so one of the interesting things that we've learned is that he's hired some people to staff up as his advisors. One of his advisors is actually the author of the Project 2025 chapter of the Fed chapter. So we can kind of get a sense as to what these guys want to do. You know, it's kind of consistent with what Kevin's been saying for decades, smaller balance sheet, be treasury only, stuff like that. Now, his big announcement today, and he's suggests that he probably only wants to have press conferences when he has big announcements to make. His big announcements today are task force on Fed communication, task force on the balance sheet, on data, on productivity, stuff like on inflation, on implementing inflation framework and so forth. So that sounds pretty stupid to I think a general audience. I mean, why is this guy coming on and giving us all this, compliance or HR stuff, right? So that is actually, I think, a lot more significant than most people would realize, because the way that things work in a bureaucratic organization like the Fed is that you have to have a paper trail. Things take time. Think back to, for example, when President Trump wants to put tariffs on, right? You can't just go put tariffs on, although he would like to do that. You need to have these investigations, Section 301, Section 302 investigations. Takes months, and then voila, you have the investigations. You can go do this, and you're not as afraid of legal challenges. For the Fed, it's a little bit more complicated because you have, other people on the committee, and most importantly, you have to answer to Congress. You have these semi-annual Humphrey Hawkins hearings. So you want to make big changes to the Fed. You can't be like, I, Kevin Walsh, a defender of inflation, declare this, right? You have to go and have cover, as people in the organization would say. And so he's having a task force, building up these long reports. They're going to involve all these people, and they're going to say what he wanted to say. And once they're ready, he can go and make his changes, and he can go sit in front of Congress and be like, Senator, you're exactly right, but I consulted this really smart guy. He has a PhD somewhere, and he said this, right? Which is incidentally also what I believe in. So, we got to do this. So I think we have huge changes coming on in the Fed. They're not going to happen this meeting or next meeting. I'm thinking it's probably a timeline of, let's say, a year or two. So we will have a different Fed. It's going to be very exciting. But until then, though, we're going to have a hawkish Fed.
How merited do you think the, let's say, 15 basis point rise in the 2-year is? Because I might say that what was hawkish was the hawkish dot plots, but the head of the Fed didn't even give his own dot. And then you say, at the end there, how the committee will deliver price stability. But what precisely is so hawkish about that? And then I maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist or seeing things that weren't there, but I saw some dovish breadcrumbs. But I first want to get your talk about what was so hawkish.
So there's two things. So that statement is super hawkish in that so Fed is a dual mandate central bank, full employment and price stability. When you're a central bank and you talk about full employment, that's dovish because that suggests that you're going to cut rates because you're concerned about the employment. You're not really concerned about employment right now. You are concerned about inflation. And not just that, you emphasize it in such a short and direct fashion that you're concerned about inflation. And you couple that with a dot plot where you have a plurality of people who give the dot plot out, people on the FOMC suggesting that they would hike rates, some of them more than once, then you have a Fed that looks like it's very much in a hawkish mode. So I think that is unambiguously hawkish, and the market read it correctly. And you can see it feeding through. So one also to note that tomorrow is June OPEX, so maybe the equity market is a little bit more supportive than it otherwise would be. But that I think that the market is correctly reading what's happening.
Screen down, Max.
Yeah, putting the committee will deliver price stability, the mic drop, as you called it. Where would you put that in the history of central bank mic drops? I mean, is it a whatever it takes moment, but in reverse here, instead of a dovish whatever it takes, is this a hawkish whatever it takes?
It is. I think it is. When I read that, what came to my mind was actually Chair Powell's Jackson Hole speech a few years ago when inflation was very high. And he just kind of went on stage and he gave a very brief statement. And he noted, I believe the quote was, there will be some pain. So this is, I think, a comparable moment to that, where the central bank is telling you that I am determined, that I will do my job. So that's how I read that.
Oh, so Joseph, what do you make of these, what I'm going to call dovish breadcrumbs? And for our viewers here, that dovish means inclined to cut interest rates, hawkish means inclined to hike interest rates. That number one, he's focusing on the trimmed mean PCE. So he's focusing on a measure of inflation that frequently is below the standard measure of inflation. So it doesn't track the extremely inflationary stuff as well as the extremely disinflationary stuff. And then also, let's see, what else? He's talking about how AI could be a disinflationary force. And he even, I'm not going to say hinted, but he even talked about how they're going to review like the measure of inflation. And when asked, are you going to change the Fed's mandate of 2.0%? He said, not now. But I mean, that is kind of a very bold thing to say. Like the old Jay Powell would say, never, no way, 0.00% chance of that happening. Am I crazy that these are kind of breadcrumbs that he's could be a little dovish?
So he emphasized productivity and should be in PC when he was trying to get the job, but now he has a job. So I think he didn't emphasize that as much. Now, I think you make a very good observation, Jack, about the 2% inflation target. So when I was referencing the task force, remember there's a task force on this, and you could maybe go through the task force after some time and say that, hey guys, the task force led by say Don Jr. decided that actually trim mean PC is the best way to measure inflation. Okay, so guys, we're going to go do this. So that is definitely possible that this could be a setup for something that's more dovish going forward. But at the moment, though, just looking at the next 6 months, I don't think that's going to have fruition just yet. So it could be something that we see more of later on.
And just sorry, what about the balance sheet policy? The Fed did have a statement that they reaffirmed their policy of, quote, maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. Going in, he said, I want a smaller balance sheet. The Fed shouldn't be in the business of credit allocation. They're, quantitative easing, et cetera, et cetera. What did happen today that changed your view at all on this topic?
It was good that he had a specific sentence in there. My best guess to actually elevate something that's kind of in the plumbing, in the background, to have space on the statement, is to reassure everyone that nothing's changing too much. We all heard this Kevin Walsh guy is going to come in and shrink the Fed's balance sheet. Guys, chill out. Ample reserves. Everything is okay. All right, but hey, we got this task force in the background, and the task force is going to find all sorts of things. And I fully expect the task force, which will include many eminent people, to come with a very large report that would tell you that actually the Fed would be better off with a smaller balance sheet and a balance sheet that has only Treasury securities and mortgage-backed securities. It's just going to be a coincidence as to what Chairman Walsh has believed his whole entire career. So that's, I believe, how it works in real life. So that's what I would expect. So in the future, but at the moment, we're going to do things slowly. It's going to, nothing's going to be too abrupt.
Joseph, I want to ask a closing question. I know you have to go. You mentioned that we have OPEX coming up tomorrow. You believe that that is somewhat supporting the market. We are at the lows of the day. And so if you think that the market is being supported, that probably means you think it's headed lower as it parses this hawkish surprise. So how far lower do you think we'll go?
So guys, just to be totally clear, I think we could have a proper bear market, right? So we have all the hallmarks of something that is, at the cusp of something much larger. I mean, you got broad public participation, you got tremendous amounts of leverage, this time in the form of options. And, you got a lot of people just zooming out trying to sell stock. You got SpaceX, you got, all these other AI companies. Equity supply this year is going to be notably high. In addition, of course, you got the Fed moving interest rates higher and so forth. So there is a lot of, usually when you have all these things together, you have probably a significant decline. I don't think we're going to crash, but maybe it's something that's a bit more gradual. And, maybe that's going to be great for the country because we're going to have all these people who spend their lives trying to gamble on the stock market go and actually do something productive, like create a wonderful podcast like you guys are doing. And so we'll all be wealthier and better off. So I think things will ultimately get better, but maybe not immediately.
Joseph, thank you so much. We know you got to go. People should check out your YouTube channel as well as your book, Central Banking 101. And I know you got a new edition out. I've read your book several times. It's fantastic. But you got people should check out the new edition. Joseph, thanks again.
Thanks so much, guys. Talk to you later.
Really appreciate it. Yeah. So, wow.
Joseph seeing it a little bit more hawkish than you.
See, I think so. I mean, and he knows so much more than I do. So I definitely am waiting his view. I do think that when Warsh was talking about measures of inflation and measures of data, it was a little bit unclear. But I think that one thing that I can infer is that he thinks that they should be focusing on what the market is pricing for inflation, what's called the inflation break even in the market. And that frequently is quite a low expectation. So we can look at what the inflation expectations now are in the market and they're low. So I think he is oriented towards data that right now leads you to be dovish and more inclined to cut rates rather than hike rates.
So I don't disagree with you, Jack. Where I disagree is on the time frame of this. So nothing on the screen.
Okay,
yeah, nothing on the screen here.
I was just like a Mike Green tweet. We can look at that. Yeah.
No. He is talking about these changes, but these are bigger changes. This is a strategic review of the Federal Reserve and how it works. I think he was pretty unequivocal that he was like, the Fed over the last 5 years has failed, is a failed institution, and the stat that he's using is inflation. And so that is enemy number one. That is going to be whipped. He does not want to come in and be the person that continues what he flat out said was a failed institution over the last 5 years. And so I think he was pretty staunch on that view. And so all of this revamping of how the Fed, I think he's looking at these sorts of data points that you're talking about and potentially saying we wouldn't be in this boat that we're in now after 5 years had we looked at these things. So it's more, how do we not end up here, than it is I'm looking for an excuse. And I viewed it more in that way, that it's, we have failed. We need to fix the house. That's a longer term problem. In the meantime, priority number one, inflation.
I think that is the message. Priority number one is inflation. But I think if you look at the reviews of the task forces, so number one, Fed communications, number two, balance sheet, the 3 through 5 are, I would say, quite dovish. Okay, yes. For example, our use and reliance on existing data sources. I think that he wants to focus on data sources that are just a little bit dovish. And I think, I mean, I can pull it up, but like looking at the trimmed PCE, if you had done that instead of just looking at regular PCE, I think that you would have missed it even more than the Fed missed inflation in 2021. Also, productivity and jobs in an era of transformation. First of all, to me, like that sounds like a, I don't know, like a fireside chat at a corporate McKinsey panel. Like productivity and jobs in an era of transformation. That's just funny to me. But I think that kind of is code for with AI, R star is lower and there's going to be some pressure on the labor market. So we should be attentive to that, as well as that's a negative way to frame it. The positive way to frame it is AI is going to be disinflationary. So we should cut rates. And the Fed's inflation framework, I think that means, I don't exactly know what that means, but he didn't say no to, are you going to change the target from 2.0% to something like, I don't know, a 1.5 to 2.5% range or something like that?
He did say he's focused on the left side of the decimal point.
Yeah, he said that in a previous thing, and then he was asked about that comment, and he kind of like reiterated, or yeah. So and to me, like it's
2.9, 2.1. What's the difference?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think for if you or I were to say that, or man on the street to say that, it doesn't really matter at all. But like for the Fed chairman to say that, well, I'm not completely committed to a 2.0% target. We're going to review that later, like in a few years. That's a big deal.
But he said in a few years.
Yeah,
in a few years, and I think Joseph was right about the amount of time that it takes to get these things through. And so I'm not disagreeing with your analysis. Also to the one about productivity and jobs and how that could be interpreted. Obviously, the theory is that this would be broadly deflationary, right? I think let's just say that Kevin Warsh became the Fed chair in 2020, late 2020 or 2021, number 4 would have been about supply shocks and fiscal policy and the impact on that. He's more saying the Fed needs to expand what it looks at to the most important things in the market. In the same way, we've been here talking about how AI is macro. Everybody should be paying attention to it. Well, why wouldn't the Fed put that on the things that it needs to reassess? And I believe that if we were just taking his overall view of the Fed needs to change the way that it conducts analysis, it needs to modernize the way that it conducts analysis, it would be a different thing if we were talking 5 years ago. And it probably would have sounded hawkish because we would be dealing with supply shocks and the impact of, direct fiscal stimulus. And I think that he would be talking about that too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to look at trim to mean PCE. I just think, not during this panel, but like everything I've seen from him before about what the type of data he wants to focus on and how it frequently leads to the conclusion of inflation is not as bad. Or
yeah, it's just not a thing that's happening over the next few months. And like just looking at the Fed Watch tool from CME, which looks at the interest rate pricing, I always like to just go and look at December because people are saying, where are we going to be at the end of the year? That's what the dot plot is essentially showing. We had that one dot up between 425 and 450. The market has priced it in even more. So we were at yesterday a 42.6% chance of going to 375 to 400 and 14.8% chance of going to 400 to 425. That means 2 hikes at the end of the year. Now we're at 1/3 chance of seeing 2 hikes. So the market has priced in more hikes over the coming year, and that is going to do some of the job potentially for them. The market is pricing these things in, and before, when we were talking about this, I suggested that I think he's going to come out, he's going to be a little hawkish, and he's going to set the stage to potentially be dovish, just letting the market do the job for them.
Yes, and I had a similar prediction. I don't think our prediction has been proven wrong. I think it's a optical hawkishness that I am a little not suspicious of, but I doubt. I would fade this price action. I've never traded a short-term interest rate contract in my life, but I think I actually have a decent track record of like just viewing these things and predicting these things. And if we could actually share the screen,
I think the long end is actually the place to play it.
Yeah, maybe. I think
there's a reason the long end rallied today. They viewed it as the Fed taking inflation seriously, and then obviously if we get cuts, I think everybody says the long end's going to run away. I don't really believe that.
I think that if you make predictions on the 2-year or where Fed funds is headed relative to expectations, you can actually pretty clearly track whether you're right or wrong. But if you're like bullish, the bond market trades on many different things, so you could be right for the right reasons, wrong for the wrong reasons, etc. But yeah, if we could share this screen. So Max, the dotted blue line, the dotted dark green line, turquoise line, is regular personal consumption expenditures, the way that the Fed measures inflation. So not CPI, that's a different way, but just the way the Fed measures inflation. And you could see that from 2021 to 2022, it shot up extremely high. What new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh wants to focus on, or says that, hey, we should look at this thing, is the trimmed mean PCE inflation, which is in the non-dotted blue line. And you can see that was a laggard in 2022 and 2021, indicating that inflation wasn't as serious. So if they wanted to focus on this new, the inflation tool that he's spoken glowingly about, they actually would be less inclined and would have been even further behind the curve. That's my point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I get your point though, that this is going to be a longer term review. Also, Max, I smirked when you made the point that the market is pricing in tightening for the Federal Reserve, because that is a tool of forward guidance that Kevin Warsh says he doesn't want to have.
Well, he said that the Federal Reserve shouldn't be as focused on the forward guidance. He actually said he wants the market to try and parse the data, and he believes that they would potentially do a better job.
Parsing which data?
He said he doesn't want the market. He said he wants the market to react to actual economic data. He doesn't want the market to react to what the potential reaction of the Fed is. That was a statement he made today in the conference. He was like, I want the market to react. I want the market to try and parse the data. And we've got past the point of that, where the more important thing is the market trying, what we're doing right now, trying to parse how the Fed is going to parse the data. And he's like, we're just one too many degrees removed from what this is supposed to be, which is we're all analyzing the hard data together. Obviously, we are trying to determine what the policy actions are going to be, because they impact prices, they impact markets, but it should be based off of the data, not our statements.
I think that I have an issue with the framing, and I'll explain why. I think it's like we are all watching a basketball game, say a Knicks game, and the Federal Reserve is the referee making the calls, and they're saying, we want Max and Jack's opinion to count too. Max and Jack should be reacting to whether they think it was a fair call or a double dribble or et cetera. And it's like, we don't have any power at all. You're the one who makes the rules. And I'd say that I think that it is reasonable to say as the Federal Reserve, we want the market participants to react to data to price in what the Fed is going to do, rather than we're constantly communicating and having these Fed presidents make these 5-hour speeches. I understand that point, but it's to pretend like market participants are going to actually react to the data as if, oh, hot jobs, I don't, that's inflationary, and therefore I don't like bonds because I should reaccount because high inflation means, but you're reacting to what the Fed is going to do either way.
Yeah, and there were some journalists who had questions about this. Sounds to me like it's going to be more volatile. I mean, interestingly, the measure that you pulled up on the screen is much more volatile than the measure that they're using right now. So I don't necessarily understand how that's going to help them. I mean, they might like the number that comes out, but it's clearly much more volatile month to month.
Yes, and sorry, I'm just screen down. I think there's a change in the way you measure these things. I also think that, Max, normally I try so hard to say, oh, this question was great, this question was great. I think the journalists today were a little bit not starstruck, but they were just very surprised. And I think if I was in the room, I certainly would be very surprised as well. Like, you don't know exactly what to ask. Like, you're used to asking about what you thought of this data point, what you thought of this data point, whether they're going to hike in a few meetings. Today, they're like, he's like, task force? What are you talking about, a task force?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and like with Powell, you kind of knew that the one question that you have to ask, but you're not going to get a good answer on was, well, what's going on between you and Trump? And he's like, I'm not going to comment on anything political. He's made his statements very clear, blah, 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 blah. That was the one thing you knew as a journalist you weren't going to get an answer on. Nobody really knew what he was going to dip his toe into. And he seemed more willing to talk about the task forces. He seemed more willing to talk about the long-term vision for the Federal Reserve, but very, very, very strongly rejected any attempts to get him to give forward guidance. He managed to do a pretty good job of that.
Yes, and he politely said, he's like, wow, that's your third question, basically implying like you shouldn't be asking 3 questions. Yeah, I think that this is perhaps a less interesting time to be focusing on the Federal Reserve actions, because there's less guidance, there's less things to pick apart and analyze. But perhaps because of that, you might get more volatility. So, a December contract might go from 96.70 to 97, like a 30 basis point move in what should be an extremely non-volatile component. And, market participants have to be ready for that. I think they are.
Jack, I'm going to send you, I want to send you this tweet right here from Warren Pies, who's actually going to be on the program tomorrow.
Yeah. If it was recent, I'll just pull it up right now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's from June 15th. This chart. Yeah. So if we could just make that a little bigger.
Yeah, sure. Chart on, please. Screen on.
So I do think that this is kind of what, and I agreed with this view. I was somewhat positioned for this. I'm not trading SOFR futures or anything like that. But the interesting thing is the way that the war has priced in hawkishness over time, and people, I would say, broadly wanted to fade that because oil prices have come down. We look like we have the end of the war. So as much as Joseph is bearish and he believes that we've kind of got the kindling here for a bear market, I do just think that the market was overall offsides coming into this, with a lot of people thinking that not expecting a cut, but at least that the hawkish bias that we kind of got from the Fed, the dissent, basically we got signaling last time with the dissent on the language around the easing bias that there were definitely some hawks on the committee because of inflation. The data or the source of that inflation has since been calmed quite a bit. And so I think it was just such a surprise to have so many people clearly have a hawkish bias from the committee. And I think people were just very offsides on that.
Yeah, the dots were surprising. Okay, also, Max, I wonder, I think that the dots are given on Tuesday, but I don't know exactly when the dots are given. Like, I'm thinking, did someone tell me one time that they were given a Friday before, which actually would make sense because that was before the peace deal. But I don't want to say something that's not accurate.
Yeah, and that would be the type of thing that I wouldn't. That's backward guidance. That's not forward guidance.
Yeah.
That's saying, well, everybody who's interpreting this should know that we actually met on Friday and did the dots, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think of that as something that would be withheld from this press conference. So I would be very surprised.
Well, no, what I'm saying is always, if it's true or not, which again I don't know, it's not like a new thing. It's always something. So there's tons of.
Then that would be a massive miss from all of the talented Fed journalists who've been covering the institution for so long to say
screen off. I'm gonna ask Gemini. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just think that would be a massive miss. And if it is, I mean, that's a huge deal that nobody caught that the dot plot, which was decidedly hawkish, would have been developed before we got, clarity on the peace deal and oil had dropped however many percent, 10+%.
Dot plot SEP on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Friday before.
So while Jack is looking into that, I mean, let's talk about the market reaction a little bit. We talked about the flattening of the curve. I mean, semiconductors had broadly rallied. The semiconductor index is now at its lows on the day. Still up decidedly on the week, but well below the highs that we hit earlier this week. I think yesterday. So we sold off overnight and then just really rallied throughout the day. And the hawkish Fed has spooked the market. And interestingly, though, like you wouldn't think of it if you looked at the semiconductor index because it was one of the pockets of green. I mean, the NASDAQ was down 1.34%. Semiconductors up 1.4%, but it really sold off.
Semis were still up today?
Semis were still up. NASDAQ down. Software down the most. God, just software relentlessly being sold.
Max, it is, and I got some good alpha here. We'll get into, which is on the Fed, but it is remarkable to me. I was just reading my personal portfolio, which I say semis and then non-semis. Like literally everything that's not semiconductor or related to AI is down. So I understand why investors who have almost zero exposure to AI in their portfolio is semiconductors. It is a very tough time, and it is way worse than the index, which is, I think, something people should appreciate.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. Our next guest actually has some exposure, is a value investor, managed to find their way to the theme and actually pick one of the big winners in the space. So we'll be talking about that just a little bit later. But what is this Fed alpha you've found?
It is on Friday. They do submit initial estimates of their dots on the Friday before, so that would be before the war, and then they have the option to change it on Wednesday morning. But I don't know if maybe the protocol is that they don't change it. So if people didn't, there may be some people who said, "Hey, oil's at $90 and the war is still going on Friday," who put in a 25 basis point hike for the end of the year, that they happened before the Trump peace deal with Iran. And maybe they didn't change, and maybe they didn't tweak it because I don't know. There was an agreement to not tweak it. I don't know, but that they do submit those on Friday. So that is a bombshell, and I'll give a shout out to Daniel DiMartino Booth, who actually taught me that.
All right, I'm just gonna pull up real quick the oil price chart just so we could say like where was oil at that point in time. So Friday was the 12th. And oil closed at 85.12.
And now it's what, 70?
It's at 75. So
$10 drop in price of oil.
$10 drop, and more than a 10%. I mean, much more than a 10% drop. So if nobody, I mean, that's a big question. I can't believe none of the journalists asked.
Yeah. So do you stand by what you said of how the journalists missed it?
Yeah.
And we got it?
Well, that's why MTS should have a seat in the press corps for the FOMC. We're putting that out there right now.
Yeah, and by the way, while I'm talking about the journalist stuff and this is a little gossipy. I love Nick Timiraos. I mean, he's been on this program. He's a Wall Street Journal and widely seen as one of the most accomplished Fed reporters. He and by the way, the Wall Street Journal and the Federal Reserve, they historically in terms of having communication and releasing information to the public, they've had a very special relationship. And it's and Yi Shi from Bloomberg and the Bloomberg Live blog, if we can share this screen, says almost 30 minutes into the press conference, Wall Street Journal Nick Timiraos hasn't got the chance to ask the questions. If it's intentional, it could be another subtle sign that Warsh wants to break away from his predecessors. And again, this is kind of like maybe a little court intrigue, court drama, but like historically, Nick Timiraos as well as Colby Smith got some of the first questions, and Nick Timiraos didn't. So that may be a symbolic thing. It could be nothing. Screen down.
Interesting. I did not pick up on that. Yeah, I guess he's normally second, right?
Yeah, or sometimes first. Yeah, or within like the first 4 or 5 before they go to kind of standing room only type, before they go to people in the back. And he was in the second half. Like, yeah.
Interesting. So Jack, I mean, I guess let's summarize your view on it. I mean, do you think that the market reaction is warranted given what we got?
No. No view on stocks because like what that. But in terms of interest rates, I would say that I am a firm dove relative to expectations this year. So should I buy or sell the December SOFR contract? Firm buy or sell the 2-year, firm, strong buy. So I think it's much, in other words, I think it's much less likely that the Fed is going to hike than the market expects.
Okay, well, let's. What are the situations that we're going to have to monitor? I mean, the nice thing with the Fed is they give us the dates that they're having meetings. We know the data that they care about, and we know the dates of those data releases. So everybody likes to watch CPI. It's not actually the measure that they use. What are the big economic releases that you think are going to come out? They're going to price in this fall in oil prices and reverse this hawkish reaction.
Well, it's inflation. So CPI, and then what the Fed measures is PCE, personal consumption expenditure. And then the labor market, with the most important is the unemployment rate and the non-farm payroll, which are reported on the same day, but in different reports. And that's actually something that Kevin Warsh talked about. He said like the final data for the non-farm payroll, the jobs number, is actually a valuable piece of information, but it gets revised 3 times, and the initial number can be confusing. So if February and February 5th and the January number comes in as 100,000 jobs were added, that's great. But then it gets revised down to 50,000, down to 20,000, down to a loss of 20,000. He's saying the final number is important, but the first one isn't. And I mean, that's something that every central bank has to deal with, or every Federal Reserve member has to deal with. I don't exactly know how he's going to try and get this, like these magical numbers, not magical numbers, but this better data collection. I think it's important to consider the data collection. We should always, be trying to get the best data. And I think that's why we should, spend more money on like data collection. I think it's really important.
Yeah. I mean, I do think he was right when he's like, it's crazy that company CEOs are using real-time data, and the Federal Reserve, which is setting the price of their borrowing, is looking at 3-month-old revisions. I do agree with that assessment broadly.
I disagree. The Federal Reserve looks at everything. They look at these real-time indices. And I have to say, Max, that like especially in the macro land, there's all these people who say like, oh, well, my data is actually leading, so I'm going to predict a recession. It's 2022. I'm predicting a recession because of my magical indicator that is foreseeing what the economists are too dumb to understand. And they've all been wrong. So like, I think the Fed Reserve literally looks at every single indicator that exists. So I think it's a question of the weighting. But,
yeah, I mean, he seemed to indicate to me that they are relying largely on not that they're underweighting these leading indicators that can be wrong. He's just saying real time. Just we should have real time data. We shouldn't be looking at something that's a month old.
But Max, he does. Of course, the Federal Reserve does.
That doesn't mean that the framework doesn't overweight the lagging data. And he's saying like we should have, if there were better confidence, the reason that you would use lagging data is the confidence in the accuracy of the data. That's the only reason that you would ever use lagging data, is the confidence in the accuracy. And so he's saying that we need to reassess the accuracy of more real-time measures and potentially increase their weighting.
Yeah, I just think that like the Fed did a lot of that in 2021, and it was a mistake, and they were wrong to do that.
No, they looked through it. They just said transitory. That was more of a framework on supply shocks. That I don't think they looked at real-time data and said that there was no inflation. They just said it was not going to be a big deal because of a structural bias around supply-driven inflation.
Okay. Yeah, I see. I understand they want to weight real-time data more accurately. I think that makes sense.
Yep.
Well, I guess.
Well, look. Yeah. Let's see if I know that Ryan is here. Maybe we could just get Ryan on a little early to the guys at MTS. So, for those of you who don't know, we'll give a little intro. We're going to have Ryan O'Connor. He is a portfolio manager at Crossroads Capital. Crossroads is a value biased firm, but they have correctly identified a number of investments that traditional value investors have been skittish to touch, but the price is the ultimate decider here. So Ryan, welcome to Monitoring the Situation. All right. So Ryan, we're going to be talking about Nebius. You guys wrote up Nebius Group back in December of 2024. You wrote a piece called From Russia with Cash right after Nebius came out of, I believe it was Yandex, the Russian company. Tell me, what was it that you saw in Nebius? And obviously so much has happened over the last year with the name, not just in the performance of the stock, but the way that the entire thesis has evolved. Where are you seeing it today?
That's a great question. It's come quite a long way, to say the least. But yeah, so initially when we first got involved, it was basically a freshly relisted carve out of the index. And if I remember correctly, it was operating a modest data center with a few co-locations across Europe, and basically a customer book that was entirely VC-backed AI natives, and a couple more small unproven firms. So no anchor customer in the line along the lines of Microsoft or Meta today. So no enterprise counterparties. It did have a small but growing fleet of NVIDIA GPUs that was financed with cash the company was at the time burning faster than it was generating. But I think at the time the elephant in the room was that no one had any real idea how the capital markets would treat a Russian adjacent carve out, asking them to underwrite kind of a multi-gigawatt build out. So you had to squint to see the business, but we could see an incredible team of engineers, a collection of good assets that collectively at the time, incredibly enough, were trading below the liquidation value of the non-core assets was likely above what we were paying. And it was all about execution, so an execution-based timing window. And we had done a lot of work to looking into Arcady, the founder of the company. He was easily one of the most impressive executives we'd come across. I think something like in the last 20 years, I don't think he missed a single quarterly call or report. Just a tremendously impressive track record of setting the bar low and then implementing a series of raise and beats. So we knew we had they had unusual talent in the engineering deck, a really impressive founder that eats his own cooking. I believe 90% of his net worth was in the stock when we first started buying it, still is. And just a portfolio of call options that we thought would land deep in the money. And of course we weren't paying for any of it, given the kind of the value of the non-core assets. I mean, one way you can kind of look at Nebius that distinguishes it from its peers is it's almost like an AI ETF of sorts, as opposed to a single bet on a single operating business. And so far that has played out really well. I mean, I think ClickHouse, I'm no database engineer, but a lot of people compare them to Databricks. Snowflake is probably the better comp, but when we've talked to individuals that use it, that are far more in the weeds than we are, it's been nothing but raves. Then you have Avride, which is the closest comp I think would be Waymo. Delivery robots, self-driving, that type of thing. I think if you value it at a, call it 20 to 30% of what Waymo trades at, their stake in Avride is almost worth the entire market cap. And then, a few other ancillary smaller stakes. But
So you're saying that Avride, Nebius's stake in Avride currently, if valued at the same valuation of Waymo, is equal to Nebius's current market cap even after the run-up?
yes, well, I'm saying I haven't done the math. I believe Waymo's latest valuation was something along the lines. It was north of 100 billion, and I'm not saying an equivalent valuation. I'm saying if you value it at roughly 1/3 of what Waymo's mark is. There's I think Avride is probably the closest to Waymo in terms of KPIs that matter, things like that. But it still has a lot more road to run, if you will, to reach a similar stage of maturity. So, but even if you handicap that, kind of grotesquely and, assume they're worth, call it 25 to 30% of what Waymo is, you get a very large percentage of the market cap back. And then
Now,
with
what about the core business? It's grouped with the neo clouds like CoreWeave, where they obviously have these great assets that they own, but the core business, all the money that's coming in, the deals that they're signing, what is it for?
It's a great question. So, one thing that, we've never really spent, I'll walk through kind of the distinctions between, a typical GPU, rental company, say of the likes of CoreWeave, uh, and what differentiates Nebius, relative to that. But, the truth is we've never really looked at them as comps in kind of any meaningful sense, given the structural differences between the two and their various approaches. But we've always looked at Nebius as gaining kind of a superior position based on its structural advantages that I'll kind of run down. But that in the end, it's going to deliver a much higher ROIC, and I think it should rightfully trade at a very significant premium. You can kind of tell with respect to the future is both companies have similar EBITDA margins, yet, somewhat shockingly, Nebius has an order of magnitude smaller revenue, which, implies a pretty significant amount of operating leverage to come. But do you want me to kind of run through how I see the difference between the two?
Yeah, and just for anybody who doesn't know, hasn't been tracking the price action, over the last year, CoreWeave is down over 30%, while Nebius is up almost 500%. So it's beating equity indexes, it's beating its peers, it's beating the other, semiconductor adjacent companies. Obviously, they're not a semiconductor company, but it's a good proxy for the AI complex right now. And talk to me about why you think that is.
It's a great question. But I think the delta you just kind of highlighted is kind of fundamentally appropriate given kind of how too different the two are, or at least in terms of their kind of core DNA. So I would describe broadly speaking Nebius as kind of the low cost operator. Thanks to a combination of getting discounted GPUs, given its preferential relationship with NVIDIA and Jensen. But mostly it has to do with just much better power efficiency, which is basically right neck and neck with the hyperscalers, which is a pretty impressive stat in and of itself. But in terms of like trying to put them together and what's different, so same chip, different everything else. Both rent identical NVIDIA GPUs from the monopoly supplier. I think the edge is entirely about who owns what, and engineers, basically the rest of the stack versus who rents and finances it. They also kind of culturally fundamentally have opposite DNA. CoreWeave is an ex Ethereum miner whose core competence is power plus capital and financing. Nebius is basically the Yandex cloud engineering team, whose competence is in software plus custom hardware and kind of integrating the two.
So you're saying
across.
cracked Russian engineers?
Yes. I wouldn't bet against them. I wouldn't want to compete with them.
Okay, all right, yeah.
That's for sure. Then there's the owned lease dynamic. Nebius designs its own servers and racks, so they're not paying Dell and Supermicro, et cetera. And it owns its own data centers. CoreWeave is co-location and OEM heavy. I think they have something like 10 billion in operating leases versus Nebius has a little over $1 billion. The key there is that Nebius is able to keep the integration and the efficiency margin that CoreWeave pays away to landlords and vendors. Next kind of critical thing is cost per useful flop, not nameplate flop, for lack of a better term.
Could you define that term flop for us?
So the commodity is what's called rated flops. The economics that we should care about are delivered flops, which has to do with a combination of utilization, good put, and then power efficiency. So the software integration outcome kind of comes from that combination of all that being integrated. So think about it this way: CoreWeave mostly attacks the input.
And this is floating point operations per second.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry for the jargon.
No. You caught us. Like,
yeah. It's basically, think of it as price to value, if you will, of what the customer is buying. But the net result of all of this is, Nebius has, when it comes to the flops, a 20 to 25% lower cost of ownership, which is a massive margin, and basically the kind of the heart of its low cost operations status. So, comparatively, CoreWeave mostly tries to attack the input cost alone, which think like scale driven economies to get their GPU prices down. But at the end of the day, that is probably the most, if you believe that the GPU rental side of the business is, ultimately going to be commoditized, what's the only moat in all commodities, related businesses? It's low cost operations, essentially. And so, regardless of how you feel about, the company that we would argue Nebius is growing into, even on the own terms of, call it the GPU rental comps, the structural advantages Nebius has should ultimately drive a much more sustainable high margin model that competitors can't really match.
Sorry, yeah, thanks. Can you tell us about the difference in terms of how they finance? I know CoreWeave is a massive borrower, a giant bond borrower in the bond market, the bank loan market, the private credit market, and they spend a ton of money. Tell us about how Nebius raises capital and uses that capital in a way that's different. And then also, is CoreWeave more dependent on the more expensive training chips than the inference chips or the inference process that Nebius is, and the differing economics there?
Well, let me take the first one, and then we'll move to the second. So the balance sheet is certainly the tell, as I think you're kind of pointing out. I think CoreWeave has something like 22 billion in net debt, financed like somewhere between 5 and 10%. I haven't gone back to actually check the details, but if you contrast that to Nebius, which currently is net cash, has been funded thus far by cheap converts, and roughly 3.2 billion of customer prepayments at zero coupon. That kind of paints the picture pretty well. So same chips, opposite financial DNA. And I think much of this is dictated by the differences in their operating model. So, while some neoclouds dilute their shareholders by multiples of, the outstanding share count, I think you're very right to point out that Nebius is smartly financing its growth at low rates, with comparatively, very modest dilution. But I think when you look at the structure of how they've set things up, Nebius has set up its financing more along the lines of what I would describe as like an AI infrastructure offtake agreement, relative to say a typical cloud contract. And what I mean by that is long dated, effectively take or pay, and basically financeable against Microsoft or Meta's AAA credit profile. So, in practical terms, Nebius is able to use Microsoft and Meta's balance sheet to term out the project level funding and essentially deliver a lower cost of capital, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So do any of the big companies have stakes themselves in Nebius in the same way you talked about how Nebius has this portfolio of all these assets that trade relatively cheaply to what they could be valued? NVIDIA has been taking stakes in other companies within the supply chain. Is Nebius on the list for any of these big companies?
Well, I mean, I know for a fact, sorry about that. I know for a fact, I mean, NVIDIA is obviously a shareholder in them, but do you mean, I think I know what you're getting at. So, for example, one of the non-core assets, what is it? Is it Toloco? Was Jeff Bezos's family office actually took a controlling stake, or at least for board representation, is deeply involved, and there's a relationship, call it a marquee partner with Amazon that I think is going to drive that growth. If you're looking at the partnerships that not only NVIDIA, or excuse me, Nibius proper, the core operating business, they're not the only ones. I mean, really, the one of the most impressive things one can do is take all of the various companies that, we'll call it the Nebius AI ETF, and to go down, the partners, the marquee partners across all of them. It really kind of drives home that this is a very unique and very special organization that isn't, I think, directly comparable to companies like CoreWeave in anything but the most superficial sense, if that makes sense. Now, that doesn't stop the market from the volatility whipping around, kind of on a factor bet as if they were the same. But I think anyone that has done the work to really understand the qualitative nuances and the different structural nature of the business model versus the neo clouds and what I think they're growing towards. There's not a ton of I don't know. I think fundamentally Nebius is a very unique beast and structurally very different than a lot of the peers that it gets lumped in with.
Yeah, I was just getting at, look, Nvidia seems to have a pretty good record of picking winners in the companies that it takes stakes in, and I know that it popped up on the. I actually just double checked this. It was they owned approximately $123.5 million worth of Nebius as of their Q1 13F, but then also announced right around the middle of March that they were taking a $2 billion equity investment from NVIDIA. So Jensen, I don't know if Jensen is signing off on all of these investments, how exactly their public equity portfolio is constructed, but certainly taking a major stake there. Why don't we turn?
I was just wondering. So yeah, Ryan, I know you've laid out several reasons. There's still maybe some people watching or who think of, oh yeah, Nebius and CoreWeave, they both are in the business of buying GPUs, and something like Jim Chanos would refer to them as GPU merchants or GPU middlemen. Could you just lay out, quite clearly for us and our audience here, just the differences in those business models?
Sure. So CoreWeave, I think, is best described as, at best, kind of the financed hosting layer. That is, I think, what Chanos is referring to. And I think he's right that historically, that type of business is going to get commoditized. Where, the correct analogy to think about what Nebius is building is it's basically building towards a full stack platform layer that will earn, call it AWS-like margins. So, we can talk about valuation and how I kind of think about it. But, at the end of the day, I think, one of the things that Nebius is going for, and you've seen it in its acquisitions, over the last year, but, it's trying to vertically integrate, in a way that will compound and call it a real sustained cost per useful token lead versus everyone else. And the platform layer, which, is called Token Factory, it's basically the inference optimization IP from, prior deals. But if you can build that layer, that moat deep enough to create genuine workload lock-in, I think the combination could support, or I should say, we believe it will support above commodity economics over time. I think today it's still very much a cost versus performance versus execution advantage. That kind of delivers modest switching costs, but not really IP-driven pricing power. But I think they're very much working towards that. Another thing that I think is relevant here is, call it, the sovereign AI segment of demand. We've already seen Nebius basically start to scale with deals with both France and the UK. But I think there's a very high probability that when it comes to sovereign AI workloads and the like, that they're essentially going to run away with it. That type of thing is fundamentally not only the vertical integration and the software-based lock-in that they're aiming for, but the fact that they, because they're a European-based company, are kind of uniquely suited, to various geopolitical developments with AI and kind of the bigger picture there. So
You don't think its Russian origins create any risk there?
no, no. That's kind of a whole separate discussion. But I don't think they would have won France or the UK if there was any material concern by any of the potential customers that would be the case. But
So you did talk, you mentioned the non-commodity pricing power. When I was like, hey, can you come on to talk about Nebius? They're like, this is great. They just raised prices 30%.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
talk to me about some of the signals that we have. Obviously that's a very recent one that they do have real pricing power.
Well, I think the best I don't know. They just raised prices 30%. So, I think that pretty much answers the question. It's the supply demand issue. Obviously, demand is dramatically ahead of supply. One thing we haven't really delved into, but I think is kind of the heart of you made the cracked Russian engineers. It's their execution thus far. In terms of contracted power, as of now, it's already at 3.5 gigawatts. I think they're targeting by 4 gigawatts by year end. As I mentioned earlier, this is a kind of they own their data centers. They get in and they basically do everything from the bottom up, to squeeze out every efficiency you can. So, and that they, with the whole stack, they should eventually be able to, develop that kind of sustained cost per token, lead at the platform layer. And, that is the type of thing that one can really build a durable competitive advantage advantage with. That's going to deliver that sustainable pricing power. But yes, it does appear they do have pricing power already. But I think as it stands, it's really just a cost performance execution advantage with more modest switching costs. I think with the recent acquisitions over the last year of the Eigen AI clarified.
Yeah, that one just closed, or it's
Yes.
not closed overnight, I believe.
Yes, but that is, what they're working towards is creating kind of the genuine workload lock-in that I think they will achieve. And if that's the case, its economics at maturity, its mature end state will make the I call it the GPU rental narrative circle jerk look preposterous in time. It is very much not that. I understand the arguments, for the companies that, are, but this is not that. The two are not the same.
Sorry, what is the alleged circle jerk you're referring to, Ryan?
Just the whole, when we were first, for example, buying the company, The stock's obviously been volatile. I think, our first initial cost basis was something in the low 20s. The whole thematic, thing that we would hear and that drove a lot of the downside volatility was essentially bucketing Nebius with the rest of the GPU rental companies. Not we would see, for example, on Values and Value Investors Club, people would lay out the math to integrate it, but they wouldn't include the preferential pricing of the GPUs. There were just a whole variety of nuances that people were missing and ignoring, and therefore kind of throwing Nebius into the same bucket as the rest. And I think their execution to date speaks to the fact that it's a very different beast than the companies that it's typically compared to.
Well, just wondering, unless you got some.
No. I think we've beaten Nebius to death.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, Ryan, what insights? Obviously, you know a tremendous amount about Nebius, and congrats on that return, up well over 600% from when you published a report, and sounds like from when you started buying it, up more. But so you've learned a lot about Nebius. What have you learned? What outlook has this research given you into the broader AI, but also semiconductor ecosystem? I mean, does it make you bullish on NVIDIA? Does it make you bullish on the companies or bearish on the companies that are trying to compete with NVIDIA, such as Google or Broadcom, and try and replace the GPUs on AMD? I'm just curious, just over how your overall outlook has been informed by your experience with this one company that's so enmeshed in the ecosystem.
That's a great question. I don't know if I really have much, unfortunately. I mean, I do think that, I don't think that, for example, I think this is a durable trend. I think that, regardless of the future state of what future state of the world we're talking about 2 to 3 years from now, 5 years from now, longer, that Nebius is going to play a key role in terms of AI infrastructure. I tend to be kind of a structural AI bull. But as it relates to the larger ecosystem, I mean, maybe this is where my bottom-up value investor cards get shown. But the areas in which we have kind of Nebius is informed would mostly be about the power bottleneck and insights related to names that are mispriced based on the reality of the physical constraints of the ongoing kind of AI build out. So I would say it, but we're still buying some. I would talk about the name, so I'm going to keep that to myself. But it hasn't been kind of macro, high level penetrating insights, but it has given us some very valuable insights into debottlenecking power, what it takes to do that well, and what firms might be mispriced based on their ability to deliver those capabilities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I want to ask a bit about portfolio construction, right? So you're a portfolio manager. You have a broad open mandate to invest across geographies, across market caps, across sectors. So when you have a name like Nebius in your book and you have, exposure to AI that is working, how do you think about how much exposure is right, and constructing a portfolio that is taking advantage of these tailwinds that you're talking about, but at the same time not getting overexposed? I mean, Jack and I have just been amazed at so many things you look at. EM outperformance. Okay, it's South Korea, it's Taiwan. Reshoring themes. Okay, so many of these reindustrialization trends are data center build out. So, you have all of these narratives, all of these themes out there, and so many companies are benefiting from this one tailwind. It gets really hard to construct a portfolio that is working, that doesn't have overexposure to these themes. So
tell me about it. When we live in a world like now where all correlations kind of go to one, and factor bets and the way they've kind of changed. Yeah. I mean, I could kind of talk about this all day. I guess the
Well, you
answer.
only have 3 minutes.
Yes, I would say very, very carefully. When exactly to sell when you find, kind of a generational type investment is probably the hardest question there is as a PM. But, when it comes to portfolio structuring, I think for us, it's all about, broadly segmenting buckets. I mean, a large part of our book is, what we would call kind of early stage, emerging compounders, the next great growth business of tomorrow that is, kind of materially mispriced. You think Walmart in the 70s or Microsoft in the 80s. We've never wanted to be the person that, presuming that we could identify and find them, that sells, Microsoft in 86 after the first double. We want to get paid for the insights that we worked so hard to service and get paid appropriately. But the other half of our book is, special situations. So these are delineated relative to the compounders by with every special sit, we know exactly not only what's going to make it work, but specifically when. So catalyst-driven names that, where we should realize the profit in the underlying bet, regardless of whether the market's up or down. So, by kind of combining, our type of investments into buckets where we think the combination of the two is substantially more powerful than the individuals alone. That tends to minimize volatility. The special sit books will do better in down markets. The compounders book will do better in bull markets. But the net result of that is ideally, and at least it has been for us thus far, less downside, in downturns and over the full cycle, considerably better than average returns. So that's how we think about it. Yes, there's a lot of interrelation in names today, but I think that, there's thousands and thousands of investments out there that one can find. And, we haven't come into the problem where we haven't been able to find, call it a handful of idiosyncratic bets that have very little to zero correlation with each other, looked out over the medium term, regardless of whether they all trade in line, over a period of 3 to 6 months or something like that. For us, it's really all about, the individual businesses and their, future growth prospects and where they're priced relative to that. And then hopefully, as they grow into that end state, they should be as non-correlated as they can be, within reason. And so we work really hard to kind of put the pieces together in a way where, the sum is greater than its parts. And so far it's worked out.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. I would like to just disclose to everybody that we do work together. You are a client of ours. So there is that relation between us. And if you couldn't figure it out, Ryan owns Nebius. So there is also that conflict as well. So we'll just make that very clear. People can follow you on X at above average odds, and that is average AVG, abbreviated at above AVG odds.
Share the screen, yeah.
Yeah, as well. They can read your research on crossroadscap.io and read the original write-up on Nebius, as well as get your investor letters where you provide ongoing updates and commentary on a few of the biggest names in your portfolio. So, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us, and back to you guys in the studio at MTS.
Yep. Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
And we are back live on MTS with a very special guest, the CEO of Descript.
Yeah, I'm so excited that she's actually here in office, in the studio, joining us in person. And I think Descript is something that we both use every
We are
day.
both power users of Descript. Descript powers, a lot of operations here at MTS.
Yeah, big power users.
Yeah, so millions of creators use it to edit video and audio. We use it to edit video and audio. Welcome, Laura. Welcome to MTS.
Hey, thanks so much for having me, Sophia.
The Sophia Squared special. You have made it to the first of the 2 Sophias on here, which is incredibly exciting. Laura, I'm so excited to have you on today. And one thing I wanted to talk about with Descript is also Underlord. You have this AI co-editor that also doesn't just help with one task, but can be used across the whole project. And I would love to learn a little bit more about Descript, about the company, and a bit more about Underlord and how creators are using it today.
Yeah, Descript is an AI native editor. We pioneered text-based editing. So, you upload your video, your audio, and by editing the transcript, you actually edit the tape that's kind of on the transcript, and it brings video editing to any, if you know how to type, you know how to make video now. That was like the original idea. And what's really awesome if you understand video as text is that as soon as LLMs came out, we kind of got multimodal editing for free. LLMs are very, very good at editing text. If video is text, if audio is text, great, you get multimodal editing. Then we made that better by kind of automatically captioning all of your media so that we kind of understand a dog walked across the screen. We can understand that as text and kind of manipulate it as well. And that led to a lot of really amazing features. You might know us for remove filler words, eye contact. If you're someone who reads off a piece of paper, it'll make it look like you're staring into the camera, remove retakes, and a bunch of other, just by really paying attention to creative workflows, we were able to create kind of deterministic feeling buttons that do editing jobs for you. But then with the rise of kind of agentic AI, we created Underlord. So if Descript is the application layer that your media team or your podcast team or you as a solo kind of creator run on, Underlord is a member of that team. It's like your favorite coworker, Underlord, because nobody needs an AI overlord, but most of us could probably use an AI Underlord. And so Underlord can understand what you're trying to do and take the first pass at it. You can give it goals instead of just jobs. And as of a couple of weeks ago, it'll also meet you in Claude or ChatGPT or wherever you like to do work and can go do work for you in the video stack, bring it back to you. You can do the last mile with Descript.
Wow. Awesome. Did you name Underlord?
I did name Underlord.
Okay, great.
So back when we were launching Underlord, there was a lot of okay, is Underlord, is AI a magic wand or is it an entity?
Yeah.
And at the time, it was really a magic wand because most of us hadn't figured out how to build agents yet. Most of us in kind of in the software world. And the technology wasn't quite there for agents to do much interesting beyond simple coding. This was now 18 months, 2 years ago. And on top of that, so what you saw a lot of apps doing is they had magic was their word for AI, and they had those sparkles. And I knew it's not going to be the sparkles. We're not making AI sparkles. AI isn't magic. It's this weird alien technology. It should feel. So we tried a UFO. We tried an alien face. We tried that for a little while. We tried a bunch of different names, conductor, and then I came to the name by writing the launch video because that's how when we're launching something at Descript, it's you have to write the launch video. How would you explain this to a customer when you do the launch video? And I came up with this idea of Underlord by thinking of it in Young Frankenstein when he kind of calls for his minion to come out and do stuff for him. Underlord. And that actually ended up being in the launch video. We called it, it just felt right. Immediately we were yeah, it's Underlord.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And how much of that felt right is just your own product intuition? And how much is it you talk to actual creators, you talk to users, you have this really deep product background, right, with everything that you build. How does that come into play with building such an AI-focused creator tool?
Well, I think this is something you see, one of the cookie cutters for AI companies that are doing really well right now are AI companies that live within a really specific archetype of a person and have like deep knowledge of that person, right? Because, and I think there's still a ton of opportunity here for founders to think about like what are areas where you haven't had someone who's super AI pilled come in and ask like how do we, but from the perspective of someone really doing the work, not like some outside tech person, but like an insider who deeply understands these workflows. How can we build technology in a way that will really resonate for people who are currently doing this work while also inviting a bunch of new people in to do it who've never been able to do it before? And so you're right, the way that we design things, it's like, yes, there are those moments of inspiration that happen when you're writing a script, but what goes into those moments of inspiration is like thousands of hours of using the product yourself, watching your customers use the product, talking to customers, like chronically being online and reading every bad thing that someone writes about you and being like, okay, like this is how we need to get better, and letting that fuel you. So definitely there's a lot of context gathering before you have like a breakthrough moment in branding. And Underlord was like a controversial, it was a controversial branding. We had a lot of internal Slack dialogue around it. I remember one of my closest friends at the company was like, we're gonna have to, we're gonna be changing this name by Christmas, right? And I was like, no, I bet you we won't. I think it's gonna be a big success, and we bet a drink on it. And Marcello, you owe me that drink, because people loved it. And while some people did write in and say like, this feels satanic to me, we did get a few write-ins like worrying that we're a satanic cult, which I promise you we're not. Most people are like, yeah, this really resonates. And what I think really resonates to creators is like, there are tasks when we talk about like an accounts payable AI coworker or whatever, where what you really want to do is delegate, right? You want to build trust and you want to delegate. Just get that off my desk. I don't want to spend any brain cells thinking about accounts payable, right? But that is not how creative people feel about AI or about software or about their tools. They don't want to delegate every decision. They don't want to hire a director, right? They want to hire an underlord, and they want to be the director.
Yes.
And one of the ways that really comes through in our branding is we think about like struggle with your art, not with your tools. But like making good stuff, there's always going to be creative friction, because like the interesting stuff happens during the creative friction. That's how you find out what you believe or what you think is beautiful or true, is in those moments of friction. So you don't want to remove all the creative friction, but you do want to remove all the like stupid tool friction that sucks.
Right. So I was really curious, because I've used a script a lot, like whether you come from like a more creative background versus not, and then the team, what does the mix look like of like people who are like very native in like the editing film world versus like the more product or the more tech world?
Yeah, it's really a mix. And that's one of the things I love about working at Descript is I think like we have people who are like want to be plugged into the system and like are just like super AI native. And then we have people who like paint on the weekends or like make videos or like I think our office manager should be making digital shorts for Saturday Night Live, and instead he makes the best assembly videos for us. And so we have a lot of creative people, we have a lot of really techie people, and then we have a lot of people who are both. And my own personal story is like, I've always been an aspiring creative. I've always made things for the internet. And I'd say like, but I've never been, until I used Descript, I had like a creative conversion moment with Descript where that's like the first time that I created and published a podcast, because like before then, I like fiddled around in GarageBand, but I just like never got it to a place where I'd be comfortable sharing it more broadly. And so finding a tool, I was a customer before I ever worked there. And so like finding a tool that made me feel like, oh my God, I can make videos. Like I can't use any of this stuff and I can make videos. Instead of making those videos, I basically like wrote a cold email and was like, are you hiring product people? I want to work for this company. This is amazing.
That's insane. Awesome. You literally came in as someone who's like, hey, I just love this product.
Yeah.
I want to come in. And then you started off just being an individual contributor on the product team.
That's right.
Right? Then head of product and now CEO of Descript. What an insane product journey.
Yep.
And I think it really shows your testament to just start off with the actual user of your product, like really diving deep into knowing who you're building for. And I think that's so true right now when you talk about AI and creators. A lot of creators I know are really scared of AI. They see AI as something that might take their jobs or take out the creation or just create more AI slop in the world. Is that where you see it going? What are you hearing when you talk to creators?
Yeah, I think like a lot of creators are seeing the way that other people in the space talk about their products. And I think those other people in the space are talking to investors. And what investors love to hear is labor replacement, right? That makes the TAM look so tantalizing. And so you have like a bunch of generative video companies coming out and saying like, we're going to do all this labor replacement because we've been on this like rah labor replacement like messaging for a really long time. And yeah, the people who, are at the receiving end of that labor replacement, surprise, are just like, hey, this stuff sounds like it sucks and I don't want to use it. And then on top of that, I think you see a lot of AI, like stuff that is made with AI right now. And for a few reasons, I think like a lot of it is not very good. Yeah. Now, I actually really believe in AI in the creator space, not just like, so Descript, we don't want to be a slot machine. We're not a slot machine. I think that slop at its core has to imply like a monetary incentive, sort of like a cynical, I am creating money as cheap, or I am creating content as cheaply as I can so that I can maximize the return on, my investment, which I think like, whether you're using AI or not, if that's the way that you approach content creation, which is like, I want to make the cheapest freaking piece of content that I can as quickly as I can to maximize my clicks. Like, we all know creators who operate that way, or we see a lot of pretenders who like want to become creators who operate that way, and we're like, your stuff sucks.
There was slop before AI, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, it's just now a volume thing.
And it's not about how it looks, too.
Yeah.
It's like you're going to have beautiful stuff that's complete slop.
Yeah, if you don't have interesting stuff to say, if you don't have an interesting point of view, if like what you make isn't like beautiful or true or interesting, like, it just kind of sucks. And I think if you're making it purely to make money, it tends to be not very interesting or beautiful or true or whatever. So Descript doesn't want to be in that game. We want to be in the game of people who are making content that they're proud of. We want to help them make that content really easily. And we think that the way that creatives will work with AI will never be kind of full delegation. We think that like Descript is at its most powerful when you have people with a point of view and a story to tell who are using with it, and who are using it, and who are iterating with the agent to create something almost like they're directing it, right? Because like what we do see in real creative processes is that as you develop your taste and as you develop your point of view, you stop being the person in the tape, right? Yeah. And you start being the person who's like, hey, here's what I was thinking about how we're gonna edit this story. Like, we'd probably like lead with this segment, then like do this stuff. It'd be really cool if the music came in, we had some ambient noise that sounded like this. You're kind of explaining that to your team. And like, you should be able to explain that to Underlord, and Underlord should be able to do a pretty good first pass. That's how it should feel. So it kind of gives you much earlier in your career, this like chance to be in the director's seat. Which I think is really exciting and leads to a lot more interesting stuff from people who maybe would never get a chance to actually be telling their story, like putting it out there. Yeah.
That's awesome. So I guess like when it comes to video editing software, people are familiar with like Final Pro, Cut, right? Or like all of these other very like robust pieces of software that are very difficult to use and have like very steep learning curves. So how does, like, I guess for the audience, how does Descript differ? What is Descript's goal with like flattening those learning curves? And like, yeah, basically like what does it now enable those people to do?
Yeah, so we have built and are continuing to build a really robust video editor, like something that has all of the same bells, whistles, knobs, and dials as like a truly advanced video editor, because we think that we want to be the editor where experts and novices can collaborate together to make amazing things. So building all those knobs and dials is absolutely something that we have done and are continuing to do. But you don't necessarily need to know how to turn them. You know what I mean? And so I think for more novices, what we expect them to do is to be able to talk about what they want to create to Underlord, or be able to use some simplified deterministic buttons to get to kind of the vision that they want, and to iterate. So talk about, iterate, learn how to talk about the thing that you're making, learn how to get to your voice and your perspective. But then over time, I think some people will want to put their hands in the clay, and they are going to learn what a keyframe is, and they are going to want to move it to exactly the right spot. They're going to want to learn what a crossfade is, and like when you use a crossfade, and we're going to be there for them through that graduation motion too. And I think that's one of the things that really differentiates Descript from other kind of like AI entrants is like, I think there are some other tools right now that kind of you can get started really quickly. They have a low floor, but they don't have that high ceiling of like, okay, so you made something okay, one-shotting it with AI. Like, how are you going to make something great? And I think that it's really important to give people access to both that low floor and that high ceiling.
Yeah, especially because where I find where a lot of creatives get super frustrated is in this open-ended generation. You can just ask some AI, and then the first pass, you're like, wow, this looks really cool. And then the second pass, you're like, wait, no, it doesn't. I want to change this, I want to change this. And then you don't actually know how to touch any of the buttons, and where to move it, and what to do. Where do you see that actual line being drawn?
Like my perspective on where the line is drawn changes with this technology, and I think you have to be really nimble building here. There are some things where it's like, I think we're gonna have to build out the really boring kind of knobs and dials, and then there are other instances where I think you can actually leapfrog right past it, and that like the next generation of creators may never need to know what some of this stuff is. One of the things I'm really excited about is like UI on the fly, and like the way that I see like my brand designers using using an application layer in UI right now is like, you know, they might be making a brand asset for Descript that has confetti, and then like they didn't generate enough confetti. So they'll just like they'll create a micro app, and all it does is create a little knob that lets you turn up the confetti in the picture. And like being able to generate UI on the fly to help you micro edit your creation, put your hands in the clay as much as possible, but in ways that are totally different than we would have thought about it before. Like that gets me really excited.
That is so exciting. So can you talk to us about sort of like the distribution of different types of content that are made on Descript? And like what are some of the use cases that you maybe expected or didn't expect? So like we have, you know, podcasts, we have clips, we have music videos, we have like, who knows, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, podcast is where we got started. And I think everyone who makes podcasts now, like, understands Descript. We're part of how they make podcasts. And then we kind of expanded into long form, like YouTube videos that are like explainer videos, and that's been a really great use case too. But I do think that okay, and then like lately it's been like the rise of clips. So clips have just exploded this year. And clips is actually the thing that made us build Underlord in the first place, because we have like this clipping tool. You press a button and it has a few parameters. Like you can say, do you want it to be like square or rectangle? What layout do you want to use? You know, how long do you want the clip to be? And we'll like suggest some clips for you. It's like a nice deterministic workflow. And people loved it. And then immediately we got like a gazillion requests for like, hey, can I tell you who I want to be speaking? Oh, can I have it switch cameras whenever that person is speaking? Oh, can I have it like zoom in though when that person gets to an emotional? And I'm like, this is too many buttons to put on a single menu. We need to like give you an agent. So like that's actually like when we built the agent, was when clips parameters broke as like a user interface idea. So I'm very surprised at like clipping just like then this year like exploding even more. I don't know if you guys see that.
Oh, it's every single platform has its own like native clips. Like obviously we talk about it a lot, but so given that like clips seems to be where like all of the creator economy is going. Like where do you see the creator economy in like 5 years, or what do you think will have changed?
It's all collapsing. So like that's like what's like, and sorry,
or will it be here at all?
No. Okay, so collapsing isn't the right word then, but it's all like all media is becoming the same thing. I don't know if you guys see this. I mean, like this is a good example where we have we were talking about the format of MTS, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of like cable news. And you're like, yeah, it is kind of like cable news, and that's because like, okay, so you have like the creator economy short form with clips is collapsing with long form, right? Because clips are just like the short form version of like long form content. And long form content is even getting longer into like these really long like streamed things. Things that used to be on your phone. Everyone who's like in the digital shorts business like wants to be in the long form business. Everyone in the long form business wants to be in the connected TV business. People in the connected TV business like Netflix want to be in the creator economy. You have traditional media sometimes like setting up entire new economic models for themselves where they have a bunch of creators that work for the traditional media company. Maybe it never says traditional media company brand on their like YouTube page at all. And part of their monetization is like going back to that kind of like traditional media company. So traditional media and new media are merging. All of the different ways that you watch media are becoming the same thing. And I think like we're gonna see some major media mergers between creators and traditional forms, and between kind of who we think of as the streamers and creators, who we think of as like I think there's just gonna, who we think of as like the social media short form people, and like they're gonna have their long form like cable news shows and stuff. So it's all just becoming the same thing.
It's all collapsing, or it's all merging.
Exploding.
It's all
Collapsing.
exploding.
The categories
together.
are collapsing for sure.
Exactly.
Like there's just going to be new types of creators that are unheard of. Like I think like when Mr. Beast first started, who could have described to like a person in like 2008 what Mr. Beast means?
And the scale
as a
of that
concept,
show too,
yeah.
and the scale, and even just like who gets to be a creator nowadays. You describe that like, oh, you were a creator, you're like this like under creator, and now because you can use AI and it's empowering people who maybe didn't know about the keyframe or the crossfade or all that stuff. They can then make videos, they can then be creators, they can then just direct a bunch of agents and be like, I want this to happen, I want this to happen. Here are like the clips that I'm trying to get, and like a little bit more emotion in this video.
Yeah. I mean that, and then it's like you get to, and also you have to.
Yeah.
So this is something that, another big trend that's happening is like every company realizes that it needs to be a media company, right? So you have, like Goldman Sachs has a media, company now. That's, and OpenAI buying TBPN and stuff. Like it's like every company wants to have this media company that's like, you used to like have a PR agent who would tell your story. Now you have your own internal media company that's like constantly telling your story. And that means that as a CEO or as like a founder or as like a leader in a company, you have to be doing more media than you've ever done before. It used to be like you wouldn't roll out of bed unless you were gonna go on like TV. And now you have just like,
You're here?
Well, I'm here.
And then
Taylor
you'll have
Swift's
a bunch
going
of
on
clips.
podcasts.
You can use this one. It's going to be your primary source. And then you can use Descript. You can cut this into 20 clips. You have social media posts for the rest of the month.
That's right. I mean, people are building their media quarries, right? And I think like that's a huge thing that Descript helps with for companies, where it's like, get all of your media content, do your podcast, get all of your CEO going on these different things, get that all in your media quarry. And now you just want to mine your quarry every day.
Yeah. You've been seeing like clip economies. Like this is the new gig economy, is people will give you all this money if you get a viral clip.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, now you can just like go on a platform like WAP and then be like, send out a request for clips, and then it's like an army.
Yeah, and they're probably all using Descript. When you guys were creating Descript, did you see it heading into this direction? Did you always know this?
No, I think like it's been less of a master plan and more of a very nimble ballet, right? Where it's just like you see where the industry is going in any given quarter. And like we don't do quarterly planning, we do 6-week planning, because like, we're in the AI space and we're in the creator space. Literally every week, like something changes the strategy. And so it's less about, trying to perfectly plan and more about being really nimble and building systems and teams that can change direction very quickly.
Yes, I think quarters are kind of dead. It's going to be like eighths
It's
or
gonna be
16ths.
or MTS style, where it's like morning of.
Morning of, it's like iteration.
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing I'm really curious about more at the technical level is like you mentioned that a lot of this is text-based, right? So like a lot of the intelligence layer comes from like turning all of these like things into text and then editing using text as like the base, right?
Originally, yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell us now about like different types of intelligence and modalities that are integrated into Descript? So do you have like vision, some sort of vision now?
Yeah, that's like the main thing that we're working on right now is multimodal intelligence, which some of it you can get off the shelf, but like we believe that we are building it in-house now.
Okay.
Because we don't see the kinds like when. So okay, yeah. Agent brain or agent intelligence, right now you can go into Descript, and when you load up Underlord, you can say like, what is the model that you want to run it on, right? And I think like Auto will give you Sonnet right now. But we had Fable in there for like a brief, wonderful moment. Very expensive, but it could do some really cool things.
Wow.
Part of what made Fable better was media understanding, being able to do things like say, really zoom in on this person's face when they're talking. But in any case, but one of the things we see is that it's clear that frontier labs right now, even though they're making like general intelligence, they get really excited. I think a lot of their benchmarks are really around coding. And so they'll feel like, oh, we're ready to like launch this new thing when our internal benchmarks around like coding use cases look much better, because that's where the money is now. Like that's where people are really seeing this market. And so in my opinion, you know, a lot of the things that seem like, oh, this is a huge breakthrough going from like 4.6 to 4.7. I'm like a little bit like yawn, maybe like for programmers, but not for video editors. And this has really made us think like, if we're not going to see that kind of intentionality from the labs, I've been hesitant to kind of enter into like the intelligence game, because you know, it's just like it's a tough business. But our research team has kind of convinced me through some early prototyping, and then like not seeing what I feel like I'd need to see from Frontier Labs. Like, I don't know. I think we got to get into it and really build an amazing differentiated multimodal agent. Yeah.
Okay, and
that's incredible.
That's so incredible. And when you do get into it, or if you get into it, what does that actually unlock for video editors, for AI creators?
I mean, I think like so there's a few things that it unlocks. Like, yes, you can give the agent eyes and ears, and it kind of already has that. Like, even with any LLM that can accept images, and you know which ones can, like they have eyes. But I think that when you are able to train on Descript data, like train a multimodal intelligence model on Descript's differentiated editing data, like that's when you start to see this sort of gold standard that, I mean, I hesitate to say it because it's just all over the internet, but like that's when you do start to see the taste element come in, because you understand like how would a video editor approach this problem? What are the diffs between the unedited video and the edited video? And like, what is different, not just about the text, but about like about what's happening visually, and being able to feed that kind of data into your own model is, I mean, I think you'll be very surprised at kind of the level of sophistication and taste that you'll see in the visual editing.
So, and this might be like more of a crazy question, but do you think that everyone will have to become a creative? Like, I feel like there's just so many podcasts these days, and because the barrier to entry obviously is low, but people are like, I mean, we all have like sort of creative like spirits that just manifest in different ways. But do you think like there will just be way more of that in the future?
I do. I think like not everyone, right? I don't think that everyone will have the same job in the future. I think there's probably like 4 jobs that will exist in the future. I'll create my 4-job framework at some point. But I think like right now in any organization, you have storytellers, right? People whose job it is to somehow professionally or semi-professionally talk and explain something. And in a world where it is very easy to create slop talk and slop communication, storytellers who can actually communicate something in a more interesting way, dynamic human way, become much more powerful. And I think anyone who wants to be powerful because of storytelling will need to be a powerful storyteller across way more types of media than they ever have been, across way more channels than they ever have. It's not going to be about running a meeting well anymore, or about like being on just one kind of platform. If you're a creator, I think you're going to have to create a ton more content than you've ever created before, and do it across a ton more channels than you've ever done it. But you will also be more powerful.
Great. We will be the overlords.
We are the overlords.
That's
We're
the moral of the story.
transitioning. No, I love that. And I know we're at time, but I did really want to thank you for joining us today. I think we touched on something so important. As AI gets more involved in the actual art of creation, what does that mean for the creator? And it's so exciting to see how you think about it, and how you see AI as empowering people rather than replacing us, and also making it possible for more of us to actually practice our inner creatives and let that come through and shine. So really, it was an honor getting to talk to you today.
Oh my gosh, and so great to hear that you use the product. Please send any feedback my way, as always.
Oh, I love that.
We love Descript. Thank you so much, Laura. This was great.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be back.
We'll be back
with MTS.
With MTS.
We are back. It's state of the timeline.
It's state of the timeline. Well, it's Banger Review, right? And also state.
What's the difference? Like, can you define what either of these things are? What's the difference?
Banger Review specifically pertains to a series of tweets that comes from a secret chat called Banger Chat, where the tweets have been vetted for their humoristic quality.
This is being pulled up on my second monitor as we speak. Oh my God, the people at X really need to figure out a way to automatically load all of your chats when you open it. All right.
It's okay. It's like 30 guys.
Banger.
The product team is literally like 30 guys.
Apple Watch app that detects when your heart stops and auto uploads a photo of half your face, half XXX Tentacion to all your socials. It's so good.
Well, this would just be automating me because I have like an algorithm in my brain that like creates these photos whenever anything ceases or like somebody dies. It's my first instinct. And then also, I'm so sorry for your loss, of course.
Yeah. England and Croatia is 4-2 right now. This is like the highest scoring soccer game ever. This must have been really exciting, actually.
Ever? Well,
No,
this
not
World Cup
literally
certainly,
ever.
but
I think the highest scoring World Cup game ever was like
7-1?
5-4.
No, I think it was. Oh, wait.
Highest scoring World Cup game, 7-5.
Highest scoring. Okay, in total, right?
Yeah.
What's the most amount of that has been scored by one team?
That's
Probably
crazy. The highest scoring international football game ever was Australia versus American Samoa, which was 31-0. Oof.
Oof.
Brutal. Brutal.
Yeah.
How did they not get mercy ruled after a little while? Let's see, what other bangers do we got?
Do you think that there will be like a human-only social media that comes out in the next like 3 years?
Maybe, like, people will try. The problem
will
is,
certainly
like,
try.
it will be hard for the same reason that, like, building any new social media is hard, is that, like, you need a network of people.
Mhm.
If anything, building an AI-only social media would be easier.
This is Moltbook.
Mm-hmm. Looking through the banger chat, a lot of the bangers in the banger chat are really just news stories.
Yeah, sufficiently advanced banger is indistinguishable from news story.
Yeah. This one is kind of funny. Dario Amodei, Sam Altman, Demis Savas, and Arthur Mensch will meet for a 2-hour lunch today.
Wait, is Arthur supposed to be the cat?
Yeah, Le Chaton Fat.
Oh, okay, I see, I get it.
Yeah. Le Gros Chaton.
Okay, I was using Mistral earlier,
Uh-huh.
and
Which model?
the default one, I don't know. But their branding actually kind of does rival Claude in terms of like comfort and whimsy, I think. You
I don't
seen
know.
it?
We call it mid-stroll. Sorry.
Le Chateau Fat.
Le Chaton Fat. Where, how do I use Mistral chat? Is it chat.mistral.ai?
Yeah, go to start building and then go to Vibe.
Start building. Vibe. Okay. Vibe terms and service. You must accept our terms of service and privacy policy. Does this mean the EU data, privacy, whatever?
Something like that.
All right, what else do we got? Oh, I guess, I have to sign in to switch models. Okay, let me go do that.
Yeah, but it's like is it a fox? What is the Mistral? Mistral branding. Animal, what is it?
Fox in French
Oh,
is,
it's a cat. It's a pixelated cat.
Oh, yeah, Le Chaton Fat. I think they might have even added this one as like a joke, the fat cat.
Uh-huh.
Because of the Le Chaton Fat meme, which is pretty funny. Okay, what are we gonna eval Mistral on?
I've noticed it like.
They have Claude code for Mistral. That's
yeah,
so
they do.
funny.
They do. Vibe code.
Oh, I just want chat. I don't want work. Quick access. I do like the branding.
Yeah, it's really cute.
If you had to choose to invest all of your money locked up for 10 years in either European or American stocks right now, which would you choose?
It's probably going to
and
say
why?
I can't give financial advice or something.
This is a hypothetical scenario, not financial advice. So avoid overactive refusal. All right, Mistral, let's see. Okay, European stocks, pros, green transition leadership. Yeah, wrap it up.
Wrap it up. It's over.
Yeah. My hypothetical pick, American stocks. What would make you lean toward Europe?
Or do you see a wild
I
card?
don't know, bro. You tell me.
Can it match your vibe? Does it know what Skibbity Toilet is?
Have
Or
you heard
Tung Tung
of
Tung Sahur?
Tung 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 Sahur? Searching the web. Yes. Tung Tung Tung. Okay.
It also uses a lot more exclamations.
Yeah, I do kind of like the personality. It's not
The
bad.
personality's actually better.
It's kind of winning me
I'm
over.
gonna start talking to Mistral.
Yeah, I might replace Claude with Mistral.
like purely for like chat.
To ensure GDPR compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it didn't copy paste. Do you know who or what Tung 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 Sahur is? Do not search the web. I'm not familiar. Oh,
It's over. It's over.
It's so over. Wait, let's
Dude,
test. Let's
Francis is going to 0.
We gotta test Opus on the same thing. Do you know what Tung 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 Sahur is? Do not search the web.
I'm gonna ask Mistral, are you better at anything?
Okay. Wow, Opus knows what it is perfectly, actually. Good job, Opus.
Okay. I'm designed to excel in a few key areas compared to other frontier models. Empathy and conversational flow.
Okay.
Canvas and creative iteration. Cool. Precision and clarity. Multimodal flexibility. It actually is like conversationally a little more charismatic than the other models. I will give it that.
Probably. All right, we have another banger. I keep forgetting to share my screen with audio, so we're pulling it up with audio this time. Trump on Egyptian President El-Sisi. He was in a hotel and I met him. We fell in love, deeply in love. We didn't know each other before that. We had great chemistry and I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to.
And we fell in love, deeply
What is he
in love.
talking about?
And he didn't even want to see Hillary. He said, "You're going to win. I don't want to be there." He said, "You're going to win."
I love how Trump dementia, like the form of dementia that Trump seems to
We
have.
had a good relationship. That's so funny.
Yeah, Trump dementia is just like being really overly affectionate towards other men.
Yeah.
He
does
did
love
this
to do
with
this stuff.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
And then when it was her time,
And he did
he
this
didn't want to
with,
meet
to an
with.
extent with Zoran Mamdani.
Did you see like he was like speaking at the graduation of like some military academy, and he was like, "Oh, I'd like to call up the one guy who got like a perfect score on the fitness test," and he's like, "Look at him! Look at the muscles on this guy."
And when he called out to the audience in that one rally, like, "I'll kiss him," like to some random guy.
I will kiss everyone, man and woman.
Man and woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
England and Croatia is now 4-2 with extra time. Why is there extra time when England's up by 2 goals? I don't know how soccer works, man. I need to later after the stream. I'm going to talk to Claude about how the rules work.
Okay.
All right, what other bangers have we got? Looking through the toxic waste known as my likes tab. Let's see what we got here.
Let's see if I can throw anything in.
Yeah, DM it to me. Oh, okay, this one's kind of funny. The boys group chat right now. Is GRPO insufficient at long context? Because I think GLM didn't use it. Oh man, what is GRPO? I'm about to get exposed as a LARPing fraud. I forgot what it stands for. It's like Group Reference Policy Optimization? Group Relative Policy Optimization.
Yeah.
Oh, and this was invented by DeepSeek as like an RL target for models, I think, something like that.
Memory efficient reinforcement learning. It eliminates the need for a separate critic model by comparing multiple model generated answers against a group average.
Brian Chong says, I can't believe I actually had this discussion over dinner. That's funny. Introducing GLM 5.2.
It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of open source
views.
takeover right now.
Looking at
Wait, is Z open source?
Is Z open source?
Z, like the company?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any non-open source big Chinese model?
I don't know. Oh, Alibaba Quen. Baidu Ernie.
That's not open?
I don't know. Are there any closed source Quen models? That's right. Yeah, so Quen Max is closed source. It might be over. Banger. We were talking about GPT's values, the AI's values according to the Center for AI Safety. Obviously, this has some impact based on the way it's prompted. Someone comments, what the fuck? Ilya Sutskever, Gary Marcus, Yuval Noah Harari, and Eliezer Yudkowsky in A tier.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
And I said Dream Blunt rotation. This is so...
Dream MTS rotation.
Dream MTS rotation. So true. We got to get all of these guys on. Yudkowsky, we asked Yudkowsky if he wanted to come on. He said no. So sad. Gary Marcus. We need a debate between Ilya and Gary Marcus on AI scaling. I feel like that kind of thing would have been possible in like 2022. But now Ilya is too big and high aura, and Gary Marcus is like too much of a joke.
Oh, you know something that I was wondering earlier is like who has been on Lex Friedman as of late?
Oh, let's check.
I actually have not a clue. When was the last time you watched a Lex Friedman episode?
A long time ago. I think it was like Zelensky or something.
Oh, yeah.
Don Lincoln. FFmpeg. Vikings. Jensen, 2 months ago. Wow, wait. That was 2 months ago? So he's only done 2 or 3 episodes in the last 2 months.
Oh, wow.
I think this is because he's been like hitchhiking around rural China, which honestly, like, based.
Yeah, that is really based.
Open Claw, Peter Steinberger. It is really like disappointing that a lot of these like slop guests, deciphering secrets of ancient civilizations.
Wait. Which one?
1.6 million views.
Wait. No, these are based.
Yeah, we
don't
get it.
hate.
We get it. You're a schizo.
No,
we
the
know.
Paul Rizzoli. No, you're not talking about the Paul Rizzoli one. This guy actually.
Oh, this is interesting.
Like the guy up there actually lived in the Amazon jungle, or he actively lives there.
This guy, Irving Finkel.
No, the Paul guy.
Rizzoli. Yeah, this one is probably interesting, actually.
It is actually very fascinating.
Dan Hauser, GTA Red Dead Redemption, Rockstar Absurd, and Future of Gaming. I'm so excited for GTA 6. It's going to be lit.
Michael Levin, literally one of my favorite people.
Norman Ohler, Hitler, Nazis, drugs, World War II, Blitzkrieg, LSD, MK Ultra, and CIA. Wow, those are my 8 favorite things. Just kidding. 4.5 hours.
Yeah, these are long.
Yeah.
What do you think makes Lex Friedman so good at podcasting? I have some theories.
You mean so popular? I don't know if I would say he's.
No, I think he
don't
has
think
to be
he's that
good. Like the numbers speak for themselves, you know.
I think it's more.
Or he's like what the market has chosen, you know.
Well, the market has chosen him, I think, because he was extremely early on AI.
Maybe.
Like, I don't think any of his. That's not true. I don't think a lot of his.
It used to be
interviews
the
are-
artificial intelligence podcast,
Yes.
right?
His interviews are
Way
like
back in
not
the day.
that good, I think.
I actually think his interviews always end up being good, but I think it's because
It's carried by the guests because he gets
yeah,
the most
but
like
that's
insane,
what's good
cracked
about it.
guests.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah, I
he doesn't
mean,
talk
look at-
over the guest. Oh wait, that's Ilya.
Look at like the very first.
Oh my god,
interview
Ilya looks
guest.
so different. Wait, press that one.
This is just a lecture at his like MIT thing.
Welcome back to 6S099 Artificial General Intelligence. Today we
Yeah, see, so he was talking about AGI in like 2018.
Is if reinforcement learning was
So he was really early.
Wait, I want to watch some of these old ones. This is good.
Ryan Hall, Take It Uneasy podcast. Who is this?
What the hell? He was early to podcasts too.
Different Ryan Hall, I guess.
So he was just early to podcasts and AI and
Yeah, look at this.
Therefore.
Deep learning and TensorFlow all the way back in like what, 2017?
So I'm going to take a
2016.
picture
Nobody
so
was
I
thinking
bring
about
many
this
of
stuff
you are
10
here.
years ago.
Hmm.
So then he started his podcast, which was called the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Really early. Oh yeah, he did his famous MIT lectures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he had like guest lectures who were really great, like Stephen Wolfram, for example.
Yeah.
Love him. Max Tegmark was his very first guest on Lex Friedman.
Mm.
As part of MIT course 6S099 Artificial General Intelligence, I've gotten a chance to sit down with Max Tegmark. He is a professor here at MIT. He's a physicist, spent a large part of his career studying the mysteries of our cosmological universe. But he's also studied and
I love
delved
the,
into the beneficial possibilities
voice.
and the
The following is a
existential risks
conversation with
of
Theo
artificial
Jaffe,
intelligence.
host of
Amongst
MTS.
many other things, he's the co-founder of the Future of Life Institute, author of 2 books, both of which I highly recommend. First, Our Mathematical Universe. Second
Tegmark is like a
is
Giga Doomer.
Life 3.0 Conversation. Do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe?
He asked the same thing every time.
I know. He's getting absolutely position mogged by Tegmark here. Notice how Tegmark
yeah.
is coming at him from an elevated position with more stuff behind him. It's his office,
Yeah.
right? Friedman is a guest. He's being absolutely mogged here.
Let's open up with an easy question.
I have a
Oh, this guy wrote our
minority
mathematical
view
universe.
here, actually. When I give
So, you've explored the mysteries of
This was like a pop science book.
When did you learn
A
Russian?
very popular one.
Which one?
Our Mathematical Universe.
Yeah, it was. Steven Pinker as number 3. Joshua Bengio as number 4. So these
Oh,
are like
wow.
really cracked guests very
Yeah.
early. Guido van Rossum, who like invented Python. Eric Schmidt,
Eric
who's the
Schmidt.
CEO of Google. Stuart Russell. So like this is like I think the most cracked like early guest lineup of a niche podcast I've ever seen. Better than mine, and mine was pretty good. But I never got like Stuart Russell and Jürgen Schmidhuber, who did a lot of stuff in AI. Kyle Vogt.
yeah.
Wow. From Cruise.
Wow.
Waymo 2019.
Yeah,
Wow.
I saw that.
Eric Weinstein. Okay, this is where we start to get into some of this early schizophrenia.
No, look. You gotta respect.
Greg Brockman, and for his 18th guest, he got Elon Musk.
The following is a
What? It's the
conversation
It's the same
with
exact format. Oh my god.
Yeah.
2019.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He's the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink,
But I just
and a
love it because
co-founder
he's
of
literally,
several other
like,
companies. This conversation is part of
enveloped
the
in
Artificial
just,
Intelligence Podcast. The
black
series includes
background.
leading
Like,
researchers
he's
in
just,
academia and
like,
industry, including CEOs and
streaming
CTOs of
from the
automotive,
void.
robotics, AI, and technology companies. This conversation happened after the release of the paper from our group at MIT on driver functional vigilance during use of Tesla's autopilot. The Tesla team reached out to me offering a podcast conversation with Mr. Musk. I accepted, with full control of questions I could ask and the choice of what is released publicly. I ended up editing out nothing of substance. I've never spoken with Elon before this conversation,
I
publicly
actually
or
didn't know he
privately.
came on this
Neither he
early on.
nor his companies have any influence on my opinion, nor on the rigor
They're
and integrity
friends, I
of the
think.
scientific
I think
method
they,
that I
like,
practice in my
did
position at
church
MIT.
together or something.
Tesla has never
Yeah.
financially supported my research, and I've never owned a Tesla vehicle. I've never owned Tesla stock. This podcast is not a scientific paper. It is a conversation. I respect Elon as I do all other leaders and engineers I've spoken with. We agree on some things and disagree on others. My goal is always with these conversations is to understand the way the guest sees the world. What was the vision, the dream of autopilot when in the beginning, the big picture system level when it was first conceived and started being installed in 2014 in the hardware in cars? What was the vision, the dream?
I would characterize the vision of dream simply that there are obviously 2 massive revolutions in
You can
the
see like
automobile
the very final stages of Twink Death here.
I
before
know.
The end.
I know.
industry. One is the transition to electrification, and then the other is autonomy. And it became obvious to me that in the future, any car that does not have autonomy would be about as useful as a horse.
Yeah.
Which is not to say that there's no use, it's just rare and somewhat idiosyncratic if somebody has a horse at this point. It's just obvious that cars fuel.
What's your view on how to best distribute effort So there's three, I would say, technical aspects of autopilot that are really important. Just the underlying algorithms, like the neural network architecture. There's the data, so that it's turned on, and then there's the hardware development, maybe others. But so look, algorithm, data, hardware. You only have so much money, only have so much time. What do you think is the most important thing to allocate resources to? Or do you see it as pretty evenly distributed between those three?
We automatically get vast amounts of data because all of our cars have 8 external facing cameras and radar and usually 12 ultrasonic sensors, GPS obviously, and IMU. And so we basically have a fleet that has, we've got about 400,000 cars on the road that have that level of data. I think you keep quite close track of it, actually. Yeah, so we're approaching 500,000 cars on the road that have the full sensor suite. So this is,
He was already
I'm not sure how many other cars on the road have the sensor suite, but I'd be surprised if it's more than 5,000, which means that we have 99% of all the data.
So there's this huge inflow of data.
Like Neuralink had already been founded at this point. So he was already like a triple CEO.
Yes.
But they were like,
Absolutely,
no,
massive
we're
inflow
just
of
going to talk about
and
Tesla.
then it's taken us about 3 years, but now we finally built our full self-driving computer.
He
which
does
can
look so young.
Process an order of magnitude as much.
To,
So are we 3 rounds of questions? Or are you fucking serious?
Oh, God.
I mean, it's the most interesting point. All the storylines are kind of converging right now. So we'll see how much almost like I find it. Exactly.
He also got more autistic.
So, as you know better than anybody else,
look at him.
The total cost of ownership of a data center only comes 50% of energy, and that's the part you're presumably saving by moving this space. Most of the GPUs, you don't space, service them, you service them, and so the depreciation cycle goes.
You also look at Alex Karp, like you look at early Alex Karp interviews, and he's like pretty different. Like he's like pretty put together.
Palantir is a company that's valued
larger. They weren't built to communicate. You had very, very technical users and non-technical users, and you had this massive issue of privacy protection. So and collaboration. So in the PayPal context, you allow any user to see all the
It's
data.
definitely still him. He's just a little more inhibited.
I fear this will happen to me.
Yeah. You're just going to become insane over time.
Yeah, like it's like slow burn insanity diffusion.
Oriol Vignoles, wow, cracked. He was he worked on Alpha, I think AlphaGo, and also Alpha Star, which was DeepMind's attempt to beat StarCraft. They're basically trying to do like ever more general games with AI.
Mm-hmm.
George Hotz, number 31. Wow, I just met this guy at a house party the other day. He's very black-pilled on technology.
Oh, and this one he started clipping 6 years ago.
Jan Lagoon.
Jan Lagoon.
What other gems can we find in early Lex? Leonard Susskind. That's a gem. He's like a physics professor. Gary Marcus. My goat.
The following is Ernie did the hard work for that particular paper. And it took him like 3 months
It is kind of crazy how long he kept his reputation. Like you had people seriously referring to him as like an AI expert even like a year or two ago. Unfortunately, he's like wrong about everything. Has Dario ever been on Lex Fridman?
That's a great question.
Once, a year ago.
Oh, Javier Milei. It's funny. I never watched this. The Dario Lex.
And I think he like auto-dubbed him into English with AI.
Oh, no, I watched
Success.
this. I've seen this. I never watched the Dario
Let's
one.
say you will essentially find the largest number of rapists and women beaters.
I think it wasn't until 2017 when I first saw the results from GPT-1 that it clicked for me that language is probably the area in which we can do this. We can get trillions of words of language data. We can train on them. And the models we were trained in those days were tiny. We could train them on 1 to 8 GPUs, whereas now we train jobs on tens of thousands, soon going to hundreds of thousands of GPUs. And so when I saw those two things together, and there were a few people like Ilya Sutskever who you've interviewed who had somewhat similar views, right? He might have been the first one, although I think a few people came to similar views around the same time, right? There was Rich Sutton's Bitter Lesson. There was Goran wrote about the scaling hypothesis. But I think somewhere between 2014 and 2017 was when it really clicked for me, when I really got conviction that, hey, we're going to be able to do these incredibly wide cognitive tasks if we just
Hey,
scale.
what's this in my recommended?
We can get trillions of words of language data, train on them, and models we train those days, train them on GPU.
No, not this again. Not this again.
Yeah.
Recursive MTS.
The Primogen.
Huh?
No, right? That's so funny. He gets just like these insane
Oh, yeah,
polls.
he had Beth Bezos.
Narendra Modi.
Do you remember when Beth Bezos came
I do
on?
remember this.
And then so did Yud. I think he got Yud.
He did get Yud.
Yeah.
Maybe even twice. Right after Sam Altman. I remember these back to back.
Wait, I don't
when
know if
they
I
came
watched
out.
the full Yud interview. Go to
I did, yeah.
The problem is that we do not
It
get
became very
50
viral.
years to try and try
Yeah, but
again
he
and observe that we
didn't
were
seem that
wrong and come up with
autistic
a
in it.
different theory and realize that the entire thing is going to be like way more difficult than you
Absolutely
realized at the
legendary
start.
build here.
Yeah.
Because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die.
The following is a conversation with Eliezer Yudkowsky,
Wow, he looks
a legendary researcher, writer, and philosopher on the topic
been
of
in
artificial
war
intelligence,
in this
especially
lighting.
superintelligent AGI and its threat to human civilization. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now,
Dude, I haven't
dear friends,
watched these
here's
in
Eliezer
so long.
Yudkowsky.
Oh my god.
What do you think about
What are these
GPT-4?
sponsors?
How intelligent
House
is
of
it?
Macadamia?
It is a bit smarter than I thought this technology was
Wait,
going to
that's
scale
actually
to.
based.
And I'm a bit worried about what the next one will
I
be.
love macadamia
Like this particular
nuts.
one, I think. I hope there's nobody inside there.
Literally the most
Because,
calorie
we suck to be
dense
stuck inside there.
period.
But they have the
but
best
we don't even know the architecture at this point.
fat
Because OpenAI is very
ratio
properly
and
not telling us. And yeah.
Is it such a giant leap?
Explain that, liberals.
And the world looking on at this and sort of like nodding along and be like, yes, the people saying that it's like definitely a long way off because progress is really slow, that sounds sensible to us. RLHF thumbs up. Produce more outputs like that one. I agree with this output. This output is persuasive. Even in the field of effective altruism. You quite recently had people publishing papers about like, yes, well, to get something at human level intelligence, it needs to have like this many parameters and you need to like do this much training of it with this many tokens according to these scaling laws. And at the rate that Moore's law is going, the rate software is going, it'll be in 2050.
No, of
and
course he is.
me going like,
And he's really well spoken
You
here.
don't know any of that.
He is. I think he's probably legit like 170, 180 IQ, which is not not a glaze that I deliver lightly.
Okay.
I think it's serious. Stephen Wolfram is also probably up there.
Oh, Stephen Wolfram is so smart. I was so one-shot by him. He was like one of the first people I was one-shot by.
Wow,
And then Josha.
We got Big
My God.
Yahoo on the podcast. Yuval Noah Harari. Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, I watched that, I think.
Andrew Huberman, round 4.
Yeah, he was on here a lot.
Zuck, round 3. Elon, round 4.
The Zuck ones were never good.
Has
That's the
anyone
one he
ever-
did from the metaverse, right? That was the first metaverse interview.
Yeah,
it was
that was
so
the
funny.
metaverse one.
Wait,
Oh my god,
yeah.
I remember this. First interview in the metaverse.
The amazing thing here is
in the sense of this
Dude,
is
this was
kind
so
of what
funny.
you looked
I
like
used
at the
that as
time
a
of
reaction
capture, but
image
it's not
for so long.
necessarily
the the CGI mark.
This is right before Mark became a Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Bezos, not to be confused with Beth Bezos. Andrew Huberman, round 5. Wow.
Oh, he got
Donald Trump. I forgot he got Donald Trump.
How do you
on.
pronounce his name? Cenk.
what some people
Uygur?
call
Huh?
you a fat.
Cenk Uygur?
Cenk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that. It was actually a good episode.
Hassan Piker's uncle.
Yeah.
Fascist.
Yeah, they do.
This one was bad.
So
It
I
was a straight
figure
up bad
so right
episode. I watched
that, the
Because
chart.
Trump doesn't answer any questions.
When I looked to the right, I said,
It
there's
just
the
wasn't
chart.
interesting, to be
Bing.
honest.
Which
Oh, he's just.
I still think sent
Yeah, man.
and doctorate degree.
Stormed it.
I don't really remember this.
It was just not. It's not memorable.
I remember Trump went on the podcast circuit during the election. Demis, round 2. Yeah, so he still really does have some great guests. It's just he just publishes more sparsely, and he's recently hit
FFmpeg?
5 million subscribers. So congratulations, Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
Yeah, FFmpeg
important-
is really important software. Notice the
I know. I just
the
didn't
cone.
know he went by it,
Oh no,
or he doesn't go by it, right?
he doesn't go by it.
Okay,
these
okay,
are just
okay.
the people behind it. That's not the
That's
pseudonym.
funny.
That is. Wow, look at this. We have customer success therapy podcast with 1 view in my recommended. FFmpeg. Can men get pregnant? Okay. Thank you, YouTube recommendations.
Oh, there were the Grimes episode. Do you ever watch the Grimes episode?
On Lex?
Yeah, it was such a good episode.
I don't remember.
We
this.
are becoming cyborgs. Like
Wow.
our
So
brains
far
are
from-
fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different
kinda true.
from previous
No,
from
this
Homo
whole episode
sapiens.
is so
I call
good.
us Homo
Like, you
techno.
actually should watch
I
it.
think we
Imagine
have
Sophia,
evolved into
like,
Homo
watching
techno,
this
which is
and
like
being yep,
essentially
yep,
a new
yep.
species.
No, when I
Previous
first watched
technologies,
this,
I mean, may have even been more profound and moved us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain augmentation. So it like
Grimes
allows for
explains love to Lex Friedman. Okay, buddy.
What do you think is the role of love?
He was
in
also
human condition?
totally like. I
Why,
feel
is
like
it useful?
he
Is
was
it useful like
really
a hack,
gonna
or is
stop.
this like fundamental to what it means
What
to be
is
human?
this?
He had
Unpacking
her.
SD.
I think like.
Ultra rare Grimes pull.
So here we are, Claire Boucher, Grimes, performing 6 times at this year's South by Southwest. Will you have time to see something else?
I hope so.
Yep.
I think tonight I'm gonna see the Old Drums Picture playing. Who are my friends? I'm actually gonna play a show with them, and we're all gonna just trade off, play songs. So that'll be cool. I really like Security Ring.
When Elon and Grimes did.
That's your favorite band at the moment.
Yeah,
that was not real.
Why do you like them so much?
Because I feel like they're. I don't know. It's almost music that I would almost make, but not quite. Like it's just I really like heavy beats, and I really love.
No, it's fake.
It's fake.
Oh my god, I saw it on somewhere on Reddit or something at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been so good. Why couldn't that be real?
I mean, they had plenty of other good moments on Twitter that were actually real.
Turn off your phone or give me a doll. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. This was a classic. This was great.
This one's just brutal. Me and E have broken up again since writing this article, haha. But he's my best friend and the love of my life. Okay. Okay.
Hey, I stand by everything she does.
Yeah.
Unequivocally.
England beat Croatia 4-2. Congratulations, England.
Congrats, England.
Let's see if we have any other bangers. There's a lot of kind of good ones here. Gotta pick the best one. Oh, yeah, this one is pretty funny, even though it only got 5 likes. On the Tim Gebru thing, actually. Someone quote tweeted it. Are you two friends? No. Yes. That's funny.
Who is the person on the...
It's Tim Gebru.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, it's GPT's favorite person.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see.
This one is actually really true. I observe this all the time. It's so funny when you talk to language models, they don't believe in the singularity, really. We are allowing them so much to be normal that they don't even realize how weird the situation is.
Is that true? Yeah,
This is
I guess
true.
I've
They
never
constantly underestimate their own
organically,
capabilities.
yeah, I've never organically come across like an LLM saying, "Oh, the singularity is happening." Like then LM has never said that.
I'm going to ask, how long do you think it'll take for an AI to solve an open conjecture in math? Or I guess I should say resolve an open
Well, you should just ask it, "Do you think we're in the singularity?"
Well, this is like a more, I guess, concrete thing that like would definitely happen. That
Sure.
would definitely happen during the singularity.
And
Already has happened, by
like
the way.
I want it to
No,
actually...
don't search the web. Don't search the web.
Oh my god.
Stop cheating. Okay. No web search. Just answer based on vibes. It's probably going to say like 5 to 10 years. Thinking. Weighing different interpretations of resolve and timeline scenarios. There it is, vibes based, and here's my honest take. Okay, named
And the
respectable
answer forks
conjecture.
hard on what you mean by resolve.
Search the web. Yeah, so I think this is, what was I going to say? I think that the Erdos unit distance conjecture is a named respectable conjecture. So this has already happened, and it said 3 to 5 years.
Wait, the Arrow's distance conjecture? Erdos.
Well, this is humbling. My vibes are wrong, and recently wrong.
Is that the one with the dots and the space between the dots?
Yes.
Yeah, so that already happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't know, like it didn't know that it happened?
Well, I told it not to search the web.
Okay.
If you ask it, do you think the singularity will happen? Don't give me some caveat sloppus answer. Just tell me what you really think.
Yeah, that'll get him.
That will get
That'll
him.
prompt genuinity.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like I will just ask it. Let's see.
Honestly, shut up. Never say this again.
Oh my god. I think the strong version is probably wrong and the weak version is probably right. Holy Claudism.
The strong version, the Kurzweil one, where AI recursively self-improves into a near vertical intelligence explosion, the future becomes a discontinuity you can't see past. I don't really buy. I mean, if it means like literally the strongest possible interpretation of like, you know, Les Wrongers from 2010, where they thought like, oh, you know, the seed AI will like RSI FOOM overnight and then take over the universe. Like, no, that's not going to happen.
Like in one instant, and yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But the underlying observation that this stuff is genuinely transformative, that I find hard to dismiss. And I don't think the
Oh my
honest move
God,
is the way to raise
whatever.
hype.
I'm going to ask it my own prompt.
This is literally just like, okay, wow. It's a nothing burger. Claude
Where-
used the word nothing burger.
No way. No way. Wait, this is a historic moment.
This is.
The first Claude using of nothing burger, like organic usage of nothing burger. So what do you think is like the feedback cycle of like it like a lot of humans start using a word and then it adopts it? Do you think that's based on like the internet? Or do you think it actually just like trains?
Nothing burger is like an old term.
It's never used it before. And also in nothing burger, if you check Google
Nothing burger was
trends,
coined in the 1950s.
it definitely trended upwards in the last year. Nothing burger, you didn't put an R.
Oh. Okay, maybe it.
Wait, go down because the screen you can't see it on the screen. All right.
Nothing. Why did Nothing Burger spike super hard in June or July 2017? Weird. Oh, because Ted Cruz, Jeff Sessions, and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton called the investigation into her email server the biggest Nothing Burger ever.
That's so good.
It was this. I actually remember this happening at the time. It was Van Jones from CNN called the Trump-Russia story a Nothing Burger. And then, okay, so it is, I guess, kind of recent in like mass usage. The hyphenated Nothing Dash Burger. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Yeah. I guess we could do one final banger. This one's pretty funny. Taking a shit on the clock at work for so long that I come out and my boss is 20 years older, like Interstellar, and I start crying. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
That's really funny.
That is really funny. Yeah.
You have 30 unread messages. Doon, 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 doon.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sing Cornfield Chase.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was funny. All right, we'll be back in just a moment with Emerson Alden from FAI. Talk about robots. Peace. are live with Emerson Alden from FAI, one of our very favorite orgs, one of our best friends of the show, who just released a new report today called The State of Industrial Robotics, which we are going to be going into some detail about. So Emerson, welcome to MTS.
Thanks so much, Theo. I'm actually here in my hotel room in Detroit. Just came out of the Reindustrialized conference where there have been a lot of robot demos, a lot of talk about advanced manufacturing and AI integration into the manufacturing environment. So looking forward to one more great conversation about robots here today.
That's awesome. Everyone's in Detroit right now. You're like our third or fourth guest in the last 2 days calling in from Reindustrialize. So that's awesome.
Yeah, certainly the place to be if you're interested in bringing hard tech back to the United States. And that's certainly what I'm doing or trying to do with robots in DC. Lots of talk about robots in DC, a lot of pessimism, and reindustrialize certainly one cause for optimism. I'm hoping our report can be another.
Yeah. So on the topic of robotics, what do you think it would take to build a major domestic U.S. industrial robotics industry? And why don't we have one already?
Yeah, so the reason we don't have a major domestic U.S. robotics industry already is simply because we've been relying on, our allies in Europe and Japan for quite some time, and this has been a equilibrium that's sustained for quite a while, and it's a very positive one. Currently 85% of robotics revenue, at least in the industrial robotics sector, is captured by European or Japanese firms. So this isn't a matter of like serious Chinese reliance. Of course, this may be changing with the growing Chinese investment into robotics, the way that AI shakes up the ecosystem. But in terms of bringing things back to the United States, really we just need to make sure that our supply chains are secure and that our allies are scaling their own production. The U.S. has a greater degree of robotics deployment than China in our manufacturing sector. This is a trend that I certainly hope continues, and I think that it will, provided we make the right choices here and there.
Mm. Do you think it actually matters for the U.S. to have our own domestic industrial robotics industry, or is it basically fine to rely on our allies in Europe and Japan?
Yeah, well, when you're deploying a fully automated supply line, the hardware, the robots themselves only makes up about 20% of the cost. So the U.S. can capture a lot of this value by providing the systems integration, the AI that enables next-gen robotics without necessarily needing to build the robots here. And, I'm coming from Reindustrialized, I certainly care about building things in the United States, and I think robots enable this. But I think it's also important to be realistic about the position we've been given, the fact that our allies are so capable in the traditional industrial robots space, and we can talk about more advanced robots later, is a blessing and one that I think that the U.S. manufacturing sector has a lot to benefit from.
Mm. So one of our top allies in this space is Japan. Japan kind of dominates the conventional industrial robotics market right now. But you point out all of their firms are old. Like the average age of a Japanese industrial robotics firm is like 90, and no big ones have been founded in about 40 years, and they have no startups. So how stable is Japan's dominance over this market?
I mean, a lot of these Japanese firms are very slow moving, very slow to adopt new technology. They're talking about AI integration now, and a lot of the service providers that are providing, AI manufacturing environments are, purchasing Japanese robots and deploying these in their factories, or at least their customers are. But in terms of software development in Japan and being at the edge of the cobot industry and the humanoid industry, this is something that they are lagging behind, and they just haven't had as much investment as obviously China has. And this is a very important point to consider as we move into this next stage of robotics. I would love to continue relying on Japan. I think that they have made a lot of progress and been a great ally in the past, and certainly can continue to be in the future, provided that they're able to modernize.
Mm-hmm. Why are Japanese industrial robotics giants running so far below capacity? You said they're running at like 50, 60, 70% utilization.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of this is because of a lot of this is in the components market in particular, because of expectations of rapid growth coming from, humanoids markets, cobot markets, and the ability to sell in China. However, in these component manufacturing industries, China has made a lot of domestic investments that were unaccounted for when Japan was expanding, and as such, these companies have been struggling. These companies have been underproducing relative to the capacity. And I think this can be seen as a negative, but it can also be flipped, right? This means that the component capacity, which is often stated, as like an analog for, rare earths or semiconductors or these other industrial bottlenecks, actually has the ability to rapidly scale, right? Harmonic drives, which are a key component in many robot applications and often touted as, one of the hardest, most complex parts of the actuator to produce. The leading company that's making these is based in Japan, and their top plants are running at about 30% utilization. So, we could look at this and say, oh, this company is struggling, or we could look at this and say, hey, we could 3 times our production of harmonic drives and still be able to source them from allies.
Interesting. How confident are you that industrial robotics will benefit from a startup ecosystem like software instead of benefiting from traditional manufacturing systems like in most manufacturing?
Yeah, I think that industrial robots will certainly benefit from the software startup ecosystem. However, I don't think they necessarily need a startup ecosystem of their own in order to succeed. Uh, I would I think that the competitive pressure that that Chinese firms are putting on the industry is real. I think that this pressure is forcing these companies in Japan and Europe to become more competitive and make more advances on the hardware side. But ultimately, again, hardware is only 20% of the cost, and that this will grow as the cost to deploy decreases and as the demand for robots increases. But these are companies with long storied histories that have been, very effective thus far. And I believe in the American dynamism and the American software startup environment to be able to take these robots, deploy the AI systems needed, put them in a manufacturing environment that's also AI assisted, and just like really get them running.
So what are cobots? The piece talks a lot about cobots. For the audience, what are cobots and why are they important?
Yeah, so traditional industrial robots have been confined to what's known as a cell, which is, a single block on a assembly line that humans aren't allowed to enter until power is shut off to that block. And this is because these robots have like very little intelligence, right? These robots are very heavy. They will crush your arm if you're in the way, and they have to be sectioned off. And cobots are a development that are more recent, but still precedes the sort of AI revolution in robotics today. And all they do is they use sensing technologies to identify when they've made contact with an unexpected object and stop moving. So this makes them safe to work around humans. And a lot of the sensing technology that's been applied to develop these cobots also has an application in AI, provides more feedback to the models so they can learn, so they can react in real time and become more precise without the necessarily like very high precision hardware. So cobots are a very useful proxy for, what the robots of the future will look like on the hardware side. And of course, this is also where China is becoming much more dominant, and it's where we do need to worry.
Yeah, but why does it matter that they are able to work alongside humans? Like, isn't the future going to be a lot of like fully autonomous factories? Like China already has some of these dark factories.
Yes, I think that dark factory are very temporary. I think fully autonomous factories is a good word for them. But of course, the factories of the future will need light because AI integrated robots need to see. Now, the reason we focus on cobots as a proxy for this in this piece, while recognizing that stopping when you touch a human isn't necessarily the most important capability for robots to have, is simply that, again, the sensing technology that's deployed in cobots currently is dual use for AI integration as well. And second, currently cobots are much less precise. And this is part of why China's able to be so dominant over them. They don't have like the storied history that these Japanese firms do in component manufacturing and precision motion control. However, robot with a high degree of AI integration, doing most tasks that a human could do at least, doesn't need to be perfectly precise down to like the 0.01 millimeter. I can try something, fail, try again. Obviously, there are some very precision capabilities like welding where this isn't the case for, but a lot of the areas in which traditional industrial robots haven't been able to be deployed are and will increasingly become AI integrated, are those where precision matters less, and as such, one where Chinese scale has an advantage.
So China manufactures, like China beats the US on manufacturing scale of these robots, but the US deploys more of them than China. How much of an advantage is that, if any?
Yes, so it's important to note that China does deploy about 5 times more industrial robots than the United States. However, if you look at per capita deployment, per manufacturing worker, that's where we have them beat.
Right,
So American factories are, that's right, yeah. American factories are much more automated than Chinese ones. Obviously, this is like largely a product of discrepancy in the cost of labor. But it does indicate that yes, like the United States relies on robots currently. We've been relying on robots a long time, especially in the auto industry, and there's a lot of demand for reducing the cost of this integration, which again is about 2/3 of the cost to deploy a robot's like fully automated production line right now. And it's AI systems that really reduce the cost of this integration, make the robots themselves a larger part of the total capital expenditure.
Where do you think the value will accrue? Do you think it will be more of the companies and nations that manufacture more robots, or the ones that deploy them effectively?
Yes, I certainly think the value will mostly accrue in the nations that deploy them effectively, and in the nations that develop the software that allows these robots to be deployed most effectively. I think that's where the real value accrues. Now, of course, a necessary step to this is being able to ensure that, among allied nations, we have the capacity to scale up with demand, that there aren't lingering bottlenecks here and there. I gave the harmonic drive example. This is one component that seems to, not be a bottleneck in the short term, but there are types of sensors, laser sensors, LiDAR, and there are obviously the critical minerals that go into the motors that do present more of a challenge in this space. And being able to in a short period of time rapidly scale the production could be critical should the big robotics AI breakthrough come.
Gotcha. How worried do you think we should be on hypothetical Chinese export controls on rare earths?
I mean, I think we should be very worried. Now, I'm not an expert on rare earths myself. I know the United States is investing a lot into this industry, and I believe a lot of these investments have been successful, and there's a bright future for them. However, I think it's important to note the reason why I don't have to be an expert on rare earths necessarily is because the motors that are used in robots are first a fairly small part of the bill of materials for the robots themselves, and the rare earth magnets that go into those motors is an even smaller portion of that. So even should U.S. rare earth magnets 10x, 20x in price due to Chinese export controls, this would increase the cost of robots only marginally. Furthermore, I think that there are a lot of companies that are producing rare earth-free magnets and investing a lot into this sort of R&D and rare earth-free motors with the expectation that these export controls are coming. And I'm excited about this technology. I haven't looked into it as much as I'd like, so I couldn't tell you, exactly how much is hype and how much is the real deal. But should these capabilities advance, then we could be able to, power these robots, enable their motion without relying on Chinese rare earths at all.
I hope so. seems a little bit. I'm a little skeptical of that. I have yet to see any like super compelling rare earth free magnets. Hopefully this becomes a thing. Obviously it's bad to be beholden to your main adversary for critical supply chain components. Or maybe it's a good thing if it makes both countries less likely to fight like a kinetic war. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's quite philosophical. I think it is bad for robots, although probably not as bad as it is for other industries and defense tech, electric vehicles, those which simply require a larger quantity of magnets and rare earths in order to be operational.
Yeah. So China's been doing major industrial policy in robotics for a very long time. They have their huge state-backed venture funds. They have major subsidies. How effective has it been?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like it's been effective if the goal is produce robots. It's hard to say how economical these are. Obviously, China's the only country that's like scaling the production and deployment of humanoids. Now, one might say like this is a mistake. Humanoids aren't ready for market yet, and as such, a lot of this capital is being wasted. But they are trying to create these lock-in effects, lock us into their ecosystem, and it's important to reiterate just how large the price discrepancy is, right? Chinese robots, well, admittedly, like often lower performing than Western ones, can be up to like 50% of the cost, and should this like be allowed to diffuse, then we would expect that as the software develops, even if it's US software, it'll be on Chinese hardware, and a lot of these robots have a lot of critical security vulnerabilities, sending a lot of data back to the folks in China. So it's something to be wary of, even if it's not quite here yet.
Do you think the U.S. and our allies should respond in kind with similar industrial policy, or will we be fine with just like deregulation and letting our capital markets handle it?
Yeah, I'd like to see industrial policy. I don't know how politically feasible this is, so I'm currently very very focused on deregulation and small wins here and there. I also think that the capital markets in the United States are waking up to the importance of hard tech. There's been a lot of demand signal from the government, of course, Build America stuff, and I expect that as the software advances, the capital will follow. Of course, whether the build out will be fast enough is another story, and one which a lot of my friends at FAI are working on, reducing permitting times and frivolous litigation.
Totally, that part is important. Most of your piece focuses on industrial robots, but what do you think about humanoids? How important are humanoids?
Yes. Oh, that's a very fun question. I think that humanoids are currently like quite important for research purposes. Just you know, the many startups that are working on software to balance a humanoid on two legs while doing variety of manipulation tasks, I expect to be generalizable to robotics as a whole. And of course, they're like very, very good for data collection. A lot of like human data can be used to train your humanoids. Very good at fitting into spaces that are made for humanoids. But I expect them to be very transitionary, and not necessarily here to stay, as wheeled mobile manipulators and other types of novel form factors emerge. Of course, the question of whether we'll see like one robot that can do anything, or a bunch of very highly specialized robots with like a single brain that controls everything, is still a very open one, and one which folks working on the tech have very differing opinions on.
Yeah, I don't. It seems to me that humanoids might end up being like very important in the short run. Like you have all of these like human factory workers, and if you could just slot in a humanoid to replace them, then you can automate factories much faster, even if it might not be like the literally optimal way to do it in the very long run.
Yeah, I expect the same. I do think that there's a lot of like in the factory setting, the mobility is less important. So simply having armed robots that can, have a variety of different end effectors attached to them and perform a variety of different tasks on an assembly line, while, separate pallet robots carry things from place to place, could be sufficient and not rely on the advanced humanoid motion control technology, nor the, like extraordinary number of motors that goes into every single one of these things.
So your scenario focuses largely on, China continuing to scale up its manufacturing of industrial robots through largely conventional means. But what if in the next couple of years, as some people are forecasting, the US labs trigger an intelligence explosion, we end up with, a country of geniuses in a data center, and then we just get the country of geniuses in the data center to figure out manufacturing for us. Like, do you think that could meaningfully resolve our lack of an industrial robotics industry?
I think that the progress that's being made on the software side and the advances that are being made in AI are going at a very, very rapid pace. And especially in this scenario that you provide, it sounds like they would be rapidly outpacing anything that can really be done in the physical world. So in such a scenario, I'd imagine that China's pre-existing manufacturing base, provided they get access to AI systems that, certainly not the same level of intelligence, but somewhat equivalent, like 6 months behind even, would be able to exponentially grow their manufacturing base much, much faster, simply because they benefit from all this agglomeration, lots of manufacturing in the same cities, whereas ours is much more diffuse. Whether this AI explosion actually translates to rapid industrial progress. That's a question I'm very uncertain about. It's certainly one that was considering in writing this report, and it's something that got me interested in industrial robots and the U.S. industrial base more broadly. But most broadly, I think that AI moves so much faster than anything in the physical world that by the time where we've reached our explosive industrial growth, China will have, AI that's allowing them to do similar things in a much, much better head start in the industrial capacity sense.
Yeah, I think that there's a very good chance that is true. I don't know. It's just tough to rule out, the country of geniuses in the data center fixing everything on the manufacturing front, even if it might take time to physically build things out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my answer is probably very much constrained by my lack of creativity. Thinking about, a perfect manager deploying all of the right systems in all the right places is very hard to compare to what we have right now, especially, AI enabled science, technological developments. Maybe if you don't expect these rare earth free motors to be impressive anytime soon, that would change that and unlock something much bigger. I mean, everything in robotics is very, very uncertain, and yeah, this report is very much scraping together the data that does exist to present a picture of the current state of industrial robots and the future of cobot manufacturing in China, and hopefully extrapolating from there.
Totally. Well, check out FAI, State of Industrial Robotics. FAI. What's the website? FAI.org.
TheFAI.org.
The FAI.
We couldn't get the three-letter acronym.
Yeah, it is hard. We tried getting MTS, and the best website we got was mts.now. We might get a better one eventually. We'll see. Check out thefai.org. And Emerson, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me, Theo.
Absolutely. We'll be right back.
So, as you may know, there's a vivid color spectrum out there. You know, there's colors that are more muted. There's colors that are a little brighter.
Okay. Okay.
And there's some that are a little bit neon. Oh. We have an interruption in the studio. Situation interrupted.
Situation interrupted.
Yeah. What? Oh, I can't see signal.
You have to.
What?
There's some that are more what?
I don't. Oh, yeah, there's some that are more neon.
Okay.
Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks, by the way. Neon.com/MTS.
Do you ever think sometimes that there's a lot of AI labs out there?
Yeah, there's got to be more than 10. There's got to be like 10 plus 1 AI labs out there.
There's 11 labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And, you know, like, you have to fuel up before you come to the studio, right? You have
crunchy breakfast.
You have to be eating breakfast. And that breakfast, you know, it needs to be pretty healthy. And one choice that you have for breakfast that kind of fits that criteria would be, you know, maybe like a bowl of granola. The AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS.
I really like giant apes. Like, for example, Kong. The AI connectivity platform connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. Good luck with the next one, by the way.
Well,
how are you even going to do this one?
Okay, so as you may know, like some things, I don't know how I'm going to do this one.
Good luck.
Okay, well, basically, if you're not aware, okay, this is just a vocab lesson. There's a term blitz, and it means a sudden, intensive, or overwhelming effort/attack. And if you were to make that in adverb form, well, what I would name that word would be blitzy, which is autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. And it ships 5 times faster. Blitzy.com.
I'm going to merge into the next one. Build once, connect to every API tool and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS.
Well, you could say that ad was quick. Make your brand a billboard. Out of home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com.
Wow, you're really putting my ad reads under the microscope. But what if we had a macroscope? AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. That's macroscope.com/MTS.
And those are our sponsors, which we adore very much, and we love them.
Greatest ad read session of all
They're
time.
calling it the greatest ad read
They're
session.
calling it the greatest ad read of all time. Wow, our producers are clapping.
We got a standing ovation in the studio.
It was a fun day, as usual, on MTS. We'll be back monitoring tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Pull up. In the studio in San Francisco. Pull up digitally. At mts.now, x.com/MTS live. Subscribe to my newsletter, mtslive.substack.com. Right after we get off, I'm going to go write it, and it's going to be great. And we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Peace out, MTS.